On a quiet night inside the small house, light spreads everywhere in the dim space. I just need to borrow $100 temporarily. Is that okay? Yeah, I know it's really hard. That's why I'm asking you. Inside the room, it is pitch dark now, and the silhouettes of a few insects appear representing the dampness of this place. Last time I paid back on time, I promised to return it before the 15th, of course. I'm always bothering you, so I feel really guilty about it. The teenager took the phone and slowly continued. Thank you so much. I'm sending my account number here. Thanks a lot. I am an extremely unfortunate person surrounded by people like that. No matter how I fall, I still break my nose. But why is the most alive expression of that saying still better than that guy, which is me, a novel writer living however I can earn? That guy, a 29-year-old, has to call friends just because he lacks $100 for rent. The teenager at this moment stretched a few times in fatigue and sighed, I finally survived this month. That's me. You look at the computer screen in front of you, unable to help but sigh. The comment section is in complete chaos, filled with countless malicious comments. My nephew has a better imagination than this plot. How are you going to deal with it? Just get lost already, you lazy bum, you idiot. This is a warning. I will handle it, so please be quiet. Next to you are numerous books and snacks scattered all over the table. Honestly, did you think writing web novels was easy? You found yourself in a state of contemplation that you couldn't quite understand. And it's true, readers aren't to blame. But at the moment you overwork, blood starts to trickle from your nose. If only I could write like that, immerse myself in the character, and roam freely. You finally realize that you're feeling a bit off. Your nose is bleeding now. Tissue is nearby. Suddenly, a figure popped up. Are you looking for this? The teenager saw it and quickly responded, thank you. Before he could finish his words, he was shocked to realize he was in a rather strange place. The man next to him took the tissue box, bowed respectfully, and said, Lee Min-chan, 29 years old, is a web novel author. The cause of death is overworking. These words immediately shocked the teenager. The person in front of him, looking very terrifying, slowly opened his mouth. Nice to meet you. I am King Yama, the King of Hell. People usually call me King Yama. Welcome to the underworld! As soon as these words were spoken, it shocked the teenager so much that his eyes widened. What? And the gaze of King Yama grew colder than ever. I mean, literally, your life has just come to an end. But don't be too quick to blame the heavens for being harsh. In fact, you are still quite lucky. The young man over there felt a bit surprised by these words and asked back, Lucky you say? I have never encountered that thing in my entire life. The person in front quickly replied, No, you are indeed lucky. King Yama spoke again. You are the 707th soul to pass through the gates of the underworld. A fateful winning number, and with this prize I will grant you one wish. Of course, unreasonable things like becoming an immortal are impossible. Min-chan stood there scratching his head, grinning foolishly. Sir, why is this happening so suddenly? I was in the middle of finishing my manuscript when suddenly... And if it ends like this, the readers will... Before he could finish his words, the man in front coldly said, I'm not someone who likes to wait long. Instinctively, he quickly panicked, stepping back a few paces. Wait a minute, this is too scary. The person shouted a few frantic words. Then please let me live in the world of the novel. What's the reason for this? The young man quickly began to recount the things he would experience. Harem adventures, harem. The person in front, upon hearing these words, smiled faintly, seemingly a bit satisfied. How interesting. Have you already targeted a specific novel? By the way, a novel written by you is not allowed. He heard those words and began to ponder, how would one know? After all, it would be like turning oneself into a god. Nevertheless, he quickly thought of a book he had read and commented on before. I had thought of that too. Wait a minute, although I don't remember everything, I still remember quite a bit of the story's content. Didn't the protagonist live quite leisurely? Then he quickly shouted a few words. To become a notorious loser at the hunter training school, I will choose that novel. King Yama, hearing these words, smiled faintly. Living in a novel, you say? It's been a long time since someone wished for something so interesting. Then I will allow you 2 more minor wishes. The young man standing in the purple magic circle seemed a bit astonished by what he had just received. Is it really true? Firstly, please send me back to 2 years before the story in the novel begins to become a notorious loser at the hunter training school, referred to as a discarded hunter. The principle starts when the protagonist enters high school, right? But the real time of causing trouble was actually in the 2nd or 3rd year of middle school. From the very beginning, he had struggled so much to erase that useless image. If you handle it in advance, you'll have a much easier time later. Hearing this, the person in front brightened up and looked straight ahead. All right, go live happily in that world. So what is your final wish? When Min's father heard those words, he seemed a bit shaken. Wait, give me some time to think. Let me be a bit more handsome. Then he quickly shouted a few times before being taken away, Please give me a stunningly handsome face. Please add the eyes, nose, and lips of famous stars, mix it all into my face. His whole body quickly vanished in that space. He slowly disappeared, leaving only a purple light in the strange air. The people below couldn't help but start commenting, "What a unique soul." The other person calmly replied, "Hey, I just said outside of my data appearance is also considered a type of talent, but I didn't expect it to be taken so seriously." Usually, in such cases, wouldn't they ask to enter the body of the main character? And this situation completely caught him off guard. After all, he never thought he would be transported into a being that wasn't the main character. Soon, the soul of the character was replaced, transferring the soul of the subject, replacing Lee Min-chan. His next form was indeed a very handsome person. His eyes gently opened slowly, looking straight ahead. Finally, he entered the world of becoming the infamous dropout of the Hunter Training School. He existed in that sparkling space, feeling a bit panicked. This place felt like he was dreaming some kind of dream. Did I really die? And above a notification quickly appeared, "The soul transfer of Lee Min-chan into the body of Kang Shin-hyuk has been completed." He finally calmed himself. That's right. I am in the body of Kang Shin-hyuk, the main character of the delinquent student of the Hunter School. However, he then realized something seemed off. Kang Shin-hyuk. He looked around in his own panic. The main character's name is Lee Ji-seong, but who is Kang Shin-hyuk? Above a notification quickly appeared that the memories of this subject would be recalled into his head. A pain appeared along with countless memories flooding into his body. In the world of becoming the infamous dropout of the Hunter Academy, hunting talent manifests at the age of 10. If evaluated with a low rank or higher in the talent test, you will be admitted to the Hunter Academy. However, Kang Shin-hyuk was not tested for talent, because the director of the orphanage where he lived secretly hid the testing, reporting that all children in the home had the lowest talent, leaving the children only able to attend regular schools and live lives unrelated to hunting. Later, when the law is amended, you will be allowed to retake the test, but with a ranking only in the top 15% overall, he does not qualify to transfer to the Hunter Academy. After graduating high school at the age of 20, Kang Shin-hyuk worked as a porter. Following the hunters, his abilities eventually erupted and he became a hunter, then joined another guild. To avoid overwhelming memories, it will be unlocked in specific situations. Later, he held his head, unable to suppress several sighs. It seems this guy is just as unfortunate as I am. I scratched my head a few times, feeling extremely tired. Isn't it the feeling of being deceived? No way, I really have been deceived. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. If I requested to be sent to a fictional world, isn't it natural to enter the main character? At this rate, my second life will also be unfortunate. However, at this moment, something just came to his mind. Actually, thanks to the memory that just resurfaced, I remembered what kind of character this person is. And Kang Min-hyuk is the homeroom teacher of the adjacent class. The subject he is teaching is martial arts, and he can be considered a supporting character of a supporting character with a rather minor role in the novel. Just thinking about those things made me unable to suppress my anger and curse a few times. No matter what, it shouldn't be like this. If I had known this, I would rather have requested to be sent straight to heaven. I slowly sat down looking exhausted. My heart wanted to go back and confront him, but there seemed to be no way to descend to the underworld other than death, right? Then I remembered the cold gaze of the man I had just encountered. I couldn't help but feel scared. If I commit suicide to confront, then the only way left is to go to hell, right? The system above quickly appeared, ringing several notification sounds. You will wake up soon, so good luck, Kang Shin-hyuk. That young man really wanted to curse a lot. Don't joke around. Living with this identity is really unreasonable. Give it back right now. Just as I hadn't finished saying those words, I quickly sat up in shock. That handsome face began to change involuntarily. I sat on the bed, gasping for breath a few times, feeling extremely tired. This is not a dream. The phone on the table quickly rang. I looked at it, my gaze filled with doubt. As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard a mechanical voice from the other side saying, "Hello, Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk. We are the finance team of the Chaser team." Upon hearing that name, I couldn't help but start grinding my teeth. Damn it, indeed, I have entered the body of Kang Shin-hyuk. The mechanical voice in the ear rang out once more. "We are contacting you to confirm the severance payment. If there are any errors regarding the amount or if you have any questions, please contact us here." He, despite carrying anger within, still replied softly. Very quickly, a notification from the bank was sent to him. The current balance is over 300,000 gold. His gaze landed on that number and he was stunned, unable to believe it. He looked towards the current balance notification over there, completely astonished to the point of wide-eyed disbelief. He couldn't help but start counting the tens, hundreds, thousands. Filled with joy, he quickly opened the large window outside. With an excited demeanor, the radiant smile on his face was completely uncontainable. "I am Kang Shin-hyuk. Starting today, I am Kang Shin-hyuk. In his heart, he began to calculate a few things. Indeed, a hunter is still a hunter. The account balance is as much as 300,000 gold. Looking through his memories, his life seemed no different from mine. For someone, 300,000 may mean nothing. But for me, a third-rate writer, it was just enough to get by day to day and then die from exhaustion. This was truly a dream amount I had never possessed before. The young man looked towards the high sky outside, his heart filled with excitement. But complaining about fate won't solve anything. Even if there are monsters and hunters existing, it doesn't change anything. Here is still modern-day South Korea. Now I am 25 years old. In this Republic of Korea at 25 years old, with an account balance of over 300,000, and even looking this handsome. How exciting! That's amazing! The young man couldn't help but look at himself in the mirror. The more he looked, the more excited he felt. Young in age, handsome in appearance, capable, and financially stable. Of course, there will be many B-rank hunters like Kang Shin-hyuk in the future. According to the setup, what he lacks compared to the main character is wealth. But due to the inflation of power in the latter half, he naturally became a rather insignificant existence. Thinking about that made him feel weary, forgotten within the storyline as a supporting character. Yet that might be good. He couldn't help but smile, a somewhat forced smile, becoming the infamous dropout of the Hunter Academy. This novel has two main characters, Kim Do-hyun, the original character of the novel's world, and Lizzie Seong, who has taken over the body of an eccentric character in the story. The main character, Lizzie Seong, has possessed the body of a spoiled rich heir. In the novel, he exploited the fact that he knew the original content of the story. Therefore, he had gone ahead to seek and monopolize the opportunities that the original main character was supposed to experience. Moreover, he also uses his wealth to consume all kinds of elixirs like their everyday meals. In the end, by monopolizing opportunities and using elixirs, he has caught up with the main character's talent. Once I entered Kang Shin-hyuk's body, my starting point was already different from theirs. They are flying on rocket planes while I can only play with paper planes. There's no need to compete, and they aren't even rivals to compete with. My face feels a bit tired. I sigh, realizing that I had no reason to compare myself to them from the very beginning. The desire to become the main character is just because I want to live comfortably. So when I think of something, I feel very satisfied with myself. A life of working while enjoying leisurely activities is indeed possible, until one day when the teleportation gate erupts. According to the original story, a crisis hits this world when Kim Do-hyun and Lee Ji-seong join forces to stop the army. Those outside will panic and raise their voices. Will those kids be able to protect the world? Now we have no choice but to believe in them. They will shout a few words with resilience and perseverance. Those two are the last hope of the world. Our job is simply to cheer them on together. Go for it, Lee Ji-yeon, you are the light of humanity. Keep it up. Kim Do-hyun, save this world. They stand there proudly shouting a few words. You can do it! Move forward. Lee Ji-yeon, move forward. Kim Do-hyun, the young man stands there. No matter what he does, he must blend into the crowd, though he shouts a few words. This cheer is indeed a bit different. Move forward. Samsung, just keep going. Besla, show us what you're made of. The young man seems to frantically press down on the phone in front of him. This is the method of trading in the apocalypse. After all, the world will be protected by those two. So for now, I just need to gather enough shares of Leo on the rise. Money keeps doubling like this. I hold the phone there, feeling excited inside. I can see the future now. A future where I live comfortably without worrying about money. This is the feeling of an office worker who has won the lottery. A young man with a mischievous smile slowly arranges his plans. Since it has come to this, until the day the teleportation gate explodes, I will live faithfully according to my principles. Then I should start making some capital now. Transitioning to the outside of a skyscraper on the first day of work in the novel, becoming the notorious dropout of the Hunter Academy. Kang Shin-hyuk is a martial arts instructor, originally a B-class hunter. But in misfortune there is fortune. The time I entered was when Kang Shin-hyuk left the Chaser Guild. Shin-hyuk rolled his suitcase straight into the luxurious academy at Hunter School. It was the time of his new appointment. A series of identification documents of the original owner Shin-hyuk were laid out before the appointment. I had some free time, so I investigated Kang Shin-hyuk and checked all the verifiable personal information such as contacts and transaction history. He held his chin, frowning at his phone. What's wrong with this guy? I discovered that Kang Shin-hyuk's social relationships were as desperate as an outsider. As for me, I spent all day writing at home, so it's understandable that I didn't communicate with anyone. Shin-hyuk was looking at the contact list on the original owner's phone. These are some contacts who voluntarily left the world. Why did you think of that student with the big backpack on his back? Confused when teased by friends, hey look, your boyfriend is passing by. Oh, damn, that image made him stifle his laughter almost to the point of tears and his cheeks turning completely red. In my past life, I gave up a lot of things. Shin Hyuk sighed in frustration. Indeed, those who have wealth tend to overdo it. In my past life, I gave up a lot of things. Most notably, love and marriage. He remembered drunkenly mumbling to a drinking buddy, "I think I married Red Velvet, didn't I?" To those around me, I said it was a hassle, but alone it was more comfortable. But that was nonsense. Although there were many reasons, including family matters in Shin Hyuk's current memory, he had been utterly miserable. While drinking, he had to stand up and leave in the freezing snow when he received a call from someone. "Yes, what's up? I'm outside. Be there in a bit." "Okay, I'll fix it right now." Yes, he had once felt helpless, tilting his head back and exhaling a thin wisp of smoke while drunk on that snowy night. A third-rate writer barely making ends meet like me. Dating. Absolutely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. At that time, his drinking buddy had to peek out and ask, "Hey, where are you going?" And of course, that person would receive his wave of dismissal. Sorry, yes, that's really unacceptable." But now it's different. He is Shin Hyuk, a lecturer at the #1 Hunter Academy, just appointed in a polished suit. Although he is not the main character I always wished for, I have been given a lot. Now he stands before the door silently promising, "I will pour everything I have into slowly doing all the things I missed out on in the past." Shin Hyuk pulled open the door. He was a bit nervous but tried to smile brightly, introducing himself. "Hello everyone, I am Kang Shin Hyuk. I have been appointed as a first-year martial arts instructor starting today." The entire office was silent as a grave. There are several teachers who turned to look because of your enthusiastic introduction. Everyone's lack of reaction made Shin Hyuk feel a bit embarrassed and blush. He thought to himself that he might have overdone it, feeling awkward all of a sudden. At that moment, someone finally reacted and spoke up. "Oh, please come in." A middle-aged teacher wearing glasses pushed back his chair, stood up, and cheerfully greeted him. "You must be Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, who just arrived today, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Dr. Jen C. From now on, you'll be sitting next to me." Shin Hyuk smiled with his eyes squinted and nodded in thanks. "I hope you can help me." At that moment, a girl from the other side of the partition peeked at him with a surprised expression. "Teacher, hey! Oh no, are you a teacher? Or are you an actor? The kids will be wild today." Shin Hyuk shyly scratched the back of his neck and flashed a really handsome smile. "Not that much, thank you." On the outside, he appeared humble, but inside he was full of pride. Of course, that's a face earned with my life. Someone asked him, "Teacher Kang, which builder were you at before?" Shin Hyuk smiled warmly and replied, "Oh, before I was appointed, I was at Trader Builder." The brown-haired female teacher clapped in admiration. "Wow, that's a prestigious and amazing builder." The pink-haired teacher also gave a thumbs up in approval. He looked at Teacher Kang, who still seemed to be in the active age of a hunter. Teacher Kang is indeed very impressive. Shin Hyuk was flattered, and his face could barely hide his pride anymore. He covered his face with his hand, tilting his head to show off his handsomeness. There's nothing to be humble about. However, inside, he was thrilled hearing the whispers of becoming famous. A male teacher with green hair suddenly appeared behind him. The two female teachers chimed in playfully. "Gilder, finally, the school has invited some talent." The two female teachers exchanged glances as that person spoke. The other person also warmly introduced himself, happy to meet him. "I am Young-hee Unshik, teaching commerce in the 2nd year. I was at Hwajiang Gilder and graduated from hunting school number 6. Hunshich placed his hand on Shin Hyuk's shoulder. His face still wore a smile, but it wasn't very friendly anymore. "Which hunting school did Teacher Kang graduate from?" "A handsome teacher like you must have quite a reputation, ha ha ha." Just as Shin Hyuk was about to answer, the pink-haired teacher quickly spoke up. "Let me guess, it was hunting school number 7, right?" Teacher Hyun Shich tilted his head to look at her and joined in the betting. "I'll bet 1 ticket for hunting school number 4. A brown-haired female teacher pondered, "If it was my school, how could I not know? Then I bet on school number 5. Shin Hyuk had to chime in on this betting game. "Teachers, you're making me shy. I didn't graduate from any hunting school." All 3 teachers fell silent and looked over at him. The teacher with pink hair crossed her arms, resting them on the partition. "Wait, how can you become a hunter without attending a hunting school?" The brown-haired teacher pointed. "Did you study abroad? So you have 2 nationalities. Can someone with dual nationality apply to be a teacher?" Sinhai Australia smiled and raised her index finger. "I'm a pure Korean. There are hunters who didn't graduate from hunting schools, too." Hearing this, Teacher Gen C stood there dumbfounded, looking at him. "I fall into that category, too." As soon as you finished introducing yourself, the way all 3 teachers looked at you changed. In their eyes, there was a clear expression of disdain. Hyun Shik lifted his hand off Shin Hyuk's shoulder. He brushed his hands together, looking contemptuous. So that's it. You should have said that sooner." After saying that, he turned and left. "I'm going to smoke a cigarette before the meeting." What a waste of time, really. The two female teachers hurriedly watched him leave. "Hey, teacher, let's go together," they said as they walked away. I heard it's a great school, so I was really looking forward to it. But it turned out to be a non-specialized hunter school. The words from those who had just warmly welcomed him left Shin-hyuk at a loss for words. Teacher Gen C sighed with him, hearing the not-so-friendly comments from colleagues that were not hidden at all. Is that not the case? The quota system of the non-specialized hunter school is really ridiculous. Kang Shin-hyuk froze dumbfounded, pointing at his own face. "Non-specialized hunter, you say?" At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Recognizing the user's discomfort triggered memories for Kang Shin-hyuk. The Hunter Aptitude Test Kit in the system space displayed a test set. This is the most accurate way to test hunter aptitude. This kit contains bodily fluids from the San Amin monster and is worth 100,000 gun. The principal embezzled the kit and reported the children's aptitude as poor. He was caught. The system transferred an image of a long-haired person being arrested by the police and taken away in a car. Kang Shin-hyuk from before, when he still had friends by his side as a student. And then thanks to Trang Su's help, he left the orphanage. Therefore, Kang Shin-hyuk was also reevaluated. However, those from non-specialized hunter schools like Kang Shin-hyuk and Trang Su couldn't fit in. They were always lagging behind their teammates during missions, because those who graduated from high school are not provided with the systematic education program like those who graduated from hunter schools. Therefore, the difference in ability between the two groups is inevitable. As a result, there have been protests demanding the enactment of laws prohibiting discrimination against non-hunter students. Those who come from non-hunter schools who have been discriminated against have banded together, and the law prohibiting discrimination against non-hunter students has been passed. This law requires the concealment of background information during recruitment to ensure it cannot be identified. The regulation clearly states a preference for individuals who have served the nation, people with disabilities, national registrants, those protected in employment, individuals with relevant professional certifications, those with work experience in the corresponding field, and graduates from non-hunter schools for administrative office recruitment positions. However, some public agencies still reserve quotas specifically to recruit individuals from non-hunter schools. Therefore, currently graduates from hunter school are at a disadvantage. They began to isolate non-hunter students, gossiping behind their backs. Hatred towards those from non-hunter schools has intensified, going against the purpose of the law. The system reminds you, so try not to disclose to those around you that you graduated from a non-hunter school. Shin-hyuk was suffering from a headache due to the memories the system was replaying, frowning in discomfort. A reproach echoed in his mind. "You spoke too soon." At that moment, he could understand the disdainful looks from the three people earlier. "Well, I understand their position, but I feel wronged. According to my memory, I have never participated in protests or signed anything." Teacher Jenkok looked at him awkwardly. "Oh dear, it's only the first day and there are already so many discomforts I hope you can understand. That's the situation right now." But he thought to himself, what can I do to have a peaceful old age I must endure? He closed his eyes, expressing resignation. It's okay, given their stance, it's understandable that they dislike me. He continued. How could the quota system for graduates from non-hunter schools be seen favorably? Teacher Jenkok raised a finger, scratching his head in confusion. A quota system. What does that mean? Shin Hyuk looked at the person in front of him, pointed at himself, and asked, Am I not supposed to be here? Did I get into the school because of a quota? Teacher Jenkok, who was balding on the top of his head, raised his hand to explain, What are you talking about? You passed the teacher recruitment exam and were invited here. He reiterated, This is not a regular school, but hunter school. There is no quota point system for graduates from non-hunter schools. Shin Hyuk was even more surprised upon hearing this. Perhaps the teachers are misunderstanding something. Outside the teacher's room, Mr. Hyunsik was smoking, blowing out wisps of white smoke towards his two female colleagues. They had smoked a lot, with cigarette butts littered all over the top of the trash can. I thought teachers were recruited under a quota system. Our school must be really short on budget. The first-year martial arts students are really pitiful. After all, first year only teaches physical strength and basics, so it should be fine. He pushed his bangs back and said with a grimace, The school is also considering this. That's why they deliberately assigned it to the first years. Besides, they have decent looks. The brown-haired teacher also held a cigarette in her hand and laughed. Oh, Mr. Dung-an seems interested. The pink-haired teacher held her coffee cup, glancing displeased as she said, What can looks do? If you don't graduate from Hunter School, you'll know their level right away. If they didn't study at Hunter School, they must have come from an orphanage, right? She flicked her cigarette so the ashes fell to the ground. Being present but having no background, what a pity, what a pity. I guess I should discreetly tell the kids to find private martial arts tutoring. She tossed the cigarette behind her and walked away. After all, even if they graduate, they have to risk their lives working under a quack like that. Who knows what might happen? The brown-haired teacher closed her eyes and didn't bother looking ahead where a person in black stood blocking her path. She turned her head and saw Shin Hyuk feeling hesitant and flustered. "Mr. Kang, why are you here?" He had heard what she just said, so his expression was a bit stiff. He touched the back of his head, trying to appear as natural as possible. "Are the teachers here?" I asked the chess teacher, and he said this is a smoking area. It seems there's some misunderstanding here. Do the teachers have time before the meeting? Among the three, one person yelled, displeased, "What do you mean by having time or not? Were you eavesdropping on our conversation?" At that moment, Shin Hyuk forced a fake smile as best as he could. "Oh, I didn't mean to." While internally he was constantly advising himself, "Hypocrite, hold it together, think about the investment." He added amicably, "I'm afraid that the teacher's misunderstanding will affect the kids. I'm not here because of the quota system or extra points for graduates from non-specialized hunter schools. I just wanted to convey that that's all, and I hope for your support in the upcoming time." The two teachers still didn't seem to like what he said. One was biting her lip a bit shy, while the other averted her gaze and frowned. But Hyun-suk suddenly spoke coldly. "Mr. Kang, it seems you're misunderstanding something." He shoved his hands into his pockets, stepping past the two teachers to approach Shin Hyuk. "Whether it's a quota system extra points or having a shield to get in, we are not doing this for that now." He brushed past Shin Hyuk, frowning in annoyance at him. "What matters is whether you can study properly or not. Don't try to squeeze into something from a non-specialized school like that." He led the three of them away. "I'll go ahead. From now on, don't let me see you and just walk quietly, okay? There are also regular subject teachers. But if you want to interact, just go over there and see if they speak without any restraint. Mr. Dung talking is really annoying." Even so, the martial arts instructors should be at least B-level. They must be using some tricks, too. Someone from a non-specialized school like Hunter is actually a B rank. Shin Hyuk stood there silently. Suddenly, Black Chain turned around, smiling brightly as usual, and mocked, "Oh, Kang Shin Hyuk, if you're dissatisfied, just submit a challenge for honor." He looked at Shin Hyuk's broad back in a neat black suit. "If you win, I will have a promotion assessment to rank A. If you submit your application after I get promoted, it might be a little less embarrassing." He stood still in the wind. "Kang Shin Hyuk, is this the reason for your isolation?" Shin Hyuk recalled his past life. "This article seems fine, right?" A manuscript titled Pancreas, Liver, and Kidney by Lee Min Chan was placed on the table next to a cup of black coffee. "Really, is my work getting published?" Gay, but that chubby guy pressed his hands together under his chin, laughing maliciously. "Publish what? It's just a bit better written than average. You didn't study at a school like mine, and you didn't even take supplementary classes." He sneered. "Don't dream about getting published or anything, just do it for fun. If you turn writing into your main profession, you'll end up hating it." Those heavy words made a sip of coffee feel like it was stuck in his throat, and his face, with the stubble and dark circles under his eyes like a panda, turned pale. The following year, that name debuted with content identical to my article. I wonder how he's doing now. You had to read a series of malicious comments about what should have been your hard work and intellect. After that, my work was criticized as a copycat and began to fall into the abyss. Ha ha ha, 99, stop writing those promotional comments. It's not even a real pancreas, is it? The pancreas didn't copy it. Nan anyway, it's hard to believe it's imitating the pancreas. TNDRNFEKDEKDA78, it's not similar. It's identical. Try harder. After that, my work was criticized as a copycat and began to fall into the depths. I temporarily forgot that this guy was also an unfortunate person. A childhood spent in solitude because of a money-hungry mother. Isolated by peers who studied martial arts. Poor test results, difficulties in work and life in the past. This is no different from my previous life. He thought to himself, no matter how stable things are. Shin Hyuk clenched his fists in anger. His whole hand trembled incessantly. "What's the point of living like this?" He spoke out to stop Teacher Dung. "Wait." Hashik was startled and stopped. Just this once, he thought. Heapsick and the brown-haired teacher turned around. "What is it? This time go for it!" His inner voice kept urging him. He did not show his emotions, turning to face them. "I insist, let's have an honor duel. What's there to be afraid of for the sake of future peace?" The two teachers were surprised, seemingly in disbelief, while Teacher Kang said seriously, "Really?" Hai Hook-sik sneered. "If you feel offended because there are female teachers here, I will concede to you this time." In contrast to his mocking arrogance, Shin Hyuk said seriously, "I'm speaking from the heart. Teacher Dung and I, let's have a duel of honor. A duel of honor among fame hunters. This is a system in the world of hunters where the outcome of a duel will decide everything. When disputes arise, they fight against each other with their strength to determine the winner and loser. However, usually the side that does not accept will have to endure significant humiliation. However, there is nothing wrong with refusing if it is unreasonable or one side has acted wrongly. Their attitude is a challenge to your self-esteem. You look seriously at the three of them. If this is preferential treatment because I do not come from a hunter training school, then the only way to prove it is through the duel that Teacher Dung proposed earlier. Shin Hyuk is also not to be outdone. You provoke Hyuk Shikback. If you are afraid, that's fine, just accept it after leveling up. The red-haired teacher looks up at his attitude. He has his hands in his pockets, completely losing it. Teacher, have you ever had a duel of honor? His face darkened, laughing in a twisted way. It's called a duel of honor, but you know everything is allowed except for killing, right? If any injuries occur, you won't take responsibility, will you? Shin Hyuk, coldly with sarcasm. You are really generous. It must be because you are in charge of the martial arts course. Your provocation makes his face darken with anger. He bit his lip tightly, staring at the person in front of him. Hyuk Sik stiffened his expression dark as he listened to the challenge from Shin Hyuk. 1 week from now, exactly next Friday, we will proceed at the martial arts training ground. The three of them looked at you in shock. The two teachers are the guarantors for today's promise. Hui Hook Sik angrily. I don't know what he is relying on to be so confident. He better prepare to find a new job in the next week. After saying that, the three of them left, leaving the male protagonist standing there alone. Kang Shin Hyuk let out a breath full of frustration. Then a day passed quickly. This is Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, who has just taken office. Today the kids look at him with admiration. In the morning, all the boys were excited and surprised by his shining appearance. The most concerning thing is the martial arts lessons. When Shin Hyuk picked up the sword with full anxiety, Shin Hyuk of this world stood behind him like a magical shadow with a confident gaze. It's strange that when I picked up the sword, everything was resolved. The memories of Kang Shin Hyuk appeared conditionally. You skillfully use magic power while holding the sword. The learning of martial arts also naturally seeped into his body. Shin Hyuk neatly executed each light and decisive sword strike. Like that, this is really easy, right? The aura from your demeanor dazzles a number of male and female students, leaving them in awe and admiration. The first-year students' curriculum mainly consists of basic martial arts and physical training, so it's quite easy. You just need to record each parameter through the tests. The real issue is that the teacher is Kang Shin Hyuk, who just started today. Let's help each other out later. The introduction echoed once again in the classroom, but the students' reaction was only indifference and complete silence. By the afternoon, the students' atmosphere was like they were looking at someone about to die. One student asked, "Hey, teacher, is it true that you'll be fighting for real next week?" Shin Hyuk was writing on the board when he accidentally broke the chalk with a snap. He had anticipated the situation would be like this. Well, the rumors must have spread already. Well, the outcome is clear, so those two must have been making a big fuss. Shin Hyuk thought of the two female teachers who did not respect a newcomer like him coming from a non-specialized school. Are you okay, sir? He is an elite hunter specializing in weapon techniques. One student seemed concerned and asked, Hey, Shin Hyuk. Sitting back at the teacher's desk, he smiled in response to the question. Elite, huh? We must not be discouraged by things like that. The important thing is a heart that never gives up. Surely the rumors had spread, and everyone knew the teacher was a martial arts instructor from a non-specialized school, a hunter. He was honest with the students below and received looks that were not very friendly. Shin Hyuk still smiled and said, Really, I'm not at all insecure. Not even a little bit. He smiled, but his spirit felt like it was collapsing. What I mean is that I'm not insecure about losing at all. We'll know the results next week, so let's focus on the lesson. Shin Hyuk remained optimistic, putting the winning and losing aside, continuing his duties, which surprised the students below. If someone were to ask whether this was a psychological strategy through the students, then half of it would be true. Because my confidence from this morning will create an inexplicable feeling. The scene shifted to the bus station. A voice rang out. Trang Sood, give me a bus ticket to DCM. He stepped onto the bus. The bus will depart soon, please board quickly. But half of it is me speaking honestly. Shin Hyuk sat by the window watching the evening scenery outside through the frame. Surely after tonight, many things will change. Coming from a prestigious hunter education school, if I look down on others just because of that, then I could also receive a prestigious education. By this time, the sky had darkened. The bus stopped at the station and he quietly stepped off the bus. The protagonist's first opportunity to become a hunter is the internal martial arts mindset. Shin Hyuk stood alone at the foot of the mountain looking up at the summit. I will secretly take that internal cultivation method. although it seems a bit distant from the genre of time-traveling academy novels. The first opportunity the main character receives to become a hunter is the internal cultivation method of a martial hero, an old book with torn and worn pages. He remembers that the main character in the original work accidentally encountered something precious while alone in the deep mountains during a quiet night. If the first opportunity was a medicinal herb or an item, then I wouldn't have been able to touch it because it would raise suspicions for Lee Ji-sung, who knows the future. Shin Hyuk holds a flashlight illuminating the treacherous path in the forest. However, Lee Ji-sung in the original also took the opportunity from Kim Do-hee-un, the original main character. The technique remains unwearied when observed, so let's share the good things together. So from the start, my goal is not to become a world-saving hero, so I don't need to be as strong as the main character. A cave in the deep forest appears. He clings to the rock wall. Just deep within that cave, something is floating in the air, emitting light that illuminates a wide area of the cave. Shin Hyuk finally finds what he was looking for. I've become strong enough to win in a fight. I found it. The first opportunity of the internal cultivation method, a gateway to another world. Hidden behind that gate are the internal cultivation method and spells. He decisively steps through the gate. Then I apologize for being rude. Shin Hyuk's body passes through the barrier between the two spaces. He opens his eyes, looking at the place he has just stepped into. In front of Shin Hyuk is a forest covered in white snow. Snow. This description is not in the original, so I don't know. He pulls up the zipper of his jacket to block the cold from the snowy wind that seeps into his skin, exhaling a thin puff of breath. What a beautiful scenery. I didn't expect there to be a place like this in South Korea. Shin Hyuk slaps both sides of his cheeks vigorously at the same time. Not now. It's time to leisurely enjoy the scenery. Quickly find martial arts and then go outside. But suddenly he feels a chill behind him. Something large and furry is right behind him. It strikes. Shin Hyuk quickly jumps to the side to avoid it, his face alarmed. All the nearby trees are cut down by this attack. Shin Hyuk falls painfully to the ground, unable to get up. What just happened? A man in a white robe looks at him falling and says with a laugh, "Ho ho! Though you say you are weak, you managed to avoid the first strike. You are indeed not an ordinary person." He glances surprised at the person behind him. A sword point is aimed at Shin Hyuk's head. He nervously sweats as he looks at it. Please reveal your identity and name. Which sect do you come from? How did you get in here? He silently thinks in Chinese. Shin Hyuk has no idea what is happening. I don't understand how I can comprehend this. Kang Shin Hyuk can also speak Chinese. You kneel on the snowy ground, raising both hands as if to surrender. 1,000 people are pointing swords at me. I am a teacher at the Korean Hunter School. I came here through a portal. The old man had white hair and eyebrows. His face was serious. Korea Hunter School, a portal. Why do you keep saying such confusing things? Please, Hyuk sincerely pointed toward the portal. Sir, don't you see that white door over there? The old man did not turn his head to speak to you. To me, the only white thing here is this disgusting pile of snow. The person looked at the snowy forest scene. I have been imprisoned here for how long? I don't remember anymore. Since the 30th year, I have stopped counting the days. You looked up in confusion. What is he talking about? There are no martial arts secrets at all. Just an old man who looks like a monster. Mr. Hyuk suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, could this person be... You hesitated, uncertainly asking. Is your name Cho Du-jiang? The man all in white smiled happily. Ho ho, I didn't expect anyone to still remember my name, he asked Shin Hyuk. How do you know? You were very surprised. How could I not know? The one who left the inner strength technique that the main character got in the space portal. The man had completely white hair and beard, but the noble seriousness still could not disappear. It is you. But it's strange. When the main character discovered the space portal, Cho Du-jiang did not appear. You remembered in the principle at that time there was only a stone with many writings in the testament left, along with the martial arts that said he had ascended to become an immortal. Hyuk remembered that he had suggested to the system, take me to the moment 2 years before the story in the novel starts. And now you in the present are gaping in astonishment. You raised both hands to head level, kneeling on the ground, looking at Du-jiang, pointing a sword at you. It surely isn't time for Cho Du-jiang to ascend to immortality yet. I understand the situation, but I can't say that I've read it in a book. Yes, I once heard a story. You cleverly crafted a reason. Du-jiang was slightly surprised. A story, tell me about it. Hyuk slowly recounted. A long time ago, there was a story about a legendary swordsman who suddenly appeared in the Central Plains, confronting a fierce dragon that harmed many people and then disappeared. The swordsman was all in white, wielding his sword, directly facing and fighting a ferocious dragon. The shape of the hero in that story resembles you quite a bit. Du-jiang laughed. making the wrinkles on his forehead stand out even more. Could it be that someone witnessed that battle? Shin Hyuk thought to himself, I succeeded, I've just pieced together the content I read in the novel. This old man, he had let his guard down a bit. He must be the type of person who is extremely proud of his martial arts skills. Shin Hyuk bowed down and worshipped Du Jiang. Follow the righteous path. He sincerely paid his respects to him. Sir, I heard there is an extraordinary martial artist hiding here, so I came looking for you. I am not a bad person. Please sheathe your sword and teach me. Du Jiang put the sword back in its sheath. He looked at the young man who was kneeling at his feet. Suddenly, you want me to teach you martial arts. You are quite a fool. I refuse. I will spare your life, so just go back. Shin Hyuk's words made Du Jiang stop in his tracks. His back stiffened. He pondered for a moment before asking him, What did you just say? Shin Hyuk earnestly looked up at him with pleading eyes. I am about to have a match. My opponent uses a spear and a sword. Which side will win? He maintained his posture while asking Du Jiang. He clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his head to look at the kid kneeling on the cold snow. Well, compared to a shorter sword, a spear has much better efficiency. A sword is shorter, while a spear is longer. If trained properly, they will become powerful soldiers. The length and striking power are not inferior at all. The answer is the spear. Du Jiang analyzed it for him in detail. Shin Hyuk frowned, surprised. What? Why are you so quick to admit that? After saying that, Du Jiang turned around, flicking his robe, intending to leave. If you know, then go back. Value your life. He watched the old man's footsteps gradually fade away, thinking, Oh, you can't just leave like that. I have been quite bold. If I was going back, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. Shin Hyuk quickly devised a way to stop his cold footsteps. He punched the snow-covered ground in frustration. Oh, hey, Du Jiang, stop right there. Stand there and listen. Indeed, a sword cannot defeat a spear. I rushed here thinking I could find the answer. But next week, I will have to fight in front of many people. I guess I need to quickly go back and practice how to plead, Shin Hyuk self-deprecatingly said as he pushed himself up. He raised his hand to cover the true emotions in his eyes. His mouth kept uttering discouraging words to himself. I don't know how to plead. Or should I just wet my pants first to show my surrender, and then figure it out? What should I do? What should I say to extinguish the killing intent of the spear technique teacher? Shin Hyuk hunched over, covering his face, talking to himself, but loud enough for Du Jiang to hear everything. As a representative of the sword technique teacher, I acknowledge the superiority of the spear technique. In front of your heavy spear, my sword is nothing but kindling, and it is not a toothpick. Every word of self-deprecation about his swordsmanship was spoken without any shame. That's right, a toothpick is better. Du Jiang, being a swordsman with his sword hanging at his side, spoke up, That's just a story about swords and spears in general. I don't know how skilled the spear user you are facing is. He was made furious by a few words from Shin Hyuk, his eyes turning red. My sword can tear a dragon in half. Do you dare to compare swords to spears right in front of me? Are you prepared to lose your life? I admire your courage, so I will help you specially, he said coldly. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk continued to exhale cold smoke, standing there hiding his face. So stop crying. This remark from Du Jiang made the face hidden under his arm contort into a grotesque smile dripping with drool. Shin Hyuk is unreal. I did it. He wiped the drool from his mouth and kept saying, thank you, sir. You are helping Du Jiang, but what do you mean by that? Hidden techniques or elixirs? Whatever it is, I thank you. Upon hearing him mention those things, Du Jiang quickly pointed excitedly and asked back, What are you talking about? There's something much better. Along with that statement, countless acupoints on Shin Hyuk's body were struck by him from a distance. He grimaced in pain, shouting, Ah! Shin Hyuk fell onto the white snow. It's too hot, it's like my whole body is being beaten with sticks. The hand that just pressed your acupoints dropped. Although you are a martial artist, you have no energy in your dantian. I have transmitted a small amount of yang energy into your bloodstream. In 4 days, your dantian will be completely opened, and in 6 days, you will feel the changes in your body. A warm current kept moving at the dantian position, causing him to grit his teeth in resistance. Shin Hyuk's face flushed with heat and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Du Jiang's voice echoed in the cold snow forest where the white gate still stood in its exact spot. I do not know the level of that spear user, but at this level you will never have to endure a defeat anywhere in your life again. Shin Hyuk thought to himself, is this it? This nonsense is called an opportunity. He huffed in the cold weather. Wait a minute, if you win the match, come back here to find me. Du Jiang clasped his hands behind his back, leaving without looking back, speaking calmly. Because I cannot leave this place when returning to the world you live in, make it clear that swordsmanship is the strongest. The scene shifted to the arena where the duel between Shin Hyuk and Hyun Sik took place. The contest of skill between a swordsman on one side and a spearman on the other attracted a crowd that filled the stands. A week later at the training ground, the two female teachers saw Hyun Sik sitting in the stands eating popcorn, his attitude a mix of excitement and concern as he looked down at the fighting floor. Teacher Kang! Teacher Gan really didn't run away and still dared to show up, huh? Have you found a new job in the past week? As for Teacher Jen Kok, his face was pale, sitting right behind them, silently observing the match. Shin Hyuk frowned unhappily. You're still as talkative as ever, just start already. Hearing your impatience. Hyun-sik laughed. Ha ha ha, it's really funny. He was full of confidence, disdainfully pointing his spear towards you, especially letting Teacher Kang strike first. Please, teacher. Of course, there's also an advantage in attacking later. Shin Hyuk took his sword into position. Then I won't refuse. His body felt light, meaning he had become strong enough not to be defeated badly anywhere. He jumped from his initial position, but with just this much, there was no way he could win against that person. Even if I ended up crippled in this battle, Shin Hyuk screamed from above, wanting to bring down a strike on Hyun Sik's head. I would never live cowardly again. In his heart, he had made up his mind, so Shin Hyuk's spirit was eager for victory. He felt like a completely different person as he focused on his sword technique. With a single slash, Hyun Sik's spear snapped in half. A patch of hair was shaved off, and his clothes were torn in half by the sword wind, revealing his funny yellow sponge pants. He looked absolutely pathetic now. The two female teachers were completely shocked, popcorn flying everywhere. The referee couldn't believe his eyes, his face turning pale as he looked up at the fighting floor. Hyun-suk's funny sponge pants were exposed to hundreds of gazes. He was hit so hard that he became a bald man, spitting out water from his mouth, falling to the ground. Shin Hyuk was also surprised to see the effect of his strike. He stared blankly. Huh? Hyun-sik is unconscious, lying there showing off his sponge pants on the fighting floor. The referee saw he was unable to fight and signaled to end the match. The match ended. Teacher Kang said, Shin Hyuk has won. He hurriedly ran over to help Teacher Hyun Sik up. Call an ambulance. He's seriously injured, damn it. Kang quickly bring the stretcher. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk could only stand there in shock, still unable to regain his senses. He recalled what Du Jiang had once said, In the 4 days that pass, your dantian will be fully opened, and in 6 days you will feel the changes in your body. You won't have to endure being beaten anywhere. He bit his lower lip, looking down at his hand, holding the sword, sweating profusely. His whole body. What has that crazy old man done to my body like this? He remembered the principle of Lee Ji-sung, the main character, who became a hunter, who achieved remarkable growth after learning martial arts. He lived a life of luxury, soaking in a sparkling golden bathtub surrounded by all sorts of rare medicinal herbs. Of course, part of it is because he drinks the elixir like water. But even before that, he was quite strong already. He started to panic, looking down at his hands. That's right, I know, but isn't this too strong? Teacher Kang called out loudly, Teacher Jen Kok. He hurriedly ran to Shin Hyuk, causing the wind to blow his bangs up, revealing his rather high forehead. Teacher Kang, are you hurt anywhere? Shin Hyuk looked at him in confusion. Oh, teacher. He shyly scratched his head and asked, Have you watched the match? Teacher Jen Kok, bald on top, looked up in admiration. Of course it was amazing. I didn't even see what happened. Teacher Kang disappeared in an instant, and the wind blew up my underwear just like this. That's right, with regular subject teachers, it probably looks like that. He looked at Teacher Jen Kok from top to bottom. He seemed indescribably happy. By the way, doesn't he look surprisingly relieved? He must have a lot of things weighing on his mind. The two people on this side kept encouraging and asking each other. Anyway, it's a blessing that the teacher is okay. This can't be easily overlooked. Today, I will treat you. On the other side, they saw Hyun Sik needing the golden sponge foam that the medical team had placed on the stretcher to take off the battlefield, while the defeated person, battered and bruised, was being taken to the hospital by Khan, who kept asking concerned questions. Shin Hyuk exclaimed, Oh, my teacher, I want to go too. Let me join what's on the menu. The two female teachers on Hyun Sik's side blushed, but still tried to act haughty, crossing their arms in disdain towards Teacher Jen Kok and Shin Hyuk's group. Leaving the stands below, voices continued to shout their registrations. Me too. I will go too. Teacher Jen Kok saw the number of participants increasing and got a bit flustered. Teachers, I will collect 20,000 gun from each of you. They all went out to celebrate their victory together. Teacher Jen Kok held up his arm as if declaring victory, making Shin Hyuk feel shy as they both got a little tipsy. The two became closer, clinking their glasses of cold beer together. Then everyone went for round 2 to celebrate. Shin Hee-uk showcased his singing voice, causing the other teachers to cover their ears tightly. Then he returned home and fell asleep soundly, not even bothering to change clothes. Shin Hye-uk even slept with his mouth open, drooling, laughing, and saying, "Stop, stop pouring more." He got home at 4 a.m. in a completely drunken state. If he were a normal person, he would have to endure terrible nausea until the next day. But while he slept soundly, his Dandian began to shine, because Kang Shin-hyuk's Dandian had undergone a transformation and started the self-purification process. The light from the Dandian caused Shin-hyuk's body to sweat profusely, soaking his shirt. The heat woke him up and he opened his eyes drowsily. Kang Shin-hyuk has gained physical abilities that far exceed his expectations. Being drunk is no big deal. Shin-hyuk sits up bewildered as he feels his body has changed. His whole body is unusually shiny. What happened with that drunkenness? He finds himself in a situation where he must go back to find the person who transformed his body like this. He carries a gift basket and moves through the gate. Shin-hyuk winces slightly, not expecting to come back to this place again. "Thanks to you, I have kept my life, so I must express my gratitude." On the other side of the gate is still the scene of snow falling white as it was the first time he entered. Shin-hyuk walks in the snow, everything is blanketed in white. The only thing visible is snow and trees. Did that old man say it was impossible to leave the gate? He walks while looking around, finding no animals. Even though it's a novel, the setting is really harsh. "You're back again." Shin-hyuk turns towards the voice. Du Jiang is sitting in meditation on a rock, turned away from him. He turns half of his face towards him and asks, "You defeated that spear user, didn't you?" The system voice announces, reintroducing the character to Du Jiang. Shin-hyuk eagerly approaches him. "Of course I did just one strike and his underwear was exposed." Du Jiang strokes his silver beard. "Really? That spear user is weaker than I thought, huh?" He quickly replies, "No, sir. That spear user is quite well regarded in society. But actually, I came here to ask about that. What exactly did you do to my body that day?" "Do?" Jiang looks at him in confusion. "What do you mean by what did I do? I just opened your dantian. It was really just enough to keep you from being beaten to a pulp. What martial arts have you used? How much internal energy does that spear user have? By the way, I'm feeling a bit bored. Come here and tell me a story." Shin-hyuk is surprised to hear Du Jiang say that and freezes. He looks at Du Jiang meditating and wonders if he understands martial arts now. "The reason I became unusually strong. Why didn't I think that Cho Du Jiang's secret skill was the first opportunity to become a hunter? The dantian that Lee Ji-sung had to train hard to break through. I had a supermaster directly open it for me." He recalls that day when Du Jiang pressed on the acupoints to open his dantian. Shin-hyuk sincerely says, "Sir, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I haven't learned any kind of martial arts at all." Du Jiang doesn't quite believe what he is saying. "What are you talking about? How can you say you haven't learned any martial arts? Clearly your dantian was blocked, but there is a small amount of internal energy." Shin-hyuk looks down at his glowing dantian and reaches out to touch it. "You honestly said I just swing my sword and it naturally accumulates. In martial arts novels, internal energy accumulates through martial skills, but hunters are different." While you were thinking, you heard Du Jiang's scolding voice. "That is indeed a crude way. Please, I'll move closer to him. Do you remember the name of the country you lived in before coming here?" Du Jiang immediately replied, "Of course it's Daimin Great Ming. The emperor is Chun Nguyen Vung Hong Vudi." Upon hearing his answer, Shin-hyuk felt as if he had found the answer to his doubts. No wonder in this world the hunters only awakened not long ago. He is isolated from your world behind that gate, so it's understandable that he doesn't know everything. Turns out Du Jiang comes from a completely different world. It is only natural that he doesn't know the situation outside. You bowed your head slightly, feeling sad. "I care a lot about ancient stories, so I learned about the legendary swordsman Cho Du Jiang. You said, 'To tell you the truth, sir, in the outside world, martial arts no longer exist.'" This statement struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned. What outside? A lot of time has passed. Another kind of power has emerged, and martial arts have gradually been forgotten naturally. You constructed a story about how the flow of time has changed everything. Buildings, cars, and highways have replaced the outdated things of the past. You thought explaining that it's a different world is not as good as this. Du Jiang laughed at himself, looking at his own hand. So being here for a long time makes the sense of time become vague. Surely more time has passed than we think. He looks very lonely. But don't worry, his legacy will be inherited by Lee Ji-sung. You bent down and presented the gift bag you brought for him. I don't know if I can comfort you, but this is food from the outside world, good for health. Du Jiang glanced back at him, taking out a bag of ginseng and putting it in his mouth. "Asking you outside." Hai Ao eagerly guided. "Yes, just suck it in." As he sucked the liquid from the bag into his mouth, Du Jiang immediately pulled it out, his face paling with his lips still puckered. He wiped his mouth. "Worried? Is there an outbreak of disease outside now?" Do the poor people have to use this low-quality stuff to take care of their health? He kept criticizing the time when even the beggars could perform lightness skill. 55-year-old mountain ginseng is served as a side dish. Truly pitiful people. Shin Hyuk's face darkened upon hearing this. Your gaze seemed to want to confiscate the ginseng you painstakingly bought for him. This old man is really the kind of person who is very easy to annoy. You squatted down, opened the backpack, pulled something out, and asked, "Sir, do you like sweets?" Dujang closed one eye and said, "At my age, how could I like sweets like a child?" Shin Hyuk held out a piece in front. "This is the chocolate bar I usually eat when it's cold. Let's use this for now." Dujang smiled with delight. "This colorful silk is their food inside. Let me taste a bit." He peeled the wrapper and put the chocolate bar in his mouth, taking a bite. The chocolate flavor that filled his mouth made Dujang feel intoxicated, as if he were drowning in the sweet fragrance of various flowers. Strange noises rang out, and Shin Hyuk froze in place. He regained his usual serious demeanor and said it would be fine if you have more, then bring it out. The entire forest was covered in white snow with a pile of soda cans, water bottles, instant noodles, and other miscellaneous items scattered on the ground. Dujang feasted happily with bits of food still clinging to his silver beard. "I had a great meal. There are many wonderful dishes outside," while Shin Hyuk silently complained as he picked up trash looking at him. He had eaten all the emergency rations he brought in case he needed them for you. A mouthful of dough. "Old man, no sir. How do you usually ease your hunger?" Dujang was pouring the last bits of chips from the bag, responding, "Once I reach a certain level, I don't need to eat anymore, just tasting is enough." He asked further, "Isn't there any left?" Shin Hyuk was so angry he felt like blowing smoke. He really wanted to go home. "You put on your backpack and looked at that proud, straight back. All right, then, I was just worried about how to comfort you, so this is good." He clasped his hands and turned away. "According to you, the Ming household has disappeared for a long time, hasn't it? The martial arts have also been lost, and the world is filled with monsters." Shin Hyuk tied the plastic bag in his hand while looking up, replying, "That's right. Instead of martial artists, there are beings known as hunters." Dujang's figure in the snowstorm became unusually lonely and desolate. He looked at the snow-covered scene here. "I haven't been able to count the days for a while since I came here. I just hope to ascend to immortality because I have opened the Dantian for you. So in the outside world, you must be the only martial artist left." Shin Hyuk replied sincerely, Yes, for now that's the case. For now, you are probably the only martial artist in this modern world full of skyscrapers and busy traffic. You have felt it. The difference in strength between those who have enlightened martial arts and those who have not is like night and day." The sword at Dujang's waist swayed slightly. He turned to look at you. "How will you use that power?" Shin Hyuk carefully put all their trash into the backpack. "Well, it's to live. What else? Just live normally without feeling nauseous at the party. That sounds nice." Dujang looked back at the young man with surprise upon hearing him. He stroked his chin deep in thought. "All this nonsense. If I want to play the stock market later, I have to get up early. To play games for a long time back, health is also important. This is quite useful." Dujang switched to another topic. "I haven't asked your name yet, have I?" He replied, "Oh, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk." He adjusted his backpack on his shoulders. "Not ambitious with basic martial arts skills and already a teacher guiding children. I guess you won't do anything silly, right?" Yes, he politely introduced his name. "I am Cho Dujang, the world's #1 swordsman who slayed dragons to save Zhongyuan." Shin Hyuk looked at him. "Yes, I know." Dujang stood in the snowstorm calling out to Kang Shin Hyuk. He closed his eyes and clearly articulated each word. "I will take you as my disciple." Shin Hyuk looked at him calmly, showing no signs of agitation. "You are facing me yet so relaxed. I Shin refuse. Zhang Nian." Dujang stood frozen in place upon hearing that. He darkened his face and asked, "Did I hear that wrong?" Shin Hyuk smiled brightly and adjusted his backpack. "No, sir, I appreciate your offer, but I really am fine." He felt embarrassed and blushed, scratching his head. "From the beginning, I never wanted to become this strong. Thanks to your help, I have overcome difficulties. So from now on, I just want to live a normal life." He continued to try to persuade. "If you become my disciple, you can have the world at your feet." That gaze indeed showed no hesitation. Seeing the determination in Shin Hyuk's eyes, Dujang waved his hand, giving up the idea. "You go ahead, I need to prepare for ascension." He bowed. The man smiled and said, "I will always be proud of this encounter for the rest of my life." As Shin Hyuk was bowing to say goodbye, Dujang sighed in regret. What a pity if only before ascension. I could leave something behind that would be wonderful. He maintained his pose, lost in thought about ascension. How could he be ascending to become an immortal at this moment? He looked up at Dujang's pure white back and asked, "Sir, if one truly ascends to become an immortal, can they go to the realm of immortals?" He did not turn around, but replied calmly, When reaching the realm of the infinite, or a certain enlightenment, or if one accumulates virtue, then it is possible. But in my case, the realm of martial arts is right before my eyes. Helping you has accumulated virtue, so just a bit more cultivation, and you can ascend immediately. Du Jiang's deep and steady voice echoed throughout the snowy forest. That's really convenient, no need to leave behind any complicated manuals. As soon as Du Jiang finished speaking, Shin Hyuk was completely taken aback. He grimaced at him. Huh. Sir, are you planning to leave without leaving any manuals behind? Du Jiang glanced at him, thinking to himself, this kid, are you craving for the manuals? He crossed his arms, his expression disdainful. After all, there won't be anyone to meet again, so why leave anything behind? Didn't you say that martial arts have long been passed down in the outside world? Even if it's recorded, no one would practice it. Shin Hyuk was worried about the plot details in this world. Du Jiang not leaving behind manuals, I didn't expect this. I was wrong in my thinking. My presence here has already created variables. Your appearance will change the plot that originally required the male lead to find the martial arts manual in the cave, but it has turned into an unusually empty place. If this old man doesn't leave behind a manual, then Lee Ji-sung will not receive the opportunity. Then Lee Ji-sung won't catch up to Kim Jo-hyun, and without the sense of danger, Kim Jo-hyun won't grow stronger. That person will be like everyone else, living an ordinary life, sitting in class with peers. In the end, this world will face destruction. Monsters will ravage this world under their wings and feet. This entire world will drown in the flames of apocalypse. He stood there silently watching Du Jiang in the snowstorm. I thought it was just exploiting a simple event in the novel. I approached this too shallowly. After a moment of deliberation, Shin Hyuk hurriedly pleaded, wait a minute, sir, for Du Jiang. He heard the urgency in Shin Hyuk's voice and sighed in relief. His sharp eyes seemed to foresee this situation. I have thought too lightly about this. Please take me as your disciple. Du Jiang still didn't turn around proudly, saying, this strange kid has already changed his mind just like that. Shin Hyuk quickly spoke up to explain, isn't it a pity? Your martial arts are being passed down. He clasped his hands respectfully, looking determined as he pleaded, please take me as your disciple and leave behind your martial arts and manuals. Only then can I enjoy life freely in the future. Du Jiang turned to look at him, his gaze quite disrespectful. Shin Hyuk quickly revealed his card. Every time I come here to cultivate, I will bring a lot of food. He made a serious face looking frightening and loudly asked, cultivation will be very tough. Are you mentally prepared? Shin Hyuk's eyes were filled with tears. He squeezed his eyes shut, resigned to his fate, and shouted, yes! Damn it, my free time is gone. The scene shifts back to the academy. In the teacher's room, everyone is whispering to each other. The martial arts teacher from the non-specialized hunter school defeated the teacher from the elite hunter school in the blink of an eye. After the duel of honor, the academy was in complete chaos. Over the weekend, a private chat group was established. A series of teachers participated, sharing about the duel of honor. Mr. Dung, it turns out that was So Bung Zip's underwear. Don't say anymore. I really can't believe I've been looked down upon by someone like that all this time. Although I dared to cheer out of embarrassment, to be honest, it felt really refreshing. The invisible wall between practical subjects and general subjects was also mentioned. It was like the joyful and excited face of Mr. Jen, the moment Shin Hyuk claimed victory. So now I understand the relieved expression of the chess teacher that day. Two teachers were whispering to each other. I heard there are rumors about the non-specialized hunter-teacher selection system, right? The teacher covered his mouth with his hand to lower the volume. To be honest, I once thought that those from the non-specialized hunter school would be weaker. But after watching Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk's match, my thoughts changed completely. Moreover, I heard that Mr. Kang did not request any reward after winning the match right. While the two of them were still discussing, a pair of feet in shiny leather shoes leisurely walked down the hallway. The main character being praised by everyone, Teacher Shin Hyuk, has a wonderful personality too. Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, you cheerfully think about the issue you forgot to mention after the battle. I forgot to request a reward, but the admiring gazes around me are truly amazing. The female teachers blushed, smiled, and greeted him when they saw him in the hallway. He also warmly greeted them back. It feels like I am getting closer to the life I have always desired. Teacher Shin Hyuk opened the door. All right, I promise to visit the old man every weekend. So on regular days, I should focus on returning to everyday life. As soon as the classroom door was opened, the whole class stood up straight, respectfully welcoming Teacher Shin Hyuk, which confused him a bit. A male student shouted loudly, and the whole class responded seriously. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God!" The class shouted in unison and chanted, "Hello, teacher! Not falling down, not falling down." The students began to enthusiastically look at Shin Hyuk on the podium. "Teacher, I heard about the results. How did you do it?" Not only did you win, but you also defeated them thoroughly, right? He was bewildered, not understanding how the story spread so far. It's okay you kids found out about it. Wasn't the match only for teachers to watch? The class monitor excitedly announced, Jinso's brother is a middle school teacher. Jinso raised his hand, just as thrilled as his friend. Could you tell us a story, teacher? He held the book and modestly declined, No, kids don't need to know. Opening the book today is theory. He began his lecture for today. While writing on the board, Shin Hyuk smiled. Unlike his previous life in this life, he has a healthy body, a decent job, and a stable life. He will cherish and enjoy the happiness gained after overcoming this fear. Throughout his life, he silently made decisions for his future. In the empty hallway of the academy, just 4 hours after that grateful thought, the students were chatting noisily. Shin Hyuk frowned, trying to persuade them to give him more. The lady at the cafeteria served rice firmly and succinctly just enough. His face felt displeased. The lady at the cafeteria remained stern. Then she picked up another 2 sausages and placed them on the rice tray. He smugly licked his lips, pulled out a chair, and looked at the tray that had 4 fried sausages. Crazy is today a day when I can do anything. 2 sausages, no less. Is it the beginning of the Kang Shin Hyuk era? At this moment, a pair of legs in short shorts approached. Oh wow, there's a spot open here. He took a spoon and looked up at the newcomer. As soon as he saw her cheeks, Shin Hyuk's flushed. The person asked, You are Kang Shin Hyuk, right? The newcomer was a hot girl carrying a tray loaded with fried sausages. You are the martial arts teacher in high school, right, Sanami? Shin Hyuk reacted a bit slowly, responding, Miss, yes, that's right. Why do you have sausages? Moreover, how do you know me? She casually sat down in the empty spot across from him. Laughing, she said, Your acting is still pretty stiff, you know. There are no surveillance cameras in the cafeteria, so just be yourself, Senior Shin Hyuk. He was stunned, bewildered. The water on the spoon dripped down onto the rice tray. Is Senior Shin Hyuk someone I know? Most people I used to know bring back memories when we meet. But at this moment, she picked up a sausage and brought it to her mouth, looking at Shin Hyuk's reaction. Because I've changed so much that I don't recognize myself. If that's the case, it would be sad. I am the Ozer vehicle, and you are trying to recall the memories of the original Ozer owner. Wait a minute, it seems I've heard that somewhere before. Shin Hyuk's face was frozen like a monkey eating chili. Once again, the contact in the phone, the junior of the Ozer vehicle. Could it be that you are suspiciously reminding me of Miss Choi? The Ozer vehicle smiled sweetly at him. Only now did he realize how different she was from before. At school, after all, I am a teacher, so I still maintain this appearance. Shin Hyuk looked at her casually, talking to him, turning pale. Sweating profusely, he secretly thought about the contact numbers saved in his phone and how to address the senior and junior in the Ozer vehicle. The person sitting in front of him was happily picking up sausages and putting them in her mouth. The reason the memories didn't surface is that I have already known this woman. He recalled the plot of Choi in the Ozer vehicle, the character who would take on the role of the homeroom teacher of the main character in Becoming a Hunter. Moreover, not only is she the homeroom teacher, but she is also a core character in the 2nd volume. A beautiful homeroom teacher with a hot body and a sweet smile. But in reality, she has another identity in the shadows. Because this woman is a member of the international crime organization Antagonist. The sound of machinery echoed in Shin Hyuk's head, and he frowned in discomfort. He raised one hand to his ear, recalling Kang Shin Hyuk's memories. Now, Antagonist, abbreviated as Antagonist, is an organization against hunters. The people in the organization hide beneath tightly closed cloaks. Onto the one who has massacred countless hunters is the public enemy of the International Hunters Federation. However, they are a dangerous group characterized by their mysterious movements, organized in small network-like structures. The information provided by the system echoed in his head, and he closed his eyes to absorb it. Meanwhile, the Ozer in front continued to casually chew sausages deliciously with hardly any notable arrest record. She picked up a piece of sausage and offered it while her tray was completely cleared. Senior, why do you look like that? It's safe here. You look fine under the dim lights, so just relax. Kang Shin Hyuk pressed his lips together, looking at the person in front of him. But it's strange. I've clearly read to the end, so I don't remember any content stating that Kang Shin Hyuk is a member of Anta. While he was still trying to piece together the information, the mechanical voice of the system echoed again, startling him. The side story chapter has been opened. From now on, it will record the story of Kang Shin Hyuk, an assassin of Anta. What assassin? His whole body was sweating like crazy. Shin Hyuk muttered a silent curse at the original owner in his heart. This damn Kang Shin Hyuk. At this moment, he was scared to death looking at the present Shin Hyuk, aging frighteningly. What the hell have you done? He sat silently in the bustling dining room, thinking that he had read very intently to the end of the story. Even without the intention of analyzing deeply, he didn't remember any content stating that Kang Shin Hyuk is a member of Antlers. Then a thought flashed through his mind, causing him to open his eyes wide. Wait, is that what it is? You remember the information you read after the interview? In the interview with the author that I watched after finishing the novel, it mentioned that they were working on a side story. Just wait and see, because many details that you can't see in the original will be revealed. A system notification sound rang out. The side story chapter of Kang Shin-hyuk, the prologue, can be viewed. You didn't hesitate at all and grimaced while watching. Watched immediately. The information flooding your mind made Shin-hyuk grit his teeth in agony. The system's cold voice. The memories of Kang Shin-hyuk, the Anta assassin, are now being recalled. When operating in this guild, Kang Shin-hyuk initially had a team named after him, Kim Chang-soo. He was the one who reported the headmaster of the orphanage and rescued Kang Shin-hyuk. The two of them were very close, always accompanying each other. 2 years ago, while on the way down the mountain through Nak after completing a mission at a teleport gate, as usual, a nearby teleport gate exploded. Countless huge, bloodthirsty monsters rushed out from the gate right before their eyes. Sinhai-uk, they immediately requested builder support. But at that time, other teams were also encountering issues. The two were pushed to the foot of the mountain with no escape route, so Kang Shin-hyuk and Kim Chang-soo did not receive support. At that time, your companion Kim Chang-soo pushed Shin-hyuk, and he was pushed off the cliff by his companion, a person like an older brother whom he had known since the orphanage, the only family he had left. He just stood there watching his only remaining relative sacrifice himself, standing right in front of the monster's blood-red mouth filled with sharp teeth to save his life. On that day, Kang Shin-hyuk had to sacrifice his most precious thing. Kim Chang-soo sacrificed everything he had left, leaving only a memorial portrait, with a familiar smile placed on interwoven white and yellow daisies. Sinhai-uk was injured, but still survived. On that funeral day, those he considered teammates in the guild wore black suits bowing 90 degrees. After the situation calmed down, the guild's stance was unified, stating that they weren't capable of providing support. Monsters also appeared in the city, so they only said that small sacrifices had to be made to save the greater good. He bit his teeth tightly, trying to hold back the tears streaming down his face from the immense pain. But Kang Shin-hyuk clearly knew that all of this was ultimately just a matter of factions. Because both he and Chang-soo came from schools not meant for hunters, they were always marginalized. In Gao Day, knowing the reasons and feeling disheartened with the guild, Kang Shin-hyuk volunteered for an overseas assignment. He just pulled his suitcase, leaving this painful place behind. On the day Shin-hyuk returned, he dragged his suitcase standing opposite a girl in the deserted airport under the evening light. After completing a year of work in China and coming back, he began to consider leaving the guild. At that moment, he was approached by Choi Seo-ozer, a senior, who was also a junior to him, to join Antasier. At this point, Shin-hyuk understood everything. So that's why it must be a bit expensive due to the external matters. He could clearly see the beautiful face of Seo-ozer in the memories of the original owner. He never expected that a supporting character like Kang Shin-hyuk would have such a past. Kang Shin-hyuk, you fell in love with Choi Seo-ozer and joined Antasier that very day. He was surprised that the plot twist turned so quickly, exclaiming in disbelief. And the Shin-hyuk of the original work obediently transferred his salary to the organization because of this girl. After that, half of his income was sent to Choi Seo-ozer under the guise of sponsorship for Antasier. Current Shinhai UK cannot comprehend this at all. Wait a minute, isn't this a pyramid scheme? In the information the system provided him, there was a scene of Shin-hyuk shyly holding a beautiful bouquet of roses to give to Seo-ozer. Oh, by the way, Kang Shin-hyuk once confessed to Choi Seo-ozer and was rejected. To appear really cool, Kang Shin-hyuk continued to sponsor and decided to maintain a good senior-junior relationship with Choi Seo-ozer. But still lingering, he applied to the Hunter Training School to be closer to her. The fool in the original work did not stop working hard to achieve good results. This crazy guy, the reason is just for all that nonsense. What about Chang-soo and what about revenge? The voice of Seo-ozer rang out, pulling him back to reality. Senior, are you okay? He frowned. Are you okay? I'm fine, she said with her chopsticks in her mouth, mumbling. Are you really okay? He looked surprised, which startled me too. Accordingly, he smiled, but internally he was screaming. If it were me, I wouldn't be surprised. I thought spring had finally come to my life, but who knew I suddenly got called a member of a criminal organization? I really want to go crazy. Seo-ozer wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. Even though I know your ability, finding a senior is hard, but getting into hunter school is really difficult. I thought when you said you would quit Gilder and switch to school, it would take at least 2 years. He forced a smile, scratching his head as he told her. So how did you pass on the first try? You really like me a lot, don't you? Kang Shin-hyuk Seo-ozer asked with concern. So how's life at school? Is it okay? He replied casually, it's just normal. It's just the beginning of the semester. She propped her chin up, pouting. Really? Why haven't you contacted me at all during this time? If you passed the interview, you should at least let me know. I felt so neglected. Shin Hee-uk picked up a glass of water to drink, her hands shaking. Sorry, I was too busy. Luckily, I didn't contact you, otherwise it would have been awkward. She said blandly, as if she was very understanding. It's okay. I'm sure the senior has his own reasons. Oh, has the fundraising stopped? This month I see there is no money coming into the account. Shin Hee-uk slurred, letting the water flow from his mouth back into the cup. How could I know to transfer money? There's nothing in the account history either. He thought carefully. It wasn't right in this case. For his future, it would be better to be direct. I can't keep being drained forever. Having made the decision, Shin Hee-uk resolved to speak plainly to her. Regarding the donations, is it okay if you stop like this? Seo-hyun listened and stared at Shin Hee-uk in silence, but he was surprised when she casually said, It's true that nothing happened. You've donated a lot all this time. Anyway, it's not mandatory. Even if there's nothing to spend money on, the teacher's salary isn't that much. Ozer smiled brightly like a sunflower. I mentioned this before. Antas now absolutely does not require donations, so it's fine. Hearing the truth made him want to curse the original owner. Is it voluntary? How foolish is this jerk Kang Shin Hee-uk? She replied nonchalantly. The organization is aware of the situation with the seniors, so there's no need to worry. A series of images flashed through Shin Hee-uk's mind. Note that this is Antaxer's perspective. Shin Hee-uk. The principle is that a fool throws money around like trash or is a savage pervert. Holding a yellow sponge underwear, he unexpectedly passed the school interview immediately and even beat an A-level hunter, so his evaluation must have gone up. She twisted and laughed. Thank you for helping me, a senior like you. It's truly an honor. Let's change the world together. He looked at her and thought, First, you'll probably destroy the world, right? In academy novels, the purpose of undercover criminal organizations in schools is often terrorism, using guns, chains, or timed bombs. However, even though Antas is a criminal organization, they do not kill without reason. There are also regulations that students from hunter schools not officially. Hunters must not be touched unless there are special circumstances. Perhaps Choi Seo-hyun's role is to recruit students with potential into Antas. She plays the role of a hidden homeroom teacher to assess potential students through classes. Shin Hee-uk rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. These are just things I know from reading novels. I wonder what other secrets are hidden. So what should I do from now on? At this moment, Ozer seemed to have something on his mind. In the coming time, just focus on adapting to school life. And make more friends. The two sat in the dining room, chatting animatedly. From other people's perspective, you can handle that yourself. Can't you just give me a general idea of what to do? I need to know what to do to make a plan. She picked up her empty food tray and stood up. This can't be accomplished in a short time. And there's only one senior in the high school, so it's fine. If that's the case, let's meet regularly. How about the last Tuesday of each month? Shin Hee-uk looked up, following her movements. The last Tuesday of each month, there are hardly any parties at all. Let's meet for dinner, then. Well, then I'll head out first. See you often. Seo Oz waved goodbye to him and left with a silly expression on his face. Shin Hee-uk watched her cheerful figure leave. He bowed his head, looking at the leftover food on his tray, muttering, Tuesday. The scene shifted back to the snowy forest behind the gate. The training process with Cho Do-jang started smoothly. Do-jang seriously monitored his training process. He decided to record my body's development. He also taught me how to apply his mental techniques and martial arts formulas. He calmly said, I've helped you open your dantian, but controlling it is entirely up to you. From now on, you cannot take a single day off practice. The great cycle, do you understand? Shin Hee-uk sat quietly in meditation. A circle of green light surrounded him against the white snow. He closed his eyes, focusing intently. Do-jang watched him diligently, smiling as if very pleased, but suddenly he punched him straight on the head, causing Shin Hee-uk to spray snot out. I asked if you understand. He held his head in frustration. Why do you keep talking and making me lose focus? I'm still listening. He glanced at his foolish disciple. That's what I need to say? Aren't you the one who can't concentrate? There's chaotic thoughts in your internal energy flow. You must be troubled. He had been punched, tears still in his eyes, pale-faced, asking his master, can internal energy also reveal such things? He stroked his beard, closed his eyes, and explained, the great cycle should be as natural as breathing. You tremble lightly like this, how could I not notice? Shin Hee-uk was confused. In fact, his heart was very troubled because of the places he was once attached to. Speak up, I will lend you my wisdom. He sat curled up on the snowy ground, looking up to ask Do-jang, Master, what is your impression of me? Am I a good person or a bad one? He turned away, making a disdainful face. How would I know that, you fool? Shin Hyuk's face turned red. He clenched his fist. This old man is really annoying, Du Jiang bluntly commented. You only have the appearance of a spoiled young master. As if the king of hell granted you a wish, and you were reborn as a handsome man. At this moment, Shin Hyuk was taken aback. He broke a sweat, smiling resignedly. I'm sorry for doubting you, master. He laughed, continuing to stroke his beard with that expression. Doing good makes one a good person. Doing evil makes one an evil person, that's all there is to it. You must have strength to have the right to think. No matter how grand the plan, the strong surviving is the common sense of the Sword Mountain and Sword Forest. It only points to a treacherous place, fierce competition, and those who fail to speak up will only be recorded in history as villains. It's just like the wars in your world back in the day. Du Jiang turned his always straight back towards him. Those troublemakers, like the Demon King War or Blood Affairs, all died off right from the start. Without power, good or evil is just an illusion. So, is there anything I can help with? Shin Hyuk seemed to understand deeply in his words. Yes, thank you, sir. Then hurry up and get the chocolate. He looked at the backpack, revealing it filled with his master's favorite snacks. Yes, master. Whether it's justice or injustice, what moves me is the last words of that old man. After hours of training with his master, Shin Hyuk returned to the everyday life of a martial arts teacher. Those troublemakers like the Demon King War or Blood Affairs all perished. I just want to quietly make money from the stock market and live a leisurely life long term. Back to the present. He looked at Ozer, happily enjoying a sweet pastry, and thought, terrorism or assassination avenging Chan Su has nothing to do with me. I don't want to influence the world and die young. She had crumbs all over her face from the pastry, looking at him curiously. That's strange, Senior. I told you to meet on the last Tuesday of each month. Why did you contact me so early? He felt shy, sitting up straight and looking at her. I have something to talk about. She asked back, what is it that you're hesitating about? Shin Hyuk swallowed hard and pointed at his own face, forcing a smile. Can't you leave me alone for now? At that moment, Ozer's car suddenly froze in place. Then she abruptly changed, transforming into the appearance of an assassin, her eyes red, stabbing the fork towards Shin Hyuk's head. In the restaurant, everyone was panicking at the scene before their eyes. A man drinking water spat it all out. That woman was stunned, her eyes wide open, mouth agape. Bits of meat scattered in the air. Thungun was giving back change to a customer, her face turning purple with anger. The restaurant was doing business, and yet someone dared to act so recklessly like that. Customers no longer cared about the change. All attention was focused on Shin Hyuk and the seller. She held a sharp fork, pointing it directly at Shin Hyuk's beautiful face. He was so scared that his face contorted in a comical way, sweating profusely, soup and bits of meat spilling onto his hair and face. Shin Hyuk trembled, thinking he had anticipated this but never expected to react this way. Ozer held the sharp fork firmly. Her eyes glinted with the cold, sharp gaze of an assassin. She threatened, Senior, you need to clarify the words you just said, or else you might end up with more holes besides your eyes, nose, and mouth. Shin Hyuk, pale-faced, looked at the fork just a few centimeters away from him. He quickly reassured her, I will explain, but first let's clean this up, okay? We probably have to move again. He silently reminded everyone who was watching. The scene before them couldn't be more unusual. Out of anger, Ozer climbed onto the table, pressing the fork against Shin Hyuk's face, while he sat in the chair, fearfully raising both hands in surrender. On the table, food was scattered everywhere. Everyone present in the restaurant witnessed the unpleasant scene, and now they began to gossip and speculate. The girl covered her mouth and whispered, Hey, look, that guy must be cheating. Her boyfriend, eager for the gossip, replied, He looks decent, but if he's cheating, that girl is warning her boyfriend. If you cheat, you're dead to me. Seeing the strange guy with the woman pointing a fork directly at his face, her boyfriend felt a bit scared and firmly replied, I smoke, but I don't cheat. Shin Hyuk seriously said to the person in front of her, First, let's take your car. I have something I want to show you. The sunset gradually descended upon the city, signaling the end of the day. On the road, the traffic was sparse. In the white car driving down the road, a female voice spoke up. You say you want to explain, but you're heading straight to Incheon. What does that mean? The man replied, I thought if I just talked, you wouldn't let it go, so I might as well show you what I have. In the car were Shin Hyuk and Ozer. She still had the fork pressed against his neck while he was driving. She frowned and said, Then while we're driving, you need to explain what you said at that cafe. Shin Hyuk helplessly replied, Did you bring that fork with you? That's stealing. As soon as he finished speaking, the CEO didn't hesitate to stab the fork into his opponent's neck with just enough force to cause pain without leaving a wound. Shin Hyuk winced in pain, his face turning pale, his eyes wide open. He pretended to sincerely confess that the reason he joined Antas was due to discrimination against those from non-professional hunter schools. But I see that awareness has changed a bit in schools now. Ozer raised an eyebrow in doubt. Really, senior? Winning just one match doesn't change anything. Shin Hyuk sighed in annoyance. Now she even interrupted him, sounding a bit sarcastic. Koreans have to listen to the end of the sentence. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and said, Not immediately, but after going through this, I see the possibility. Shin Hyuk tried to communicate, Even if it's not Antas, you can still make an effort little by little. And Antas is too extreme. Ozer silently observed his current expression through the mirror. He truly didn't want to be like before, so he sincerely said, There are too many differences compared to the direction I desire, including terrorism, and also the act of killing without mercy. But Ozer rebutted, From the beginning I said not all acts of terrorism are caused by us. It's the government that blames us, and those who died were the ones who deserved to die. Upon hearing this, Shin Hyuk furrowed his brows and seriously replied, Ozer, no one in this world deserves to die. Deep down, Ozer was distracted, but she truly couldn't accept that. She closed her eyes tightly and shouted, Seniors don't do missions like this, do they? Are you scared of those missions? Shin Hyuk's face turned pale, drenched in sweat. His neck had started to bleed. He fearfully pleaded, Of course I'm scared, I'm very scared. Please help me push the fork away. Ozer's car too. Ozer cars pull out the fork. On his fair neck were 4 bleeding wounds caused by the sharp prongs of the fork. She scolded coward Shin Hyuk, let out a sigh of relief. It was indeed not easy, he thought to himself. But I had prepared mentally that escaping from a criminal organization wouldn't be simple. I couldn't just walk away without any preparation. Shin Hyuk said, Now you need to find and see a news piece. I will mention search with the phrase, The assassination of Deputy Director Min Dong-seok of the Hunter Management Bureau. She spoke nonchalantly. Min Dong-seok is a trashy guy who embezzled billions from the budget, and Min Dong-seok is a damn bastard. Shin Hyuk reported the shocking news. Collided with a cargo truck, Min Dong-seok, the driver, and 2 passengers were killed. The driver, Mr. Kim, was still young, had lost his wife, and lived alone with his daughter. He was not a permanent employee, but a contract driver for the Hunter Management Bureau. The question here is whether that contract driver had anything to do with the corruption that Min Dong-seok caused. Shin Hyuk glanced at the Ozer car through the rearview mirror. She could no longer hide her calmness upon hearing this, her expression somewhat panicked, and obediently replied, No, this is rush hour, so the traffic ahead is congested, lined up in a long queue. According to Shin Hyuk's memory of the novel Lee Seo-ae, the female lead topped the poll for the most popular character in the work and became a hunter. She was an indispensable character, creating a love triangle with the main characters, and also played an important role in the second half of the story. The driver of the car when Min Dong-seok died was Lee Seo-ae's father. He calmly said, Antas has now made the incident public, revealing that they did it along with the corruption that Min Dong-seok caused. The reactions from the crowd were not bad. Some people even showed their support for Antas. However, Mr. Kim was also among those who died, and his family had been forgotten in those issues. According to Ozer's ideals, that was wrong. She frowned, affirming, That must be a misunderstanding. Antas doesn't harm ordinary people, now you know that too. It's clearly stated in the regulations. I have already asked. Ozer's car. You glanced at him and questioned, Are you being sincere? Do you really think the dead were mistaken for being near Antas's target, when there was only Mr. Kim? Shin Hyuk fell silent, silently affirming inside. She was just avoiding it. In fact, she was aware of it, wasn't she? After hearing your questioning, she probably realized something. Her expression dropped. She had a headache, placed a hand on her forehead, and gasped for breath. Shin Hyuk thinks everything seems to be clear now. From today, I can stretch my legs and sleep comfortably. She rubbed his head and said, I'll tell you the reason I rejected your confession. Shin Hyuk stared blankly, looking like a clown, and replied, Why all of a sudden? He quickly returned to normal and said, No, you don't need to worry about that right now. Ozer picked up the fork threateningly, saying, Listen to me. He replied, You have the right to speak. She recounted the large-scale teleportation gate release that happened 15 years ago. The seniors knew about it too, right? Both my parents passed away in that accident when I was still young. Shin Hyuk was surprised. Why was something that was never mentioned in the novel considered an outside story? He comforted her. It must have been very difficult for you, but what does that have to do with your rejection of my confession? Suddenly interrupted, she got angry. She stabbed the fork into his neck. Shin Hyuk winced in pain, biting his lip. I'll be silent, you continue. If the hunters had come, both your parents could have survived. The most dangerous area, the teleportation gate, opened in your neighborhood. There were up to 4 Class D and 2 Class C, which was a lot. That area needed the most care, and it was quite close to the association, but who came while about 10 teams of hunters from major guilds appeared in the wealthy neighborhood where 3 Class E dungeons were released. He thought bitterly Kang Shin-hyuk had experienced something similar, but if such a thing happened, it would surely have caused a huge uproar in society. That content was in the work Becoming a Hunter. As Ozer pulled the fork out of his neck, she darkened, speaking in a very cold tone mixed with a bit of sadness, adding that this story should not be reported by the media because those in power had used money to cover it all up. Ozer, in despair, tears falling softly, choked up and said, If I hadn't cared and investigated, I would have never known. Shin-hyuk, with an expressionless face, thought that Ozer didn't come from the hunter school like Kang Shin-hyuk, but joined Antlers like this. Ozer was sobbing, covering her face with her hands because she didn't want others to see her crying. She bit her lip tightly, expressing her feelings. It's strange, isn't it? You said you would tell me the reason for rejecting my confession, but ended up talking about your parents. It's not that I hate you and rejected you. I can't forget this feeling of revenge for my parents. Senior, please help me. Let's meet again when the revenge is over. Saying that, she stabbed the fork hard into the seat in front, as if her emotions were bursting inside her now. Luckily, Shin-hyuk leaned to the left and raised his hand in time, or he surely would have lost this arm. He shouted loudly, Put that down and talk, you almost ended up dead! He stuck his head out of the car window, screaming in anguish. Which parent in this world wishes for their child to join a terrorist organization for revenge? If it's really Kang Shin-hyuk, he would have definitely said he would help Choi Se-ozer. But I don't have any special feelings for Choi Se-ozer at all. Even though her circumstances are pitiful, and she is indeed beautiful, there are more women in this world than just Choi Se-ozer. Shin-hyuk was so scared that he went crazy. He poked his head out of the car window and the wind blew hard against his face. His face was distorted by the force of the wind. Cheeks puffed up, lips pulled back, eyes wide open, creating an expression that was both ridiculous and humorous, leaving passers-by astonished. He was in despair, closed his eyes, and apologized once more. My life will be much freer. Before I entered Shin-hyuk's body, I read the novel, so I already knew the future. I have already inserted myself into the main character's fate. Now all he needs to do is cut ties with Choi Seojun and escape from Antas, and his life will be smooth sailing. However, why is a rough hand gently placed on his shoulder? He turned his head to see a man smiling softly, his face not clear but feeling incredibly familiar. That person gently said, I'm counting on you. He suddenly realized and called out loudly, Kang Shin-hyuk. At the same time, Z-ozer's voice called out in a rush, Senior, look ahead. The car swayed for a while before returning to its original path. Shin-hyuk and Z-ozer turned pale. He screamed, We almost died! He recalled what just happened. It was clearly, a fan almost scared him. Sohyun said, I'll put the plate away. I forgot that the steering wheel is in your hands. And waited for Shin-hyuk to ask, Z-ozer, do you know who the target of revenge is? She replied in surprise, Senior, have you changed your mind? And he said, First it would be better if you answered. Z-ozer was silent, thinking. The director of the Hunter Management Department at that time was Kim In-hak. But I think Kim In-hak is not the only one who gave that order. Shin-hyuk sighed. If it was the director back then, he must be a bigger figure now. He irritably scolded, Oh my god, this stupid Kang Shin-hyuk. Senior Z-ozer happily asked, So what you said about quitting your job earlier isn't true, right? Contrary to her expectations, Shin-hyuk replied firmly, No, I really have to leave Antas, but personally I will help you. She asked worriedly, What do you mean, how will you do it, Senior? Antas has also said it's difficult. Don't say that, Shin-hyuk countered. She said it well. Antas has also said it's difficult. Are they sure they will catch Kim In-hak for you? Right now it's difficult, but later they will definitely do it. Later, when is that? Can they really guarantee that to you? Z-ozer was flustered and couldn't be sure about that. Then Shin-hyuk recalled the storyline of the artist Kim In-hak. This is a character I once saw in the work Becoming a Hunter. Kim In-hak will march forward relentlessly until the protagonist touches her. But on the contrary, Choi Seo-young will be discovered by the protagonist as a member of Antas. Now, after 3 years and having to go to court, it's not a death sentence, but according to her memory, she will be sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. This means that this girl will rot in prison for life. Shin-hyuk secretly feels pity for Seo-young. After another 3 years, CEO firmly says that if you complete the assigned task well, then Antas will definitely... Shin-hyuk coldly responds that Antas won't do that. She shouted, "What do you know, senior?" You closed your eyes and sighed, unsure how to explain. This little girl, I have read everyone's future. How could I not know what Antas is like? Even if I say it now, she won't believe it. So I reluctantly said, "Anyway, you probably won't believe my words unless you verify it yourself, right?" Shin Hyuk announces to her surprise, "Listen carefully. Choi Se Ozer, I will help you. However, you must leave Antas with me. This is the condition." Ozer frowned in confusion. "What do you mean by that? Do we have to be an Antas to take revenge?" He firmly replied, "No, they won't help." Shin Hyuk didn't explain much, responding, "This is essentially the last resort I intended to use when I couldn't communicate. Once we reach our destination, you'll change your mind." Outside, the night was completely covering, and Ozer asked, "By the way, where is the final destination?" He gently replied, "The financial source of Antas ahead is a place that carries the mysterious traditional atmosphere of a modern Chinese neighborhood while still retaining its ancient charm." Shin Hyuk made a shocking statement. "Now you and I are going to buy drugs." At this moment, he parked the car by the roadside, and Ozer opened the car door and stepped out looking around. "Is it here?" The door hadn't even opened yet, and in front was a shop with a gloomy, mysterious appearance dominated by red. Shin Hyuk replied, "That's right, Tianshu Clothing." This was his first time here, but they gently pushed the door and went inside. He thought to himself, "At first glance, this looks like an ordinary second-hand clothing store, but in reality, it's different. In fact, hidden deep in the darkness is a synthetic drug sales point established by Antas China in South Korea." Inside, a bald man was standing at the reception desk. He was dressed in a flashy outfit with a tiger design on his shirt, looking like a true gangster. Shin Hyuk narrowed his eyes to identify the target ahead and stepped forward to ask in Chinese, "Do you sell Genie Sister here?" But on the contrary, he refused. "What are you talking about?" Shin Hyuk did not give up, saying, "I know everything, so just sell it." Hearing that it was possible to buy here, the bald man closed his eyes and sighed, wondering which crazy person had pointed this place out to him. He became impatient, took out a knife to threaten, "This is a wholesale place, we don't sell retail. If you don't want to be difficult, then get lost." Shin Hyuk smirked and replied, "You just called me crazy, right? What now? The person who pointed it out to me is not a fool." On the contrary, the guy threatened, "What's your name? I'll tell Malin about this." Hearing that he was scared and stepped back, dropping the knife. "You know, Miss Malin, you picked up that knife, your face darkened as you pretended to say, 'Of course we were quite close back in China.' When I asked about the distribution in Korea, she pointed this place out to me. Deep down, you thought, of course that's a lie. And according to your memory, Malin was the daughter of the Antas China boss and the leader of the synthetic drug distribution Genesis developed by Antas China in Korea. You thought, how could such a prominent figure know me? This is the last resort I prepared to convince Choi Se Ozer." Shin Hyuk raised his phone, continuing to pretend to threaten, "If you doubt me, I'll make a call. Then I'll let him talk to you. However, you must pay a fair price for that suspicion." He was frightened, turning pale. He quickly apologized, sincerely apologized for not recognizing. "I will prepare immediately. How much do you need?" Hearing that Shin Hyuk was satisfied, realizing he could talk now. "Just bring as much as possible." The bald guy thought this was a valuable customer and began to change his tone. "Yes, then I will bring as many Nicicer vehicles here as possible." Shin Hyuk pretended to be impatient, replying, "What are you asking about the latest type?" He understood the hint, immediately saying, "Then please wait a moment." Until now, Ozer did not understand Chinese, so he could only stand by and watch the two men converse. She whispered behind, "What have you two been talking about in Chinese all this time?" She gently reminded, "You said you were going to buy drugs. You think I have to see it with my own eyes to believe it." Shin Hyuk revealed the truth to her. "This is a wholesale place for synthetic drugs produced by Antasha China." Ozer's face looked very incredulous upon hearing that. She said, "It's not a metaphor. Is Antasha really producing drugs now? I have never heard of this." Shin Hyuk looked frustrated. This silly girl E knows nothing about the organization she is working hard for. You stayed silent but had an answer in your heart. Of course, because Antasha China only revealed itself after the main character graduated thanks to Genesis. Later, Antasha Korea would also realize the situation belatedly and oppose the boss in China. Of course, it's not that they can't sell, but they demand to share the profits with them. Thus, a conflict broke out, and the main character, the messenger of justice, crushed both sides. That's what you had read in the novel. Shin Hyuk turned back, covering his mouth and whispering, "If you don't believe it, I'll have that person speak in Korean for you to hear directly." The bald guy brought a lot of suspicious shipments and placed them on the table. "We just infiltrated, so there isn't much Genesis stock. He is afraid that the quantity won't be enough, as the esteemed guest requested." His facial muscles are still stiff, and he is trying to smile friendly, but it looks a bit distorted. If we gather it back, it will be enough for a month. Please say something good for me about Miss Lian. Shin Hae-yuke replied comfortably. All right, now speak Korean. The bald man cautiously asked, Oh, is it okay for the person next to you to hear? Shin Hae-yuke smirked, pointed at the Ozer car, and replied in Korean, Oh, it's fine. This girl is also really into Genesis. Hearing that the Ozer car got tense and pressed its lips tightly. The bald man's face showed no expression. He looked at the Ozer car, seemingly waiting for her to say something. She is tense, frowning. Glancing at the person in front of her, his face turned sullen eyebrows tightly knit, showing displeasure. The car is extremely tense and she is sweating all over. His face pretends to be like a real junkie, both hands giving a thumbs up, smiling as if, Hi, I really like Genesis, sister. The Ozer car acted too convincingly, causing the bald man to panic, whispering, That person should probably cut back on the drugs. Hearing that Shin Hyuk turned to look at the person behind, he chimed in, I also don't know why she likes it so much. Returning to the main topic, Shin Hyuk continued discussing, Moreover, I heard that the next type is about to be released. The bald man explained, It will probably take some more time before it can be brought to Korea. Shin Hae-yuke nodded in response, It will take quite a long time. He proposed a solution, Yes, if you have a close relationship with Miss Lian, then buying directly at the big market will be faster. The Ozer car next to them raised an eyebrow, watching the two negotiate. Since both of them were speaking Chinese, she could understand what they were saying. More notably, upon hearing the name Miss Lian, she looked at Shin Hyuk with a scrutinizing gaze. One girl whispered, Senior, you've been talking about incomprehensible things like Malin or Sergei for a while now. Could it be that this situation is just a facade you are putting up? Shin Hyuk, wanting to avoid misunderstandings, continued to pretend, I understand you are suspicious. But would you really risk your life to do this all the way to Incheon? He thought to himself, Indeed, Malin from Antasha, China is a name that Choi Ozer is unlikely to know. Seeing the esteemed guest buying such a large quantity, the bald man cheerfully asked, Well, the amount is quite substantial. How do you plan to pay? Shin Hae-yuke gently asked. Is a card okay? He thought she was joking and replied, How could it be a card? Is it half serious, half joking? He laughed. Stop joking and pay. Shin Hyuk replied firmly, 3 months. The bald man knew that this kind of purchase transaction couldn't be done with card money. He thought Shin Hyuk didn't have enough money to pay, so he hesitated, and he protested, You can't pay by card, and paying in installments is even worse. Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched hard in the face, causing his nose to bleed and one of his front teeth to fly out. Shin Hae-yuke was the one who punched him, adding 3 months. The unexpected attack left him staggering and falling to the ground, watching his tooth fly through the air. Shin Hae-yuke suddenly covered his mouth with his hand. Shin Hae-yuke silently recalled the words from the past, punched the hippopotamus inside the temporal bone with inner strength. Inner strength forced into the head will lead to memory loss. If you need to use it, do it this way because you can't pinpoint the acupoint skillfully yet. The bald man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. If worrying has no effect, then just hit the tiger acupoint once. Shin Hae-yuke searched to find the tiger brain acupoint. He struck the tiger brain acupoint of the bald man who was lying motionless on the ground. Even if he wakes up as a fool, don't pity this drug dealer. He glanced at the Ozer car beside him, probing, So do you trust me more now? If this situation is still considered fake, then there is indeed a problem. Ozer was surprised and asked, Bro, how did you know about these things? No, when did you know? Shin Hyuk replied, Even if I say I came in at the suggestion of a junior, you should at least know where it is. His hand was gripping the phone tightly to the point of trembling, but his face showed no anger. He explained, When operating in China, you should know that Antas is now involved with drugs. But in reality, he was just trying to find a reason for Ozer to believe him, because actually reading up to the 3rd volume of Becoming a Hunter would make it clear to avoid trouble. Shin Hyuk urged, Let's settle this matter here. It's because this person alone is involved with opium. Let's go outside first. Although there was no one watching, staying here for too long wouldn't be beneficial. The two of them were about to leave the bald man unconscious on the ground, drooling with several packs of opium beside him to cover up. Shin Hae-yuke silently calculated, I won't report this place or anything. Convincing Choi Ozer is enough. There will be countless people replacing the sales staff, so it won't affect the future. But if the external intervention is exposed, Antas will now conduct a serious investigation. Both quietly left the shop, gently closing the door to avoid suspicion. Ozer closed his eyes and accepted his request. It's all true. I will clarify the matter of the senior withdrawing. She thought of a reason. If I say that the senior kept bothering me, so I chased him away, there won't be any consequences. Shin Hyuk got angry and glared at her. But if that's how you can escape from Antas now, then you should be happy. The reason for withdrawing is somewhat annoying, but thank you for understanding. Suddenly, I realized something was missing. He asked, "Wait, is it just you withdrawing? Did you know all of this and still plan to stay at Antas?" Ozer's car in front turned around to look at the lonely and helpless figure. Unlike the seniors, I've been in Antas for a long time. And I also have the assigned tasks and things I know. If I suddenly leave, it won't end well. Shin Hee-uk empathized. That's definitely true. Antas is now an international criminal organization. Clearly, I'm just a newcomer, knowing nothing, but this is not a place you can just enter and exit like a club. But recalling earlier in his subconscious, the voice of the owner of this body always echoed in his head, "I'm counting on you." Shin Hyuk thought tiredly, "I feel pressured. I can't just leave. I must help with something." No, this is the right thing to do because if Choi Seo-jun leaves Antlers now, I don't know how it will affect the future. Anyway, until the main character discovers my identity, Choi Seo-jun still has to stay at Antlers. Sin Ha-UK asked, "Oh, do you have any special tasks that could be considered crimes?" In the previous missions, I can't really think of anything and then answered right. My task is to recruit talented friends among the students. However, this isn't something that can be done in a day or two, so I haven't accomplished anything substantial yet. Sin Ha-yuk sighed in relief. "Well, then we will do this. You say decisively from now on you will become a double agent for Antas." Ozer's car suddenly asked back, "A double agent?" Shin Ha-yuk explained that later, even if my identity is exposed or the organization abandons me, I won't be heavily punished. "You said the plan for you, I will gradually gather secrets of Antas to provide to the police. I will operate as a double agent, only performing the tasks assigned by Antas, superficially pretending to do them without actually doing anything and without committing any crimes." She replied, "But there isn't any information worth reporting to the police." You sincerely convinced her. Even if it's relevant information, just collect it. It will come in handy at some point. If you get into trouble, I'll testify for you, but don't trust too much, okay? If it's dangerous, I'll cut ties. Oh no, I shouldn't have said that. Just hearing this, Ozer's car fell silent, feeling strange emotions. She smiled brightly, squinting her eyes, her cheeks flushed, looking very adorable. After all, when her world was just herself, you were the only one who cared for her so much. Her young girl's heart felt a little moved. The senior must really like me a lot. But right now, I'm not Shin Hee-uk for real, so I don't like her. I just want to help fulfill the owner's wishes. You widened your eyes in confusion. How did the story end up like this? The car behind happily teased, "Come on, who helps to this extent without feelings?" Shin Hyuk threw his hands up in exasperation, turning around. "Fine, then you think whatever you want." Moreover, I took a taxi home by myself. She left, and Ozer asked in surprise, "Are you saying you went home alone?" "What about you?" he explained. "I have somewhere else to go, a different route, so I can't take you." Ozer laughed happily, feeling cheerful inside, and continued to tease his senior. "That's definitely not how you flirt." Shin Hyuk looked gloomy, glancing at her with a strange expression. This girl really has a serious problem. In the snowy mountains, Shin Hyuk trudged heavily through the thick snow. Du Jang saw him approaching and scolded, "You're late." Looking at his current demeanor, he said, "Your eyes have returned to normal a bit. It seems the situation outside has been resolved satisfactorily, huh?" Sin Hyuk bowed respectfully and replied, "It's thanks to the master." He responded, "All right, that's that, but being late means you have to be punished," saying that a very terrifying aura emanated from him. His eyes glowed red, showing authority. "Get ready for training today." Knowing what kind of grueling training awaited him, he became disheartened, but before accepting his punishment, he opened his backpack and said, "Today I visited Chinatown." Sin Hyuk took out an ancient wine bottle from his backpack to apologize. "I brought bamboo leaf wine to make amends," but then pretended to say, "Looks like I won't be able to drink during training today." Du Jang saw the delicious wine and couldn't help but drool. Instead of making Shin Hyuk face punishment and grueling training, he changed his mind. "Let's take the day off." In the snowy forest, some green branches peeped out from under the snow. In this cold atmosphere, drinking wine is truly a delight. Du Jang sighed. The bamboo leaf wine is indeed something else. He spoke while putting a spoonful of tofu in his mouth. "And there's also Sichuan tofu." "How did you know I'm from Sichuan?" Du Jang's face was filled with satisfaction. In this cold weather, breathing out smoke, being able to drink good wine, and eat super spicy Sichuan tofu. What could be better? Shin Hyuk teased. Earlier it seemed someone was yelling, "Why are you so late?" And Du Jang coughed once to explain, "Isn't that because you were supposed to come? It's been a while since I saw you, so I got worried." He thought to himself, if I worry a bit more, I'll probably get beaten up. He poured the wine and wondered, by the way, what happened? That kid who always finds lazy ways to train actually took the initiative to practice today, even though I said to take a break. The sun must have risen in the west. Shin Hyuk was diligently practicing with his sword in the cold weather, surprising his master. He wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and said it was nothing special. Your advice has helped me a lot. This is a gift I bought to show my gratitude, so feel free to use it, sir. You have realized how useful your teachings were when you charged into the drugstore and dealt with that guy neatly. So now you believe that training under Dujang's guidance will help you a lot. Shin Hyuk remembers what he said to Selza last night. From now on, you will be Antasar's second spy. He quietly thinks that once he has decided to help Choi Chelza, he doesn't know what dangers he will face in the future. I need to be a little stronger to prepare for potential dangers. Thinking this, he sits down on the ground and starts to meditate. Because the route for Choi Chelza's second spy operation is not in the original plot of this life. Shin Hyuk carefully calculates. Even though I am now strong enough to confront an A-level hunter, if I encounter a high-ranking official from Antasar like Malin, the outcome will surely be disastrous. He feels he has decided on something too much for him. I have forgotten my position. I am just a B-level martial arts instructor at the academy. I don't have the means to help anyone. At this moment, he suddenly smiles. At least in my current condition. Shin Hyuk recalls the plot in this life. The first opportunity that Lee Ji-sung obtained was the secret manual containing the internal energy techniques of Cho Du-jang. Lee Ji-sung cultivates the contents of the manual and uses various elixirs to activate his dantian. Unlike Lee Ji-sung, who was the last to be able to use internal energy after many ups and downs. He glances at Du-jang beside him, and that opportunity has directly opened his dantian. He is still eating the Sichuan tofu pot, eating while praising. The chef here makes truly excellent tofu. Shin Hyuk closes his eyes, focuses on meditating, but still has many thoughts in his mind. Thinking back, he is the strongest person in this world, right? If I can be taught regularly, then no matter what happens, I can protect myself. Du-jang calls, "Oh, my disciple." He replies, "Yes, master." He naturally demands the fermented noodle dish. That sesame noodle from Zhang, I really like that. The kind of whatever glossy skin thing is also delicious. Buy it and put it aside. Although a bit dissatisfied, he tightly purses his lips and closes his eyes to let it go. Bear it, he is the strongest person in the world. Shin Hyuk has to reply. Next time I come, I will buy more, sir. Hearing this, he is pleased, finishes the tofu soup and adds, also buy Anza sale and super spicy noodles. He gently replies, yes. He continues to focus on his cultivation. Du-jang over here shakes a packet of noodle sauce. The noise makes it impossible for him to concentrate fully. You frowned slightly in discomfort. He poured boiling water into the bowl of noodles. Your gaze was full of anticipation. The aroma wafting into your nose made it even harder to concentrate. When the noodles were cooked, Du-jang slurped them up deliciously. Sweat dotted his face despite the cold weather. Shin Hyuk shouted angrily, "That's enough! Please stop eating!" He mumbled while wondering, "What? Do you want to try a bite too?" You replied, "No. Last time I bought an entire box, and if you eat like this, there won't be any noodles left." Du-jang awkwardly responded, "That's because I'm alone, so I just want to chew." Then he fell silent for a while, sensing something was off. He yelled, "Wait a minute! This brat dares to talk about my eating habits! Aren't you the one who made me open my heart after hundreds of years?" With that, he landed a punch on your head, making you cry out in pain. But seeing you change, he happily said, "This lazy kid is showing some determination now. I'm really glad." He reminded, just like the saying, planting seedlings quickly helps them grow fast. The faster you rush, the more things go wrong. Oh, Shin Hyuk complained, rubbing his head and shouting, "That's not true." But he seemed uninterested in your argument. Du-jang replied, "You did fine on your own already. You can't expect to achieve great success if you're in a hurry." You sat down on the ground, feeling disappointed. "I've been practicing for a month and still haven't made any progress." He comforted you. "It's really because you're skilled that it's like this," Du-jang wondered. "Why do you suddenly want to become so strong?" Shin Hyuk explained, "Master well. To be honest, instead of paying attention to my posture, you were more focused on the amount of water in the cup. And you were dissatisfied with your master. On top of that, you recklessly demanded his secret techniques. If you don't want to teach me properly, do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Some precious medicine or something you're hiding?" Du-jang became very angry upon hearing that. He punched you again on the head. The unfortunate boy once again felt pain that pierced the sky. Shin Hyuk cried out in agony. After being punched, he felt like his soul was about to leave his body. He scolded, "This brat! Getting a little praise for being good, and now you're starting to push your luck." You hugged your head and screamed, lying on the snowy ground, rolling back and forth in pain. Your master looked at you, ambitious as you were, and couldn't understand why. It's only been a month and you're already asking for tricks. Why does this kid want to be that strong? To dominate the Central Plains. Shin Hyuk was still rubbing his head, his face red. His eyes were still full of tears, looking at his master with grievance. You purse your lips tightly, trying to endure. If you argue back again, you might get hit one more time. By then, there's no guarantee your soul can still reside in this body. Dujang looks at your attitude and seems dissatisfied. He raises an eyebrow and raises his fist to intimidate. Or do you want to take another punch? Shin Hyuk knows fear and retracts his furious gaze, lowers his head. His facial muscles relax somewhat. Dujang exclaims that you're really rude. Hitting someone in this freezing weather is indeed somewhat painful. He blows on his hands while reminding you, I already told you martial arts cannot achieve great success if rushed. He doesn't want you to misunderstand his integrity, so he explains further. It's absolutely not that I'm distracted by food and neglecting my teaching. Just that Shin Hyuk mentioned ramen, you turn around and leave, taking out his favorite dish to provoke him. Thinking back, you probably can't buy instant noodles anymore. Prices have skyrocketed. Hearing about the food being in jeopardy, Dujang is stunned. What? What are you threatening me with? Please. What do you mean by threatening? I'm just stating the truth. Seeing him somewhat shaken when you brought out the ramen, so you continue to tease him. Perhaps next time I won't be able to buy it either. Pretending to speak in a pitiful tone, super spicy noodles are selling like hotcakes. It's really hard to find a place to buy them. Dujang sees his favorite dishes about to be sentenced to death, so his face turns pale, unable to say a word. In the end, he finally fell into the trap. He says this kid Shin Hyuk is still dissatisfied. You think he will care about you more because of this? Looking at Dujang, who is bewildered, his hand on his forehead in thought. With a shocked expression, his brows furrowed tightly as if pondering something significant. He turns back, pointing at Shin Hyuk with that same panicked expression, saying, "Oh my do." Jang knows full well. This is all set up by Shin Hyuk to make things difficult for him. He is angry, his face flushed, his left hand struggling to restrain his fist from striking his disciple. He tries to say sweet words. I did not foresee the enthusiasm of my disciple. From now on, I will teach you thoroughly, all right. You tightly shut your eyes and pouted in agreement as per the agreement. If so, I will also try to find things that you like. Once the agreement was settled, Dujang began to carry out the task. All right then, let's continue practicing. Later. No matter how intense it gets, don't blame me, okay? You obediently replied, "Yes, master, I am grateful for your guidance." At Shinhai UK school the next day, during lunchtime you held your phone in your hand. This morning, Choi Selena sent a message. On the phone was a chat conversation between you and Selena. She texted Senior, "Everything has been handled smoothly." Sin Hyuk replied in the afternoon, "Thank you. I heard that leaving Antrax has been resolved safely." You were silent, thinking. I hope Kang, Shin Hyuk no longer hides any other issues. Just help Cho SEO out this time, and then I will fully enjoy the rest of my life. The twin sisters, On Seok and Elsu, entered the classroom. Seeing you smiling while looking at your phone, immediately asked teacher, "Do you have something joyful today?" Sinhai UK was focused when someone came up behind, so you were startled by a fan, jumped in surprise. "Oh my god," you wondered, Elsu, "aren't you two going to lunch?" Elsu cheerfully replied, "Of course we have to go. Today's lunch menu is pork chop with cheese." On Seok also added, "Teacher, eat with us, and then we can move to the auditorium." Sinhai UK, confused, asked, "What about the auditorium? What are you guys talking about?" Seeing their teacher puzzled, she explained. "Teacher, this morning when taking attendance, did the vice principal say anything? Don't you remember? He said our school would create a YouTube channel and would conduct interviews." Shin Hyuk immediately remembered. "I was so focused on Choi SEO's messages that I forgot. There was indeed a talk about that this morning. Teacher Elsu also mentioned, the vice principal said you are the most handsome person, so he wanted to interview you first. You were stunned and protested. What standard is that?" Elsu replied the vice principal's standard. You didn't want to be interviewed, so you declined. You don't want to interview, so you refuse. There's no way that would happen. But the seniors are cheering you on, teacher? You never know. If the interview goes well, you might get a reward. Hearing about the reward makes you a bit excited. That makes sense. She has already prepared a plan to try and win the prize for the teacher. Elsu will film and the technical teacher will edit it. Once Ook hands you the paper, here are the questions. Please review them during lunch. Sinhai took a look at the paper and exclaimed, "Quite structured, isn't it? I thought it would just be done casually." Elsu reminded before posting. The student council president will also review it. So please rely on the teacher for help. Seeing his fellow students so dedicated makes him feel a bit touched. It also makes him feel somewhat moved. Even the teacher. He relies on you, so hurry up, the food will get cold now. The two girls cheerfully ran toward the cafeteria, not forgetting to respond. Yes, at this moment, Elsu turned back, but teacher, there's something I haven't told you. Shin Hyuk asked what it was. Go ahead, it's okay. She proudly said, the interview will be conducted by me and the student council president. On Seok smiled mischievously and reminded him. Initially, it will follow the question list. But the student council president's personality is quite eccentric. There may be some strange questions not included in the plan. Shin Hyuk didn't think much about it. He is inherently dull. So if the interview is about everyday life, it's fine. So he replied cheerfully. Strange questions. As long as it's not about romantic matters, it's all good. On Seok didn't think it would ask about romantic matters. She stroked her chin, calculating. If it's that, then it's fine. But the student council president is a very special person. If in the middle the teacher gestures, then we will stop. Don't worry. Shin Hai smiled cheerfully. It's all good. The teacher believes in you two, so take good pictures for the teacher. In his heart, he reminisced about the character. Soon to meet the student council president. Back when he was in school, that was a legendary figure. Who knows which kid it might be? Outside in the hallway, an unfamiliar female student is walking. She hugs two large swords to her chest, speaking in an excited tone. Teacher Kang Shin Hai, the teacher in charge of martial arts. I heard that he is very strong. She wondered what kind of person he was. This female student has an incredibly beautiful appearance, with long, gently curled brown hair like a refined lady. It seems this girl is quite a character. Extremely special in this school, all the students maintain personal hygiene in the dormitory. Most students at Hunter School live in the dorms, although students go home during each holiday. But since most of the time they are at school, many parents are very curious about their children's school life. There are articles reporting on Hunter School, although it's said to be for security reasons. Going out on weekends or visiting family is also restricted. The security lockdown at Hunter School. Hunter School is a closed-off institution. Is this a prison? There are many opinions suggesting that Hunter School is too closed off, so the policy the government proposed is to open a YouTube channel for Hunter School. Of course, this will not be implemented immediately. Our school has been chosen as a pilot school. At this time, an online channel appears. It has the emblem of Hunter School and images of the school. Shin Hai walked inside and pondered. Even in novels, YouTube is not mentioned, so I thought it would naturally disappear. But unexpectedly, I was chosen for the pilot interview. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed, "Oh my." Mr. Kang came early, huh? Shin Hai was stunned for a moment and then replied, "Hello, Ms. Min. Today I need your help." Hearing this, Dai Hai politely said, "Oh my. I'm just doing the editing part." The technology teacher, Min Di-hee. I'm also a bit nervous since it's my first interview. By the way, Ms. Min, do you know how to edit videos? That's really something. You raised your thumb in appreciation. Di-hai smiled and shook her head. The principal told me that as a technology teacher, I have to handle this. So technology teachers must be easy to boss around, right? Shin Hai thought to herself. Are you avoiding work, ma'am? Poor Min. Suddenly, Di-hai cheerfully said, Since I'm not getting paid extra, I'll do a quick edit and leave. Even if the views are high, I won't get a single cent. As if realizing something, Shin Hai looked at her with a helpless expression. Turns out this is the reason. YouTube was not mentioned in the novel. As if realizing something, Shin Hyuk's face showed helplessness as she looked at her. Turns out this is the reason. YouTube is not mentioned in the novel. At this moment, Once Ok and Elsu approached. Once Ok was holding a camera in his hands. She smiled and said, Okay, the camera is ready. Elsu next to her added, Good. Just then, the principal arrived as well. Seeing the car Zin, Ji-hai waved her hand and called out, Over here, principal! Shin Hai focused on this girl in front of her. A glimmer of light shone in her eyes. Zin wore a neat uniform. Her wavy hair flowed down to her waist. She confidently greeted everyone standing in front of her. Everyone is gathered here, right? The president of the Hunter School Student Council, Kim Zin. Shin Hai seemed to admire Zin's height. She silently exclaimed, Wow, she's incredibly tall. She must be around 170 centimeters, right, President? That girl looks very confident. You can see she's radiating the aura of a president. Thinking about the student council, she felt a bit confused. It was strange that such a character was not mentioned in the novel. Suddenly, Zin approached Shin Hyuk to greet him. Hello, teacher. You are Kang Shin Hyuk, right? You are so handsome. I can't wait to see your expressions in the video. Today, please help with the interview. Hearing that Shin Hyuk's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. All right, I'm counting on you. He thought to himself, this kid really has great communication skills. She doesn't seem as weird as Elsu said. Then everyone started preparing to film the interview. CEO and Ji Hyuk took the job of recording. Meanwhile, Elsu sat between Zin and Shin Hyuk to handle the recording equipment and interview both of them. After a while, the room filled with cheerful and humorous conversations. The interview went very smoothly. Elsu held the recording device and spoke non-stop, feeling relaxed. Elsu was no longer tense, so she kept teasing me, calling me handsome teacher. It made me feel a bit awkward, but when I showed my discomfort, she quickly noticed and changed the atmosphere. After a long time, finally in the room there were some regretful remarks from Elsu. Although it's a bit disappointing the prepared questions have run out, and it's time to let the teacher go. Today the teacher doesn't have afternoon classes, so if we keep you too long, we really apologize. Shin Hai's heart was full of questions. Does the ending mean the interview is over? But on the outside, you still calmly answer. There's nothing to apologize for. The teacher feels regret too, and it's all for the students. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk's expression changed 180 degrees. He gave a thumbs up and raised his eyebrows as if to say he understood. That sounds a bit deceitful. So the teacher will submit a request for overtime pay for the school. Sue pretended not to believe and asked, Why is that? Hearing that, Shin Hyuk laughed loudly and said, I was just joking. Di-hee narrowed his eyes and smiled. I really will submit it. The corners of Se-jin's mouth suddenly curled up. creating a soft curve. She calmly turned to look at Shin-hyuk and asked the teacher, "Kang Shin-hyuk?" Shin-hyuk looked a bit confused and replied, "What's the matter, Se-jin?" She adjusted her glasses and continued speaking. "Earlier you said you regretted it, right? If it ends like this, the audience will be very disappointed too." Se-jin looked straight at him. Her eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint. "Although it's sudden, how about competing with me?" Ji-hyun and On-seok felt somewhat helpless at this. Why did it suddenly come up like this? So sudden. Elsu. Both Elsu and Shin-hyuk did not anticipate she would say that. Both of them had awkward expressions. He thought to himself, I was planning to end on a positive note and then suddenly... What the heck is this? Could this be the strange personality of the girl? The president, right. Has Elsu mentioned it? Elsu shyly turned to say to Se-jin, "President, huh? You didn't mention it beforehand and suddenly did this, so..." Se-jin naturally replied. "The teacher said he regretted it too. Plus, I just wanted to show the audience something more." Then she turned to look at Shin-hyuk. "If I surprised the teacher, I'm sorry. I actually like competing a bit. The teacher also teaches martial arts. And I also take martial arts class, so I'm sorry." Shin-hyuk cheerfully thought this little girl. Her enthusiastic suggestion seemed to have no bad intentions. The voice of On-seok echoed from the camera. "So let's finish shooting the ending scene." Suddenly, Hyuk said something that stunned everyone. "Wait, the teacher is fine, so just go ahead." Elsu anxiously asked, "Is everything okay? I didn't mention it beforehand. Is the teacher okay?" Shin-hyuk confidently said, "Everything is fine. But my sword is already prepared, right?" Jin replied, "Of course. I have prepared 2 iron swords for training." Elsu was a bit curious and asked, "Jin the president, when did the president bring this?" Jin calmly replied that it was just in case of an opportunity. "Thank you, teacher, for training with the students. Although Kang Shin-hyuk has good physical abilities in swordsmanship, but now my master is a super expert." Seeing everyone prepared for the competition between Jin, Hin, and Shin-hyuk, Ji-hyo's expression suddenly darkened. "Actually, I am also in the position of a learner. So let's see how my results have been so far." The helpless. On-seok looked at everyone and thought, "Oh my gosh, I'm late now." At this moment, the 2 sisters On-seok and Ji-hee were eating popcorn, while focusing their eyes ahead. Jin was neatly dressed in uniform, tying her long hair up high. Sin-hai looked at the girl in front of her. She thought to herself, honestly speaking, "I'm not nervous at all. Based on my experience from the previous honor duel with Teacher Dung, I know very clearly that the level of the hunters is much lower than I expected." She remembered a training session in the past, when she was hastily dodging. Suddenly, a straight hand struck her head. A painful blow. Her master's voice shouted, "Don't slack off! I already warned you." Her expression became helpless. If the master were here, it would have been like this, right? Returning to the present. At this moment, Shin-hyuk and Se-jin were facing each other, each holding a long, sharp iron sword. Even in class, I train with students, but these are third-year students and the student council president, so don't slack off. Perhaps I should see her, at the level of a professional hunter. She waved her finger to signal her. "You go ahead." Jin received the signal and her mood gradually became joyful. She patiently said, "Then I will go ahead," and just finished speaking. Jin dashed forward at lightning speed. In no time, she approached Shin-hyuk. Elsu saw this scene and couldn't help but marvel. She exclaimed, "That was fast." On-seok next to her quickly stopped her. "Don't say that." Shin-hyuk's gaze remained firmly locked on the original car. At that time, he remained calm and analyzed. Indeed, he was faster than Nam's group, which was strange. "I think that girl will attack with a horizontal slash, or a diagonal slash. But in swordsmanship, slashing is fundamental. Yet the girl lowered herself down to stab. This means she is confident in her ability to hit the target. To that extent, at this moment, Jin was firmly gripping the sword and aimed it directly at Shin-hyuk. After the original car swung the sword, Shin-hyuk gently dodged it. Surely if it were a student, they would panic and lose their composure here. Just after a failed attack, the original car quickly retracted the sword. She lowered herself and stepped to the side. The sword swept through, creating a perfect arc. Seeing this, Shin-hyuk whispered in admiration, "Next is an upward slash that's wonderful." Immediately after each time, Se-jin attacked, Shin-hyuk slowly drew his sword to deflect the blows. Se-jin seemed to be getting tired, sweat pouring down her face. She helplessly asked, "How long are you going to keep dodging, teacher?" Shin-hyuk continued to avoid the blows without saying a word. His gaze remained firmly locked on the girl opposite him. But he remembered his master during training. He cheerfully said, "Your hands must keep attacking. I told you it would be very tiring, right? Dodge, disciple." He thought to himself, that old man kept his grudges, which is why I got hit so many times. My body still aches. Maybe that's why I can dodge this brat's attacks even with my eyes closed. Suddenly, he softly reminded, "Se-jin, focusing too much on attacking has made your center of gravity lean too far forward." Sensing that her teacher was a bit inattentive, she confidently said, "I still haven't shown everything yet." Suddenly, Shin-hyuk took the sword and ran quickly behind her, calmly reminding her, "Stop. If you get attacked from another direction, you won't be able to respond." Shin Hyuk's gaze at Sejin was somewhat subdued, as if he was contemplating something. Indeed, he was recalling his master when he held a weapon and hit him while continuously muttering, "You fool, you've died 5 times already. If you keep putting all your strength into your hands and arms like that, you'll soon tire out." Shin Hyuk angrily thought, "The more he thinks, the more furious I get. If he discovers this, should I cut back? No, if I do that, he'll be even more irritable." Shin Hyuk paused for a moment. With an angry expression, he pointed at his arm and said, "If you put too much strength into your hands and arms like that, you will tire quickly. If you learn to use your whole body from the shoulders down, your attacks will be better." Hearing this, Sejin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She looked down at her hands holding her sword and gently adjusted her grip. Immediately after, Sejin's hand holding the sword began to loosen. The sword grip also became more comfortable. Shin Hyuk was a bit surprised. "You're relaxing already," he thought to himself. Just changing the grip on the sword has completely changed the atmosphere. As expected of the student council president. After Sejin adjusted her posture, Shin Hyuk's voice became a bit more serious. "All right, Sejin." His left hand holding the sword tightened. Shin Hyuk's voice sounded like a warning. "Now I will also attack, so be careful." A cold sweat dropped from Sejin's cheek. It was clear she was in a very tense state. Jihai's hand holding the popcorn was also shaking violently. She quickly put the piece of popcorn in her mouth. Everyone's expressions became serious. Shin Hyuk also lowered his center of gravity. He said bluntly, "Then I'm coming over." Suddenly, Sejin spoke up. "Wait a minute, teacher." Shin Hyuk helplessly asked, "What's going on? Are you hurt anywhere, teacher?" Sejin timidly said, "It's not that, teacher. Can I use mana? Of course I won't use it for weapons." Shin Hyuk was a bit surprised. He exclaimed, "That's really amazing. A student using mana." Sejin hurriedly explained, "Since the end of the 2nd year, we have been practicing at the teleportation gates. Right now, I'm learning how to use it." Hearing this, Shin Hyuk thought to himself, "I already know about that." Before graduation, students will visit F or E grade teleportation gates, and a teacher or a national hunter will accompany them as a guardian. He scratched his head looking at the girl in front of him. Although they say they accumulate mana during internships, it probably isn't much. Yet she's really skilled. It seems she feels a difference in speed. I'm really curious about her abilities. Thinking that he replied comfortably, "All right, feel free to use it." "Thank you, teacher," Sejin said. As soon as she finished speaking, a thick layer of energy enveloped her. She thought to herself, "When I fought with Teacher Dung, I didn't see much mana, and I couldn't control it well. This is a good opportunity to control my power and experience mana." With that thought, Sejin quickly rushed around behind Shin Hyuk to prepare for an attack. She was putting all her strength into attacking Shin Hyuk, her eyebrows knitted tightly. Seeing that Shin Hyuk reflexively raised his sword to block the strike. Immediately after Shin Hyuk's hand felt like it was electrified, he thought to himself that his hand was numb, and taking the blow without using internal energy was a bit much, because the strike was too powerful. Both of them were knocked back. Even without channeling mana into her weapon, her physical abilities were clearly superior. It's hard to believe this is the mana that a student has accumulated during an internship. Mana accumulates in the body when monsters are defeated. It appears as a glowing orb within each person. In this world, mana does not accumulate infinitely, but has a limit based on each individual's qualities. For example, Sejin has accumulated a substantial amount of mana. According to the master, mana is similar to unrefined internal energy. I converted all the mana in Kang Shin Hyuk's body into internal energy, so its effectiveness will surpass that of regular mana. Shin Hyuk happily looked at the surreal hourglass floating in his hand. Shin Hyuk remained calm while watching Sejin's beautiful attacks. He was deep in thought, but also had to maintain the dignity of a teacher. It would be impressive if he won without using internal energy right. After a few sword clashes, I can now clearly see the various attack styles. He quietly pointed out Sejin's issues. The problem with the swordsmanship used by hunters is that the attacks are too straightforward and simple. He took the opportunity to explain to Sejin that it's mostly because they fight against monsters with low intelligence. That is also why low-level hunters struggle when facing high-level monsters with intelligence. Seeing the drops of sweat and the flushed streaks on her face from exhaustion, Shin Hyuk felt his assumption was correct. He said, "See, Sejin is also tiring quickly. The attack styles are all too obvious and even slow enough to be easily recognizable. You intended to slash diagonally, didn't you?" Hearing him say that, Sejin's expression turned alarmed as if she had been caught. She looked at Shin Hyuk anxiously, not knowing what he intended to do. At that moment, Shin Hyuk's gaze was locked onto the sword in Sejin's hand. He saw Sejin change the direction of her sword and quickly grip it in reverse. From there, Sejin tightened her grip and lunged at Shin Hyuk, thinking to stab back. He complimented, Now it's good to try changing techniques. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk raised his foot to trip Sejin, causing her to lose her balance. Immediately after, Sejin fell unexpectedly to the ground and the sword in her hand also dropped. Shin Hyuk calmly said, "But to stab the distance is already too close." The sunlight from outside was streaming through the window, brightening the entire room. The two sisters. Once Ok and Jihee were attentively watching the two combatants, each of their faces showing seriousness. Sejin sat up after the fall, her glasses askew. Her legs were also swollen and red. She painfully hugged her knees and winced. Still shocked, a sharp sword was pointed close to Sejin's face. She widened her eyes, looking up at Shin Hyuk's calm demeanor. Sejin quickly conceded, "I give up." Observing Sejin's expression closely, he silently analyzed. The angry expression while speaking seemed unnoticed, but it seemed the girl had a strong competitive spirit. At that moment, Sejin began to compliment an amazing skill truly befitting the role of student council president. Just as she adjusted her glasses, Shin Hyuk also reached out his hand, indicating he wanted to help her up. However, the swordsmanship was too monotonous. Mana indeed helps enhance physical abilities, especially strength, but applying variations in sword techniques rather than just relying on mana would also be beneficial. Teacher Sejin gratefully said, "Thank you, teacher, I've learned a lot." Suddenly, everyone noticed Jihee trembling violently. She kept repeating, "This is serious, this is serious." Once Ok beside her asked, "Miss, what's wrong?" Jihee's face turned pale with worry. Cold sweat poured down her face as she trembled and said, "The channel is going to explode. Then my life will be ruined on time." In the spacious and well-kept campus, a group of students gathered to do something a week after the interview video was uploaded. Behind Shin Hyuk was the lecture hall. His expression was very complicated at this moment. He looked awkwardly ahead. The situation had become extremely exhausting. In front of Shin Hyuk was a crowd of students bustling about. Everyone was carrying a few sheets of paper and a pen. "Teacher, please make me 10 copies. My mom told me to bring them back." He politely urged, "Go on. I don't have anything cheap." The noise from the crowd continued to rise. "You can just sign it roughly, that's fine." Since the training video with the student council president had become a huge hit, Shin Hyuk helplessly took the paper and pen from the student and said, "Only during break time, okay. Once this is done, I will go stretch and run right away. The rest of you prepare ahead. Get ready for the stretching routine according to student Lee Jin-soo's standards." He handed the signed paper to the student in sportswear and carefully asked, "Is that all right?" The student happily replied, "Thank you." That piece of paper made the surrounding students gasp in admiration. The student responded, "It's all ready, it's all well prepared." On the paper were soft strokes and a beautiful signature from Shin Hyuk. Around it were cute hearts and smiley faces. The students in front of Shin Hyuk kept cheering, "Come on, let's start stretching according to Lee Jin-soo's standards." Nothing has changed in preparation at all. It's just a bit more troublesome because of the added fame. No extra allowances or profit sharing from advertisements either. While thinking like that, just living day by day, the introduction of the #1 hunter school was still hidden in a veil of mystery. Students and teachers, the full unedited version. I almost forgot that the online world turned out to be an even harsher jungle than I thought. On the school's online channel, a new video appeared with extremely high engagement. A boy wearing a sports shirt quickly left a comment. "Is the fighting skill real? This truly is a battle of the strongest." The worldview is also high. Conflicting opinions came from others. "What's all the fuss about?" This is a common training match between reserve hunters and school teachers. These skills are everywhere. Is your eyesight just for show? Look closely and you'll see the teacher isn't even using mana. The teacher is really good. There are also people who know about Shin and left comments. "I heard the student in the video is a scam artist, a 2-time martial arts tournament champion." Some even said, "As long as you complete the entire training process, you'll definitely get an A rank." Yet they don't use mana. At that time, everyone was discussing Shin Hyuk. Kang Shin Hyuk is a name I've never heard before. Does anyone have any information? Who is Kang Shin Hyuk? I graduated from the first batch. It seems he was just appointed recently. Shin Hyuk looked blankly at the phone in his hand. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What is this?" It seemed he was surprised after reading those comments. He sighed. "So the student council president is such a promising factor, huh? But why isn't the girl's name mentioned in the novel? Clearly, after Lee Ji-sung graduated, no character named Kim Si-jin appeared." Suddenly, a teasing voice echoed, "Teacher Kang, the YouTube star. What are your thoughts on becoming a star?" From outside the Gen C room, Ok walked in holding 2 cups of coffee. Seeing this, Shin Hyuk greeted, "Good morning, Teacher Jensel." He replied, "Good morning, Eugen." OC walked over and placed a cup of coffee on his desk, chatting casually. Being famous is good, right? Why are you so shy, teacher? You're secretly happy, aren't you? Shin Hyuk smiled awkwardly. He replied politely, thank you. I will drink it all. At first it was fun, but gradually I felt a bit of pressure. Jen Kok laughed cheerfully. He complimented, come on, you are so handsome, yet so shy. Take this opportunity to try entering the entertainment industry. Let me show off a bit more. Shin Hyuk said helplessly, really, please don't tease me anymore. My dream is to live a quiet life. Jen Kok sipped a cup of coffee and said mysteriously, quiet, huh? That's nice, but it seems today you won't be able to live quietly. Shin Hai asked back in confusion, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? He softly recounted, on the way I met the vice principal. He told me to call you Teacher Kang before the morning teacher meeting. Shin Hee-uk was a bit confused. The vice principal? Why did he call for me? Jen Kok chuckled and replied, who knows? Maybe he wants to give you extra allowance? Anyway, you should go now. He will be in the personal research room. After thinking for a moment, Shin Hee-uk suddenly stood up and said, extra allowance would be great. Thank you, I will go right away. If it's a lot, I'll treat you to a meal I'll pay. As he walked down the long, empty hallway, only the steady footsteps of Shin Hyuk echoed. It seemed that his intuition was not good at all. His expression became serious. Usually such matters should not require a private meeting with other teachers, right? It shouldn't be necessary to call someone to the personal research room like this. Standing in front of the vice principal's office, Shin Hyuk hesitated, not daring to enter. Perhaps it was due to the recent surge in attention that made him feel strangely uneasy. The most concerning thing was being called by the vice principal. The #1 hunter is the strongest in the school. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a voice from inside rang out, is that Teacher Kang Di-hyuk? Come in. Shin Hyuk opened the door slightly timidly, peeking in at the only S-rank hunter among the 10 in South Korea. Inside sat a serious-looking man with white hair in an armchair, Kim Man-dong. His deep voice resonated. It's been a while since I last saw you, teacher, since the interview. It's been too long. The teacher from the #1 hunter school. The S-rank hunter, Kim Man-dong, stood before him, and Shin Hyuk felt a bit pressured. He silently lamented not having participated in the interview, honestly feeling tremendous pressure. Hello, teacher, I wish you a good morning. Man-dong politely asked, well then, would you like a cup of tea? Shin Hyuk politely declined. No, that's all right, I need to prepare for class soon. Hearing this, he said seriously, is that so? Then I'll get straight to the point. Out there, everything in that parcel was sent for you. He said this while directing his gaze toward the corner of the room. Shin Hyuk looked over and saw a brown bag. Inside the bag were stacks of thin letters, sealed with a red seal. Seeing this, Shin Hyuk felt a bit puzzled. So it's all just letters? Shin Hyuk scratched his head, picked up a letter, and awkwardly asked, Vice Principal, is this fan mail? Suddenly he said seriously, if you're curious, go ahead and read it. His deep voice continued, it seems many people have watched the training video of Teacher Kang and student Kim Si-jin and were quite impressed. Other hunter schools are common, even hunters in the top 5 major guilds have sent many letters. Although it was a video uploaded for promotional purposes for the school, it can be said that Teacher Kang's contribution was quite significant to the guilds. Therefore, sword fighting with Teacher Kang now will be more effective than any advertisement. Shin Hyuk opened the letter in his hand. Inside was a sheet printed with neat and formal writing. Shin Hyuk's expression while reading this letter looked extremely awkward. He thought to himself, this is just crazy, I wasn't even expecting to get paid more for this. Mandong added, all 932 letters in the parcel contain the same content. They are all honor duel challenge letters. When he said this, his face showed seriousness. His eyes darkened, with worry beads of anxious sweat rolled down Shin Hyuk's cheek. A challenge letter, did I do something wrong? On the computer screen, a video appeared of Shin Hyuk smiling and getting a significant number of views. As I said, it's not that you did something wrong, but it's to strip you of your reputation. The fact that you come from a non-hunter school contributes to this. How could my non-hunter school background be exposed? He turned his back, full of mystery. Teacher Kang, as you know, some of the practical teachers at the school are not fond of you. Mandong looked seriously at the person before him. It seems that one of the practical teachers at the school has leaked Teacher Kang's personal information. The problem is that the malicious comments exploiting this matter are going too far. Shin Hyuk's face darkened when he heard the next statement from him. For example, there are opinions suggesting that the student council president has rigged the match because of the new teacher. Now, even the career of Kim Si-jin, once a fencing rival, is being suspected of rigging the results. Disrespectful comments began to appear in droves on the screen. Various words like invisible blades were posted by a third-rate author. I remember very clearly the pain of receiving malicious comments. Those damn anti-fans in this world don't seem to know what moderation is. He gritted his teeth tightly. The anger was suppressed, unable to do anything. As a teacher, I must stop this from happening. If it were just a moderate interview, this wouldn't have happened, and the YouTube channel would have been cancelled. Mandong sat elegantly with his legs crossed at the table opposite and replied, "Although the purpose of the activity is to show parents the daily lives of students, it has harmed the students instead." Hearing that Shin Hyuk was so angry that he trembled all over. He frowned slightly, looking directly at him, and asked, "What will you do, teacher?" Shin Hyuk decisively clenched his hand, crumpling the paper from earlier, and replied, "What will I do? I have to eliminate all doubts." Mandong maintained his calm demeanor while looking at him. "Can you tell me how you will eliminate them?" "Very simply. The vice principal has countless letters sent to him, but some letters shine as if they contain something special. Among the malicious commenters, there are definitely those who sent this challenge letter. I will choose truly famous and high-ranking people for one-on-one matches." Mandong was skeptical of that decision. "Is that so? Are you confident you will win?" "Among the registrants, there are quite a few A-rank hunters. Those people don't fit the rank, so they can be declined." Shin Hyuk bluntly replied decisively, "No." "Well then, I will only choose A-rank people to fight." The more Mandong heard, the more he found it puzzling. "Are you planning to choose the strong to defeat while the mediocre will just give up?" He was full of energy, punching his fists together, his face enthusiastic, as if he wanted to do it right now. The expression is a bit crude, but that's right. In reality, I can't deal with all of them. "Good, very good." By the way, teacher Kang Shin Hyuk subtly leaned forward with his hands clasped. He smirked slyly. "So how about fighting me?" He was stunned, not reacting in time, and even thought he misheard. "Is this old man crazy? I must have misheard." Shin Hyuk froze, rooted to the spot, unable to say a word. "You still think in your head that you must have misheard?" "It can't be like that. I must have misheard." "Is this old man crazy?" "I heard it clearly." "You two are facing each other, falling into a silence. You look pale. If you're crazy, you should at least be crazy in a decent way. A rank S hunter wants to challenge a rank B hunter." "I understand. You might think I'm crazy." Hearing his thoughts being guessed, he chuckled at what he was thinking. He shyly turned his face away. "I watched you compete honorably against Master Dung last time. I was very surprised. To be honest, I thought you would lose." Mandong looked serious. That gaze reflected his respect for him. "Moreover, it seems like you haven't shown your full strength yet. With that attitude, it seems like you're very confident you can suppress those rank A hunters." Shin Hyuk was scared, biting his lip, not daring to say anything but just think. No matter how high it is, it's still just rank A. Anything above rank S is a completely different story. You know that very well. The image of a man being beaten painfully replayed in every word. In fact, there are only about 1,000 rank A hunters in Korea, so they're not to be underestimated. Master Dung has only just registered to compete for rank A, not as a real rank A hunter. The process of Shin Hyuk training to get stronger was also full of hardships. The sword has fought alongside him against many opponents to become stronger. Of course, now that I have been trained by my master, I am even stronger. Considering the difference in abilities between hunters and martial artists, I am confident I can handle rank A. Stronger-looking individuals also appeared, but just a small group. However, there are only exactly 10 rank S hunters in Korea. Expanding worldwide, there are less than 100 people. One girl among them possesses extraordinary power. Just fighting her red power will be overwhelming. Rank S mages are even considered strategic weapons, while hunters who use different abilities are also superhumans called legions. A man named Kim Man-jong also has considerable power. His physique is filled with bulging muscles and a source of strength radiating throughout his body. This person is the fighting god Kim Man-jong among the top of rank S hunters. If considering becoming a hunter, there will be an episode where Lee Ji-sung confidently challenges this old man with his strength. He has also defeated opponents, making people afraid to touch him. As a result, he was crushed, not just normally crushed, but utterly smashed. Shin Hyuk and Kim Man-dong also trained together to gain superior strength, but their methods are completely different. One person spends all day eating medicinal plants while another diligently trains. Of course, I'm different from the main character. I only practice internal energy techniques. I have directly learned martial arts from my master, and the master also said that I would be much better than someone who just eats medicinal herbs like rice. But an S-rank person, no matter how you think about it, cannot be defeated. While I was thinking, a voice called me back to reality. My gaze suddenly snapped, "Master Kang, I'm sorry I was so stunned that I didn't have time to finish speaking." Kim Man-dong extended his hand invitingly. "Just think about it. Wouldn't it be much better to fight me once than to fight a few A-rank small fries?" He continued to make persuasive remarks to satisfy his own demands. "After the training match, I will declare that Master Kang is indeed a person of real ability. Then there will be no more challenges. Can't we resolve everything at once? He was surprised by those benefits and exclaimed, "Really?" Nevertheless, Shin Hyuk's gaze still carried doubt, wondering whether to believe it or not. "That's right, of course. If you perform below standard, I won't cover for you. I don't require you to defeat me, but I just need you to successfully attack me once." Facing someone with strength far beyond his own and a terrifying aura, he truly had to think deeply. One hit is said to be one time, but the condition is just too unreasonable. Kim Man-dong's body could rebound even from the extreme light sword. He winked and crossed his arms to persuade him thoroughly. "Don't you want to? You're more cowardly than I thought, Master Kang. Then how about this if you succeed in the attack?" Hearing the next condition, he was taken aback, and his face showed a stark contrast to the hesitation earlier. "Then I will exempt you from the 3-week training course that the new teacher will participate in during this vacation." Exemption from training. The words hit Shin Hyuk's weak point, making him increasingly convinced. Not attractive. Although the training course is mainly for teachers to interact for him, someone from a non-hunter school those 3 weeks would be like sitting on a pile of thorns. Hearing the final condition, he felt drawn into those benefits that he couldn't escape. Of course, during the exemption period, you will still receive a salary. 3 weeks of paid leave. Shin Hyuk asked, with a bit of doubt. "The training course is organized by the Hunter Management Department. Can you really skip it?" "There is an elite teacher program. Only 2 people are selected each semester." Those sweet words formed something hard to resist. He craved it, wanting to have it right away. "If you become an elite teacher, you will enjoy the privilege of reduced hours." "So do you find it attractive?" "Attractive indeed. 3 weeks of vacation feels like heaven. It's truly too tempting." Kim Man-dong smiled triumphantly after satisfying his desire. "To allow many people to witness, we should avoid chaotic times. Next week is the presidential election day, so let's fight a month later." The calendar was hung on the wall with the days clearly marked as scheduled. This duel cannot be canceled exactly 1 month later, the day before the graduation ceremony. That's right, if on that day the teacher says no duel, it will be very awkward. His gaze was focused, but he was not afraid at all. The words of Nam-ni Kim Man-dong looked at him seriously like a promise worth 1,000 gold. Once the words are spoken, they must be kept. Then Shin Hyuk pulled the door and left this stuffy room. "It's time to start the lesson. I excuse myself to go out." After leaving the room, he immediately thought of a plan on how to win this unbalanced match. 1 month later, within a month, I must find a way to land a hit on Kim Man-dong. He imagined the earlier tempting words like a bone that Kim Man-dong offered him while he was a good little puppy yearning for that bone. The conditions that Kim Man-dong proposed sound very sweet at first. But that bone was not for him to eat, but was smashed over his head painfully. But just thinking a little bit, one can realize how reckless this challenge was. He imagined himself wielding a sword attacking Man-dong while he remained unscathed, maintaining his calm demeanor. If it were in the martial world, Kim Man-dong would at least be a super elite. This could be considered a diamond body of a warrior, so causing significant damage to him would be like plucking a star from the sky. Then he sighed helplessly because he had already agreed to that proposal. From one perspective, this was a malicious proposal. Still, there are times when one must stand up. The corridor filled with shadows of people gave rise to a woman with long, curly brown hair and a dress of the same color walking by. Although the goal is to live a comfortable, quiet life, I cannot lie down and sleep soundly while causing trouble for others. Suddenly, a notice board appeared before him. Zhang's side story is now open. The story of the Slayer Vice Principal Kang Shin Hyuk will be recorded. Shin Hyuk, full of energy, clenched his fists, determined. His face blossomed with a confident smile. The name Slayer Vice Principal Lu sounds truly... After all, it's okay. If this is an episode included in the side story, then it's not impossible. Transitioning to a snow-covered forest, Du Jiang appeared majestically with long white hair. The master will definitely know how to deal with this crazy kid. You kneel earnestly on the cold snow and plead, "Come on, master, don't do this. Just show me." He turned decisively and replied, "No matter how hard you try, what's not allowed is still not allowed." Du Jiang turned to ask you, "Is Shin Hyuk still pleading on the ground? What is that?" "The Polar Chaos Incident." The Polar Sword. That's right, it's said to be a skill equivalent to sword energy in martial arts. Although he refused, he still wanted to know what you were doing. To create even a scratch on the body of a diamond warrior, one must generate sword energy. You call that the killing sword or something, the polar sword? Yes, that's it. Du Jiang closed his eyes and waved his hand in refusal. You have to work really hard to reach that level. How can you defeat an indestructible diamond at the peak level? Given your current state, you might only be able to cut a few chest hairs from him. Shin Hyuk looked up at him intently. His eyes sparkled with hope. Even using the same move, you might only land one effective hit at best. That's impossible. He still tried to ask, "Master, what is the same move you mentioned?" He saw that stubbornness and turned to shout, "It's those dirty tricks you like. Mountain ginseng or some kind of herb. If you have about 3 100-year-old mountain ginseng roots, then maybe it could work. You might be able to use some kind of polar sword." The polar sword? Dujong then punched down on your head to dash your hopes. "That's right, this kid is sword energy." Rubbing his head to ease the pain, he continued, "Even if it's not as good as what the top-notch guy uses with a little effort, you might swing the sword once." The corner of the teenager's mouth over there slightly smiled, and then Shin Hyuk raised his eyes, still maintaining the earlier decision, and raised a finger to indicate his desire. "That's enough for me. One accurate hit, that's all I need." He happily turned and ran off excitedly, but didn't forget to turn back to say goodbye. "Thank you, Master. I'm going home now." "Where is this kid going?" Leaving Du Jiang looking worried ahead. "The Master said to have 3 mountain ginsengs, but those are really expensive." "So where's this fool going to get those?" Meanwhile, his figure gradually ran far away, heading towards the green circle ahead. "In the outside world, as long as you have money, you can do everything. Just in time next week is the presidential election." As he was about to step through the green teleportation gate, he turned back and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll go buy some mountain ginseng." She sighed, unable to hide her disappointment. Thinking of the senior who used to be close like a breeze that has quietly disappeared, she exclaimed, "What the hell?" With a mask on her face, she frowned and let out a heavy sigh. "Since the senior quit at Antlers, there hasn't been any contact with me." Her voice grew softer, as if she were talking to herself, but also as if scolding someone. "I heard he became famous on YouTube. But could it be that he has a girlfriend now?" A phone ring echoed in the quiet space, startling her as if she had just been pulled from her thoughts. She looked at the caller ID, which read Shin Hyuk, her gaze briefly flickering with an unpredictable glimmer. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." But right after that, her lips curled faintly. "Isn't that right? The senior said it would only be me." She picked up the phone, sat up, but her voice was colder than before, expressing a distant attitude. "Hello?" Shin Hyuk gently asked. "Seora, what are you doing?" Shin Hyuk called her name affectionately, but she responded with a nonchalant remark. "Nothing, I'm just reading at home. What's going on?" "No beating around the bush, just say what you need." That statement made her stiffen as if struck by a painful blow. "Can you lend me some money?" "Not much, just about 100,000. Upon hearing this, she decisively hung up, his voice still gently calling her name like a sinner seeking forgiveness. In the end, Seo Ra Choi Seo Ra. She turned on the screen and shut down the emergency reboot. With a firm and powerful motion, her indifferent gaze, she forcefully pressed the power-off button. Shin Hyuk sat pondering, associating the fish and the miraculous ginseng under the dim light. His mind whirled along with thoughts about the path of cultivation. Of course, I can't obtain elixirs like the 1,000-year flower inner alchemy, or the 1,000-year snow ginseng. But legendary elixirs kept swirling in my mind. But he knew his limitations, as he had repeatedly reminded himself through Li Ji-sung. Yet in this world, there are still mountain ginseng. His train of thought led him into a familiar classification. He listed many types such as natural mountain ginseng, cultivated mountain ginseng, and human-type mountain ginseng. He muttered, "Among them, the one that can be called an elixir is the natural mountain ginseng." Thinking about the auction with its unbelievable prices, the figures made most ordinary people sigh and scroll past. The main issue is the ridiculous price of this natural mountain ginseng. He felt helpless and overwhelmed by the skyrocketing prices. Even those under 100 years old could cost around 10,000 won. And if over 100 years old, there were cases that exceeded 100,000 won. A soft laugh escaped the corners of his mouth, recalling the tycoon who could only hold his head in despair after being beaten to a pulp by Man Dong. Li Ji-sung was from a wealthy family and even used it to make kimchi. He mocked, "And yet he eats ginseng like a meal and still gets defeated by Kim Mondong." He remembered Du Jiang saying while he was transmitting energy that it was because the guy only ate it without properly absorbing the essence of the ginseng. He realized that even though he only ate one root and had a martial arts master helping him absorb it, he was facing skyrocketing prices. The problem is money. With a total asset of 300,000 won, 3 mountain ginseng roots would bankrupt him. Amid his chaotic thoughts in a situation where he needed to increase his funds, what he remembered was a saying from the vice principal. The calm, decisive voice of Man Dong echoed clearly in his head. "To allow many people to witness, we should avoid chaotic times." He advised, "With the presidential election approaching, let's aim for a month later." His eyes widened as each word came back to him as if he had just heard it yesterday, presidential election. A moment of silence followed, and his lips curled up as if he had just discovered a gem among the ashes. With a sinister, smug glance, no matter what anyone said wasn't the purpose of the election about election stocks. Looking back at the journey so far, he suddenly realized he had blinded himself to the clearest opportunity. The difficulties caused by the practice teacher withdrawing from Antis and now becoming a YouTube star. That terrifying expression caught the attention of passers-by, making them wary. I hadn't thought about it because I was trying to resolve everything to live quietly. Sin Hyuk listed out each piece of information in his head like assembling a puzzle of relationships, each secret from the novel he already knew. The presidential strategy of Kim, head of the Smuggler Hunters Management Bureau, methods for apocalyptic trading. Entering the bank lobby, he still thought about how he had reasonably exploited the contents of the novel. He blamed himself for being negligent. But why did he push aside the stock issue, that foolishness? He approached the reception desk, and the girl on the other side smiled warmly. "Dear customer Kang Shin-hyuk, your loan has been approved. Congratulations." Shin-hyuk politely thanked her. "Yes, thank you." Kang Shin-hyuk recalled his past life. In the past, he was a third-rate freelance writer, and the bank's threshold for him was sky-high. The shadow of Min-chan, grinning with delight, always loomed behind him. He smiled smugly, but now he was Kang Shin-hyuk, a teacher at Hunter School, someone who could borrow a lot of money. He foresaw the future continuing to predict further as the marvelous Kang Shin-hyuk, knowing that Kim Jun-seok would declare a truth that would happen in the future. Kim In-ha's actor would lose the presidential election, and opponent Kim Cheol-hwan would be elected. Leaving the bank, he walked confidently, smiling smugly, now receiving the entire loan amount. He calmly laid out a new plan, stocks the Kim Cheol-hwan theme. Here we go. A few days later, following the stock plunge on a calm afternoon, the teacher's dormitory buzzed like it signaled something unusual was coming. The delivery person was panting heavily from carrying such heavy items. When the door opened, the delivery person continued to gasp for breath but managed to calmly announce, "Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk, right? I'm here to deliver 42 pizzas." The delivery person shared the good news. "As a thank you, all the drinks are free." Sin Hyuk spoke up, his tone as calm as if this happened every day. "Yes, I am Kang Shin-hyuk. We will bring the pizzas inside." The students gathered around, wide-eyed and astonished, asking, "Teacher, what is this?" Kang Shin-hyuk shrugged, radiating a dazzling aura, and answered nonchalantly, "What is it?" "It's pizza, of course. Everyone take one." The estimated asset statistics of Kang Shin-hyuk on YouTube is 1486531.25 $. A festive atmosphere spreads throughout the dormitory with students screaming in joy while the adults are stunned by the numbers. A student shouted excitedly, declaring, "Mom, when I grow up, I will become Kang Shin-hyuk," the gentle smile of a Shin-hyuk. Another student seriously warned, "Don't call the teacher's name so casually." One stuttered, "You're the savior he is. He is a deity." A powerful voice rang out, "The stocks have yielded a 500% return." However, behind the lively pizza party is a fierce political game, and Shin-hyuk is the only one who placed a winning bet. He seriously analyzed initially Kim Jun-seok, the actor of Kim In-ha, the enemy of Chelia, was in a strong position. But Kim Jun-seok, he was surprised by the sudden turnaround right before the election. A corruption scandal has erupted, causing the support rate of opponent Kim Cheol-hwan to soar. He smiled with satisfaction, but also did not forget to warn the next generation. So borrowing wholeheartedly, using every loan and information in the novel, succeeded. He advised, "Don't follow suit." Seeing the students devouring pizza, he gently reminded, "These kids are eating too much, they're going to choke to death. I'll buy digestive medicine for them." The students were munching with their mouths full when the brown-haired one stopped chewing, curious, and asked, "Is something good happening?" Teacher Shin-hyuk looked at the students still crazily munching on pizza and replied nonchalantly, "It's just that the teacher has just made a little profit from stocks." Suddenly a thought struck him and he exclaimed, "There's one more piece of news." He announced calmly, and upon hearing it, the students who were focused on eating paused. Everyone was surprised to the point of spitting food out. "Teacher, on the day before the graduation ceremony, you will duel with the vice principal." Sin Hyuk helplessly watched the students all choke pizza falling everywhere. No one could believe what they just heard. One student shouted loudly, clutching their stomach in distress, "Oh no, someone give me digestive medicine!" Another student yelled, "You're a damn deity!" The short-haired one, after taking a sip of Coke, started choking. The little one, serious, questioned, "Are you serious, teacher?" "You will duel with that muscular guy, Kim." Sin Hyuk immediately corrected, "Hey, this kid shouldn't casually call the vice principal's name." Sin Hyuk turned his back in the middle of the room, exuding an aura as cold as a sword. Of course it won't be a fair match. I will duel with the vice principal by yielding. His voice remained calm, but each word hit the listeners like nails. As long as I land a hit right away, he will consider it my victory. The brown-haired student gaped pale-faced, worriedly asked again, "A hit right away. Will an attack from a teacher like you have any effect on the vice principal?" Another student clenched their fists. Tears streaming down, exclaimed, "No way you'll get killed." Sin Hyuk sighed, trying to force a reassuring smile for the students. "Anyway, just eat a lot." His voice turned serious as he said, "Bad news here. This might be the last pizza I buy for you. Your mind discussed the general election has ended. Vice Principal Kim Mon-dong will soon announce the news about the training match with me to the outside. You closed your eyes as if about to make an irreversible strike. The reason I took the initiative to tell the kids the rumors is to drive a nail in." Shin Hyuk opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and suffocating. "One blow to expose, one blow to win." You bowed your head, your voice lowered as if swearing, "So that the vice principal cannot say otherwise. Therefore I must make the awareness of the immediate strike very clear. You thought of the constantly fluctuating financial indicators successfully investing in stocks. The existence of the super spirit has been confirmed. Now it's just a matter of cultivation." A smile briefly appeared on your tough face. "All good directions are heading towards me." You tilted your head slightly implicitly challenging, "Just wait, Kim Mon-dong." In the forest filled with snow and ice, you asked Du-jong, "All right, master, are you fully prepared?" You stood straight looking at the cargo report like a soldier. "Yes, master. 3 boxes of ginger noodles, 5 boxes of One Love, 2 boxes of chocolate, and 4 boxes of coca." You handed over another piece of paper, your face beaming. "In addition, I also bought all the popular instant foods sold in the supermarket." Du-jiang laughed, patting your shoulder. "Very good. Your sincerity has touched me." His serious gaze asked you, "Have those things been fully prepared, too?" You nodded firmly, smiling confidently. "Reporting the spoils, of course. The master said that medicinal herbs must also have a fate to be found." You opened the box. Inside were 3 large ginseng roots exuding a strong fragrance. The golden aura radiated, covering the white of the snow. 3 mountain ginseng roots over 100 years old. I have prepared them. Sin Hyuk glanced, his mind automatically calculating. Mountain ginseng remaining assets, 1,186, 531.25 gold, minus 300,000 gold. Du-jiang exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect to actually earn it." Young. He recalled the taste from before his eyes, slightly squinting. "In the past, I also ate 300-year-old ginseng." He assessed the firmness. "This seems a bit inferior, but both roots are certainly over 100 years old." You bowed your head, your gaze drifting elsewhere, quietly saying, "Previously, the master said not to rely on medicinal herbs or tricks." He turned abruptly. "What are you saying?" You were startled, quickly laughing it off. "Sir, yes. The master confirming it's genuine is a relief." He crossed his arms, commanding, "Stop the nonsense and hurry up to eat and then practice." Sin Hyuk bowed his head, his voice full of determination. "Thank you, master." Inside the box, neatly placed in a snow-covered forest, was a layer of moss or fresh green herbs arranged neatly in the biting, snowy wind. His hands gently pressed against your body. Streams of mysterious blue light immediately spread like a spring, the spiritual power surging, penetrating into every energy channel. Feeling the suffocating atmosphere, the heat from the medicinal herbs rose strongly. The young man frowned and exclaimed, "It's too hot." A warm, dense, and pure stream of green energy surrounded you, causing beads of sweat to form on your forehead. "My whole life I've only eaten ginseng and ginseng chicken soup." You are shocked and think to yourself that you only now realize why a piece of ginseng costs 100,000 gold. The amount of energy is truly overwhelming. He calmly transmits energy, trying to regulate his breathing. "Don't resist the flow of energy that I'm sending to you. Just accept it." The voice resonates like a serious piece of advice. "Since you've practiced with the mind technique, it shouldn't be hard for you." The green flame engulfing you makes you frown, trying to endure, still not fully believing in it. Not hard, really. Shin Hyuk thinks he is falling into a dark space filled with water, his face full of surprise and confusion. Holding the water bucket and pouring it down, you analyze, if the amount of internal energy increases when circulating energy before taking the elixir is just a few drops of water, then this feels like constantly scooping water with a ladle. You close your eyes, feeling as if you are sinking into the water, and when the cycles repeat, you no longer feel like you're scooping water. On the contrary, you imagine it as if you are soaking in a huge river. Back to reality, he remains serious, focused on transmitting mana, tilting his head to look at his disciple. His voice gentle yet sharp. "Disciple, I have something I want to ask you." You brace yourself, but still politely respond, "Yes, master, what is it?" Du Jiang hesitates, his sharp gaze fixed directly on your back, probing, "The ginseng you brought is indeed genuine and effective. It must be very valuable, right?" He bluntly asks, "I wonder how you managed to accumulate such a huge fortune to be able to buy it." You innocently nod in response. "That's right, I've earned a significant amount." His tone becomes more serious. "Then forget about the sword fighting. Just abandon the teaching profession and it will be done, won't it?" He curiously asks, "Tell me the reason why you are enduring hardship to become stronger." The surge of green energy becomes increasingly overwhelming, making you tense, but still answer sincerely, "Recently, I have responsibilities to shoulder." Your gaze begins to droop, recalling the incident with the car that carries many emotions you share. "I have to rescue a junior who is mingling with bad people." You continue, "And I need to restore the reputation of a student entangled in unpleasant rumors because of me." He looks at the figure in front of him, covered in green energy. You sincerely express, "If I give everything up as you say, then my body would be more at ease." You sigh. "Not wanting to give up, but like this, I can't stretch my legs and live comfortably." Du Jiang listens to your expression with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth curling up, his voice full of pride. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you." Shin Hyuk looks at his master curiously. "Yes, what do you mean by that?" He closes his eyes, shakes his head with a gentle smile. "You don't need to know." Du Jiang, with his eyes glowing red and sinister, his face darkens, his voice deep and resonant like thunder in the midnight. "But the effectiveness of the ginseng is much better than I thought." You look up with a confused expression, beads of sweat forming at your temples, your eyes wide open. Your body is still benefiting from a strange flow of energy from the old man. He slightly tilts his head, his eyes flashing as if deciding something unexpected. "If it were normal, we would end here. But since the medicinal effect is still there, I will give you a gift." He warned softly, "From now on, it might hurt a little, but try to endure it." The boy was taken aback, his face confused. Turned back, his lips trembled in uncertainty, his voice bursting out full of anxiety and worry. "What? Endure it." A gust of energy suddenly swirled around him, and before he could understand what was happening, his whole body was swept into a terrible, invisible force. His eyes widened, pupils constricting, mouth gasping in panic. "What?" Du Jiang, with a determined gaze and a serious expression, poured all his strength to transmit mana to Shin Hyuk. His body was hurled forward in a blinding flash of green. The intense energy surged like it wanted to tear apart space, causing him immense pain. Shin Hyuk could only helplessly scream in excruciating fear, his expression distorted by the speed of movement and the overwhelming emotions rising within him. He screamed in pain in the void, showing utter helplessness. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck straight down from the sky. It tore through the space with blinding blue light. The entire forest around was blown away by the terrible pressure. The roar resounded as that person's body was engulfed in the wave of energy. While enduring, Shin Hyuk could not hide his frustration and confusion. Gritting his teeth, he silently cursed this crazy old man, wondering if he had said something wrong. "Master, what on earth is going on?" Du Jiang's voice rang out sternly, suppressing all resistance as if the pain was nothing compared to what was about to come. "I told you to endure, stop screaming and focus." The pain surged in waves, making his head feel like it was going to explode. All words echoed in his thoughts. "What the hell is going on? I really want to give up, but it hurts too much to say anything." He imagined it barbarically, as if all his wisdom teeth were being pulled out without anesthetic. Remembering the serious expression when the two met, Shin Hyuk suddenly felt something strange happening inside him. The master's chi entered his body, heading towards a different acupoint, not the original one. He vaguely realized that there seemed to be a wall inside him, and the master was trying to break through it. Shin Hyuk was astonished and shocked to witness Du Jiang swing a hammer down on a metal forge with tremendous force. The giant hammer came down as if wanting to crush the very fabric of space. He couldn't understand what the master was doing. Why was he digging into acupoints not found in the mind method? A dense wave of energy, flashes of electricity, lit up fiercely like thunder enveloping Du Jiang's hand as he transmitted internal energy to Shin Hyuk. Shin Hyuk gritted his teeth, trying to hold on, wondering how long he had been enduring. The master's chi kept pouring in a terrifying sensation, like it was tearing apart his soul. Suddenly surged as if some creature was being cleaved right in his chest. It feels like something is being torn apart, along with a loud crack. Du Jiang suddenly exclaimed as if he had just overcome a barrier that he wasn't sure he could succeed in. How can a young boy's body have so many habits like this? Finally, he broke through. You have endured well. After the training session, he swayed out of breath, his whole body exhausted. He only had a little strength left to whisper, not knowing what it was, but surely he wouldn't do it a second time. His face pale. Master, is it over? Du Jiang's face was thoughtful. He said nothing. His eyes were cold, the corners of his lips curled up in a calculating expression. Du Jiang immediately transmitted mana, surprising him. Before he could react, he shouted loudly, "Not here, it seemed to be over there." A sharp pain caused Shin Hyuk to lose consciousness for a long time. A faint fragrance wafted past his nose. The scent made him sit up, looking annoyed for being tortured. That person reacted with a sulky tone, "I will sue you." Du Jiang calmly slurped the hot noodles, his expression unfazed as he spoke. "It really is delicious." "Indeed, sesame noodles are the best," he invited him to enjoy as a way to make amends. "It seems you have regained your strength. Would you like to have a bite?" Shin Hyuk was furious, wide-eyed, clenched his fist, and shouted in disbelief, "Master, what did you do to my body?" His voice cried out, full of grievance mixed with fear. "Without any explanation, you suddenly told me to endure. Did I do something wrong?" Shin Hyuk exclaimed loudly. "Collapse." Du Jiang glared as if he couldn't believe someone who had just been helped would dare to ask such a disrespectful question. "What collapsed?" "Oh my god, I'm furious with this kid. I've worked hard to help you, and how dare you say or do anything?" Du Jiang was still angry. He raised his fist and aimed a blow straight at his disciple's shameless face. "I know you have no manners, but there is truly nothing you wouldn't dare to say." Quick on his feet, he dodged the blow, a smug smile on his face as he teased. "Did I dodge it?" At this moment, he looked bewildered as if he had just been awakened, unable to believe the reflex that had just occurred. "I dodged it, me." Shin Hyuk looked astonished, shaking his head lightly and pointing to the spot just now. Du Jiang's voice rang out proudly. "Look at this, I dodged it. It seems I didn't waste my effort." He was still stunned, doubting his luck in dodging that last attack. "Master, what is this? Master, can you do it again, please?" Seeing Shin Hyuk display insecurity, Du Jiang frowned his face, showing anger, annoyance, and irritation. Du Jiang suddenly got playful, continuously throwing reflex tests, kicking repeatedly at the person in front. "This kid just got a little potion and thinks he can stand on equal footing with me. This one, and this one too. Step aside, disciple." On the other side, he could only helplessly, awkwardly cover his head. "Not like that, my child. I'm sorry, the noodle box has been completely devoured." Being beaten relentlessly, he could only hold his head and scream in despair. "Master, please explain to me, what have you done?" Du Jiang sighed, his tone calm, yet filled with pride, as if he had just completed a major surgery with inner strength. "I told you that the potency of ginseng is still quite significant, right? If we let it waste away, that would be a pity." He continued. "So I added a little of my own inner strength to open up the Ren and Du meridians, just for you." His eyes suddenly widened. A concept he had once read in a martial arts novel surprisingly became reality before his eyes. The Ren and Du meridians, he vaguely remembered having read about them in martial arts novels. He explained, "That is the flow of energy that runs straight through the center of the body." He murmured, as if synthesizing knowledge, connecting the pieces from theory to the practice he just experienced. When operating the Great Cycle of Heaven, the meridians used are a complex flow called the 12 main meridians. He felt proud that now he could circulate instantly through both the Ren meridian and the Du meridian. The memory of the recent fight made him realize that lightning-fast punch now had an explanation. Shin Hyuk scratched his head awkwardly while looking at Du Jiang's back, realizing why the master's strike felt so fast. "Now I understand the feeling of something being opened up earlier." A thought flashed in his mind. "Wait, in most martial arts novels, if you open this, you'll become very powerful." He immediately turned to ask, his eyes sparkling, "So now I also became an extraordinary master, right?" Du Jiang gently turned his head. His gaze icy, exclaimed, "Explode!" Then he shouted with a panicked tone, "What explode? What is exploding?" Du Jiang pointed directly at the other person with a bored expression, as if he had just heard the dumbest thing of the day. "Your conscience. A kid who just escaped the first-rate level already wants to be extraordinary. First-rate extraordinary, super extraordinary." He angrily scolded, "Why skip the extraordinary in the middle and jump 2 levels from first-rate?" Despite being scolded, he still nonchalantly dodged the blows from Du Jiang, feeling full of confidence after this historic bodily transformation. After all, it was hard like that. Not letting him finish his sentence, Du Jiang irritably interrupted. Dodging both final blows, you still got hit by me, leaving a lump on your head. He remained calm, and Du Jiang immediately retorted, This kid, you're the one who is struggling, not you. He angrily scolded, Eating a little 100-year-old ginseng and you want to level up already. He pouted, stood up, raised both hands to express his grievance, and shouted back, using the master's previous compliment. The master said it's good for efficacy. He remained calm, but felt frustrated inside, frowning, turning away, and slowly explaining, Only a good person can reluctantly open up the 2 channels of Namdok. To advance 2 levels, you need at least 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, or the heart of a true dragon. He felt his face flush with anger, biting his lip. As in his mind, the boundary between this world and a martial arts novel started to blur, forcing his rationality to pull back. Am I really thinking this world is a martial arts novel? Where can we find those things? He reassured. Reaching the pinnacle is already quite an achievement, so don't feel too regretful. A teenager nearby lowered his voice, turned to his master with a sincere look. I hope to gain more strength. At this moment, Master, can I use the steel sword now? He calmly explained, That depends on you. You said that if you just land 1 strike right on the deputy's chest, you win, right? Shin Hyuk imagined an open box filled with herbs and vibrant green grass. I went to find ginseng because of that, even though it was a bit beyond my ability, but just 1 time is enough, Master. But looking back at the situation, Du Jiang suddenly felt doubtful. Thinking back, just 1 strike doesn't seem that impressive, a kid considered the only martial artist in the world. Shin Hyuk's eyes shone with determination. He bluntly retorted, Don't say that, Master. You don't know how strong an S-class hunter can be. Du Jiang shook his head with a faint smile, turning away. His gaze seemed distant, as if he were talking about those who played with toys rather than real hunters. What if they are super exceptional? When I was roaming the martial world, there were plenty of those who were super exceptional. He nodded. Yes, that must be it. The master voiced his dissatisfaction. Does this kid not believe me? Back then, those with considerable strength and the elders of the major sects were mostly at the super exceptional level. He lowered his head and sighed. That level is not common at all. Always saying one must know their place. With a confident expression, he clearly declared, Even if I lose, I just need to land 1 hit. He urged, Let's start practicing quickly. After hearing this, the master scoffed with a hint of sarcasm. My disciple, you act like this, that's why you don't achieve anything. His tone grew heavier. At this moment, he was no longer teaching, but seemingly questioning his disciple's character. This made him startle and fall into contemplation. Don't you feel anything when practicing with the premise that you will lose? The master's voice struck straight into the heart of an ordinary super-exceptional person who claimed that just landing 1 hit would mean admitting defeat. He smirked in disdain. If it were me, I would be furious and wouldn't be satisfied with just 1 hit. He looked down at the ground, feeling empty inside. Every word from the master seemed to reflect the emotions he was trying to hide. I don't require you to win against me. Just attack successfully once. He furrowed his brow in thought. Thinking back, it really is frustrating. Shin Hyuk clenched his fists. The master's words were not saying he lacked self-respect or the spirit of competition. Recalling Du Jiang's serious expression, the suggestion that just landing 1 successful attack would be acknowledged was made by the deputy. Before Shin Hyuk, he took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and denied, This is not about winning or losing. I have recognized my limits. It's the standard set by the vice principal. He held his head high, his eyes shining with determination. His trembling hand clenched in anger. Master, I was wrong. His tone was resolute, boldly declaring, The vice principal said that as long as I land a single strike, it would be acknowledged, but I must hit him at least 5 times. Du Jiang smirked mockingly, as if he had just heard the funniest story, just 5 strikes. Only 50 points, kid? He raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled, repeating the master's words as if he couldn't believe his ears. No, master. What do you mean by 50 points? Du Jiang suddenly coughed violently. His voice was commanding, Follow me. I will help you, the one who has reached the pinnacle, to achieve 100 points. He immediately stood up, looking at Du Jiang's imposing figure walking away. That person nearly yelled in regret for not knowing this sooner. 100 points. No, if that's the case, you should have told me earlier. Du Jiang stopped, a smirk forming on his lips. His voice became unusually serious. It's not my martial arts, so I was very cautious about bringing it up. At that moment, he tilted his head in confusion. Isn't it the master's martial arts? What do you mean by that? Du Jiang's back became distant, looking in one direction. His voice deepened, as if recounting a long-gone golden age. In the past, when I wandered the martial world, I met many people, but only 2 could be called friends. He coldly announced that what he intended to teach you now was a technique that one of them used. Hearing the word friend, he felt a warmth in his heart. In his imagination, the master had always been a solitary figure. The peak martial arts of friends. Do friends share martial arts with each other? Du Jiang shook his head lightly, scolding, "Don't talk nonsense. Unless you are a disciple, you must never pass it on to others." Remembering the scene of him confronting an opponent, everyone had a fierce aura. He added, "It's just that I have fought with him many times, so naturally I understood his secret." He shuddered slightly upon hearing the master explain the rules that existed in the martial world. Stealing someone else's martial arts is a grave crime. But now besides you, there is no one else using these martial arts, so what does it matter? A story that made him more curious than ever. The scene of a powerful person with an overwhelming aura decisively launching an attack at him made him doubt. So that friend was as strong as the master. Du Jiang confidently smirked a smile that was half proud, half nostalgic. Not as good as me, but still quite a decent fighter. Back then, a person at the pinnacle level confused me with this technique. Sin Hyuk felt his blood boil, so impatient that he nearly shouted, "Hurry and teach me, master!" Du Jiang nodded slightly, his voice filled with both expectation and a desire for revenge. "Use this to crush the arrogance of that vice principal." A week later, a quiet atmosphere enveloped the small cafe in the street where everything seemed unchanged. A voice rang out from inside the cafe, filled with curiosity and a hint of gentle reproach. "When you turned off your phone, you didn't say anything, so why are you reaching out today?" Sail Ra held a glass of water with an excited expression, smiling brightly to soothe Shin Hyuk's anger. "At that time, I didn't know that the senior would win big thanks to the stocks." She further explained that today's meeting was about the medication from before. He slightly furrowed his brow and questioned, "The uncle you mentioned is Genesis, the one you saw in Incheon, right?" Sail Ra's voice became more serious as she quickly replied, "Yes, we have also received information about drugs being sold in China." She continued to share more information that surprised him. "It seems they are also trying to sell in Japan, and got caught." Recalling a few crates filled with drugs, she shared, "Even though it's not our doing, I still have to share as much information as possible with the senior. By the way, senior..." Sail Ra's voice lowered as if hesitating over a sensitive topic, but then she asked directly, "Is it true that the senior will be training with the vice principal?" She held up her phone screen for Shin Hyuk to see, causing him to stare in astonishment. "This news is spreading among the teachers too. The effectiveness of Bai really is impressive," she quickly clarified. Her voice was slightly hurried, clearly not wanting to be misunderstood. "That's not it. An announcement has been posted on the education information system." Looking at the information on the phone, the other person's eyes widened. A sound escaped his mouth, filled with both confusion and despair. "What?" The content of the announcement revealed each word like a bullet point, leaving Shin Hyuk with no way to back down. The announcement concerned the selection of outstanding teachers for the first semester. He recalled the man Dong who was drafting the content for outstanding practical teachers selected by the vice principal. The results would be decided after training with the vice principal. Advantages would be awarded based on rank. The registration for training would go directly to the vice principal's office. The last sentence of the announcement rang out like a death knell for those who had already registered. The registration time and training execution are from today until 1 day before the graduation ceremony. CO. Jia saw that Shin Hyuk had no clue about this and remarked in surprise, "Who else is coming here?" Hearing her mention that familiar name caused Cho to be so shocked, he spat out the water he was drinking. "The worst kid in middle school is Lee Ji-sung." Seo Jia was completely stunned by the situation. She was soaked from head to toe. Shin Hyuk still couldn't collect himself after the shocking news. He thought in confusion, Lee Ji-sung is the main character suddenly caught in a situation like this, leaving Seo Ra extremely annoyed. She nearly shouted, "Senior, did Lee Ji-sung do anything to you?" What a strange reaction. Shin Hyuk now realizes the situation. His face pale, he stammered, "No, I just choked." To lighten the mood, he quickly shifted to another topic. "Did the minister have such an incident? How did it go?" Seora didn't press further, but mentioning this made her very grumpy. How could it be like that? That guy's dad is the director of Hoa Sin Electronics, and his grandfather is the chairman of the Hoa Sin Group. Just thinking about the carefree image of Di Seong made her feel utterly disgusted. Sail-Ra continued irritably unsure if it was because of the behind-the-scenes actions that the harmed student was also affected. So it's just me being treated like an idiot. The attitude towards studying is terrible. Honestly, if it were a normal personality, I'd want to deal with Kwok already. Contrary to her furious attitude, he felt a bit scared, quietly calculating the milestones that had turned him into the current delinquent student at Hunter School. Before the main character entered the body in the novel, it was when Lee Ji-sung was truly a delinquent student. After a moment of reflection, he understood why Sail-Ra hated him so much. In the original Choi, Sail-Ra also really hated the main character. Turns out it was for that reason. Seeing her so angry, Shin-hyuk gently advised her to calm down. He's still young, so over time he should get better. But hearing this, she became even more irritated and raised her voice in rebuttal. Senior people don't change. Although he wanted to oppose that, he didn't want to reveal too much, so he just thought to himself. People change, of course. They can change completely. Although the term will enter Lee Ji-sung's body 2 years later, he will be a selfish and tyrannical person. It has successfully repaired the reputation that the past Lee Ji-sung had caused. Shin-hyuk made a strong effort to change her perception of him. The future is unpredictable, so just treat him well. Who knows, Sail-Ra exploded with even more sulkiness. Don't say I don't like him. Later, if that guy goes to high school and gets placed in the senior class, you will understand my feelings. Realizing his words couldn't sway her, Shin-hyuk reluctantly gave up. Really, there's nothing more to say. I'm just a completely harmless supporting character. But speaking of Lee Ji-sung, the main character, I truly feel like I have entered the novel. Why does it seem like she really hates Dae-seong? Even after eating, she still wouldn't stop complaining about him. Hurry up and let the break come so I don't have to see that guy's face. By the way, Senior, the break is coming soon. Do you have any plans yet? Seeing her finally change the subject, he happily shared that there was a training course for new teachers, although he wasn't very clear about it. Hearing Shin-hyuk mention that course, Sail-Ra asked worriedly, "Is that training seminar okay for you, Senior? If I go, it will only be people from Hunter School." There, you know that, too. Reflecting quietly, if everything goes smoothly, maybe he won't have to go, but it's still uncertain. Seeing that Shin-hyuk intends not to participate, Seo raises a question. How come the rookie training seminar is mandatory? He calmly responds, I heard that if you become an outstanding teacher, you'll be exempt from it. The vice principal suggested that. Hearing what he just said, she immediately fell silent. It seems that she realizes something. Suddenly, Sail stands up. She raises her voice and shouts, Is this really the purpose of the training match, you crazy old man? Shin-hyuk hurriedly waves his hands to calm her down. It's not just because of that. Sail's face turns pale with worry. For your upcoming battle, she scolds him for this foolishness of Shin-hyuk. That's Kim Man-dong, known to be the strongest among the top 10. Can a mediocre person like you really cause any damage? Seeing her harsh words, he heartbreakingly says, Why is this girl talking so harshly? Shin-hyuk looks at Seo confused about her overreaction. Putting your life on the line for a break like this, is that really so easy? So you're talking about fighting even before it starts. Your previous words surprised her greatly. She fell silent, unable to believe her ears. Suddenly, Seo steps closer to Shin-hyuk's face. Her eyes scan him thoroughly. This makes him blush and stammer. What's wrong? She asks, suspiciously. Asking him, it seems the senior has changed a bit. If it were before, he wouldn't accept such an offer. Seo moves closer and closer. She seriously examines the odd behavior, while Shin-hyuk just feels embarrassed and thinks to himself, It's too close now. After a moment of guessing, Seo suddenly asks, Can a person really change? Shin-hyuk, feeling exposed, remains silent, only fearing inwardly, I'm sorry, I'm also possessed. No matter how you twist a chicken's neck, dawn will still come. Time flies quickly. Just yesterday was the day before the final graduation ceremony, and now this day has come. The hall is surrounded by continuous cheers. Everyone is looking forward to this day. The pair of twin sisters has also arrived. Everyone is excitedly anticipating the match. Sao-gia is also here to cheer for Shin-hyuk. However, the whispers of the crowd cannot be avoided. Having beaten teacher Dung before, he now looks down on everyone else. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Someone who has never graduated from Hunter School is clearly of low caliber. They continuously threw disdainful remarks at Shin-hoo, unaware of their own limitations while still vying for the title of outstanding teacher. People say that with an advantage, one should never be complacent. Jin-soo, listening from behind, felt extremely frustrated for his teacher. Come on, what kind of person is the vice principal anyway? Even with one hand tied behind their back, they would still win. Regardless of what is said, facing the vice principal as an opponent will not end well. Poor thing. But he did nothing but curse silently in his head while continuously cheering for his teacher. I heard everything. Even though those people didn't intentionally say it to him, his keen senses caught every word. Shin-hyuk felt it was enough and spoke up, telling him to leave. Hey, all right, Jin-soo, you should go up too. hearing his teacher say that Jin-soo pleaded to stay. I just want to stand closer to watch, right? Please, teacher. Shin-hyuk said nothing more, just quietly observed the crowd that was loudly announcing the information that the vice principal had posted only on the administrative system that only teachers could access. It's normal for students not to know the time and place. It must be that some of the practical teachers dislike him and intentionally leaked the information. He felt disheartened by how the teachers at this school treated him. Anyway, they wanted him to be embarrassed in front of many people, especially in front of the students. Noticing that people around were discussing him too much, Shin-hyuk turned to ask a student, Jin-soo, do I really have such a bad reputation now? Jin-soo immediately turned to gossip and let him know. Don't say that anymore, the other teachers are really bad-mouthing you. They say you're acting ridiculous to become an outstanding teacher. He continued to comfort Shin-hyuk. Of course we know you're not that kind of person. Teacher Jin-soo enthusiastically stood up for him, and he could only smile in response. This kid, that's enough. But not everyone could hate Shin-hyuk. Suddenly, a group of people stood up holding banners and cheering for him. Kang Shin-hyuk, go for it. Let's go drinking today. Milk color Kang Shin-hyuk. Their cheers moved Shin-hyuk deeply. Though small, he was very grateful. Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk, go for it. Even if it's little, having supporters is great. Suddenly, someone shouted, catching his attention. There's the vice principal. Finally, Shin-hyuk's opponent had appeared. The entire auditorium instantly erupted, yelling and cheering for him. Kim Man-dong, the strongest hunter. Kim Man-dong, full of excitement, spread his arms to embrace their welcome. Seeing this scene made Shin-hyuk feel a twinge of jealousy. He made a grand entrance indeed. That subtle attitude of enjoying it really made me furious. Not wanting to keep the audience waiting any longer, he immediately started warming up and put on his fighting gloves. He spoke up. I didn't expect so many people to show up. Have you prepared well? Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk asked. The system also displayed a notification. Vice Principal of Hunter High School S-Class Hunter Kim Man-dong. Seeing that he was pretending not to know, Shin-hyuk felt frustrated and cursed under his breath. Not knowing is just not knowing, right? This old man has been advertising everywhere. But on the surface, he still responded politely. I have tried my best, Man-dong replied, reminding him with a tone of disdain. If you don't want to be embarrassed, you must give it your all from the beginning. I will give you the first attack, so when we start, please go ahead. He said nothing, secretly rejoicing that his calculations were correct. Wonderful indeed, he has given the first attack. It is a common rule for high-ranking hunters to give the first attack. But because it wasn't clearly stipulated, I was worried like that, and all preparations for delivering a decisive blow were complete. Seeing that they were ready, the referee approached to announce the rules. I will now announce the rules once again, and we will start right away. The entire auditorium immediately fell silent, listening to the referee announce the rules. With the application of advantage, Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk only needs to land one successful effective attack on the vice principal to win. After saying that, he turned to ask Man-dong for his opinion. Excuse me, Vice Principal, do you agree to this condition? He replied in a deep voice. Of course. Then the referee turned to ask Shin-hyuk, do you agree as well, Teacher Kang? He nodded in agreement, adding a reminder to the referee. Yes, but please step outside when the match starts. It could be a bit dangerous. After hearing this, he felt uncomfortable. What could he refuse? Teacher Kang A-class Ma Dong-chen interrupted. I agree to Shin-hyuk's conditions. I will follow Teacher Kang's orders. The referee, after hearing this, did not object. I understand there's nothing more to discuss. At this point, he loudly announced, then let the training match for selecting outstanding teachers of the first semester begin. Both sides bowed. The referee loudly ordered to take positions. Finally done, he raised his hand high, ready to declare. So as soon as the arm came down, accompanied by the whistle, the referee loudly opened the match. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Everyone was focused on every move they made. Shin-hyuk tightened his grip on his sword. Suddenly, memories flooded back of the day his master handed him this sword. Disciple, take this. Master, what is this? He smiled brightly and explained, one of the two things I mentioned is the pure sword. The blade is quite sharp. If you are learning sword techniques, the weapon must be worthy as well. This made Shin-hyuk even more determined. His eyes stared intently at his opponent, slowly drawing the sword out. He kept reminding himself, the opportunity only comes once. That is the first attack. When Kim Man-dong allowed the first attack, the moment the blade was drawn from its sheath, his whole body immediately ignited with a mysterious blue flame. The fire not only radiated intense heat, but also carried an imposing presence. The entire audience witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel excited. The two twin sisters also exclaimed in surprise, that's the extreme light sword. Isn't Teacher Kang just a B-class? Whispers continued. Only A-class hunters can use the extreme light sword. Shin Hyuk said nothing, silently thinking. Indeed, the students are amazed by the extreme light sword's aura. Teachers can't show much. Ma Dong was also a bit surprised, but quickly regained composure. He spoke up. Are you asking about the extreme light sword? That's not everything, right? And Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk confidently replied, Of course. The vice principal said nothing further. Shin Hyuk immediately lowered his stance, preparing for the attack. The aura of sharp energy emanating from him was so heavy that the surrounding air became suffocating. The flames on the sword quickly spread all over his body, making the opponent feel a chill down their spine. Ma Dong looked in astonishment at the terrifying power he was radiating. Others now no longer dared to underestimate him. In alarm, they exclaimed, Look, isn't that the extreme light sword? What extreme light sword? That's a skill only S-class hunters can use. It probably only looks similar. The audience seemed unable to take their eyes off Shin Hyuk's performance table. Wherever he swung the sword, the flames followed, creating a cut that was both powerful and beautiful. It was breathtaking, strange. It looks exactly like the extreme light sword I saw on YouTube. He ignored the murmurs, his eyes fixed on Mondong. In his mind, he recalled his teacher's words, The master said it is a useless item. Not usable in real combat yet, but the vice principal's complacency finally gave me an opportunity. Shin Hyuk did not act immediately as usual. He stood there concentrating all his power into the sword. Executing the first attack that was allowed to probe it was only a gentle attack. Not like he was pouring all his strength into it to prepare for the attack. In this way, witnessing his terrifying strength made Mandong a bit worried. He quietly speculated that Shin Hyuk's plan was the extreme light sword. But the preparation time seemed quite long, indicating this might not be a mastered skill yet. Seeing him just standing there without attacking Mandong reminded, Teacher Kang, it seems you can attack now. Despite his urging, Shin Hyuk remained unmoved, continuing to diligently execute his plan. Sorry for keeping you waiting, but Vice Principal, this isn't over yet. Shin Hyuk raised his sword high, and the furious blue flames instantly erupted violently, engulfing the blade in brilliant light. Waves of heat spread out, illuminating the entire arena. He was determined to successfully execute this technique to secure victory for himself, the supreme martial arts taught by his master. I was very surprised when I heard its name, Celestial Demon Sword Technique. Its power was so terrifying, blowing everything around away. Even Jin Su was terrified by this skill. Damn, I can see the energy is fully charged. Shin Hyuk prepared to launch his attack. He sternly informed Mandong, I'm attacking now. Vice Principal Liu was overwhelmed by a terrifying gust of wind that surged in with such intensity that it seemed to want to sweep everything away. The strength of the wind was so great that he had to immediately brace himself to avoid being blown away. Shin Hyuk thought to himself while swinging the sword to deliver a decisive blow. With just one blade, it became a whirlwind, violently sweeping everything in its path. With a moment's hesitation, the furious blue flames charged straight towards the vice principal, carrying a relentless, destructive power as can be inferred from the name of the technique. Indeed, one of his master's two closest friends, and also the original owner of this martial art, was the legendary Celestial Demon. Going back to the past, the first time Shin Hyuk was revealed a secret by his master. This was so shocking that he exclaimed, What? He trailed behind Dujong, still unable to believe what he had heard. Is it true that you have a friend who is the Celestial Demon? He calmly replied, So there is also the old Celestial Demon, but how do you know him? Shin Hyuk was still so shocked that he didn't know what else to say. He looked at him with an admiring gaze. You have a close friend who is the Celestial Demon. The simple reason he was so surprised was that just by reading a few martial arts novels, anyone would know that the Celestial Demon is a master of the demon sect, also known as the Celestial Demon Divine Sect, a huge force on par with the righteous sects. Dividing the martial world even when my own story was being introduced, the Celestial Demon was already a very hot topic. With a gloomy appearance, unparalleled martial skills, a character incredibly captivating with all the elements that made readers enchanted. Recently, the Celestial Demon even crossed into the fantasy world to hunt dragons, or was reborn in the present as a mafia boss, or opened a bakery after being reborn, for example. Even if you haven't read the stories, you've probably heard that name. After a while recounting the legend he had heard to his master, Shin Hyuk mumbled, I don't remember clearly, but I think I did see it a long time ago when I was looking for some old stories to hear you tell. Dujong couldn't help but laugh and replied, Well, he is quite famous in the martial world, but he has never beaten me. However, Shin Hyuk still had some doubts about his words. He thought to himself, it's a dragon we're talking about, so I guess it's really strong, but his best friend is the heavenly demon. But still curious, he asked, Master, you said you have two best friends, right? So who is the other one? Dujang then paused briefly, describing a person with the surname Zhang named Ba Fong or something. The master rambled on about Tai Chi, was a heavy drinker, looked like a Taoist priest, liked to talk nonsense, and had founded some sect. He called it Mo Dang or Wu Dang or something like that, do you know? After hearing his description, Shin Hyuk was left speechless, unable to find the words. In his mind, it was a mess. He couldn't believe Dujiang's circle of friends was so terrifying. What Zhang Bafong, a top master in the martial arts world known as the founding master of the Wudong sect, returned to face the battle ahead. Shin Hyuk was channeling energy into his sword, and it was absorbing quite well, continuously channeling new energy into the sword blade that had already formed. This was a powerful and overwhelming martial art. From the cracks created by the accumulation, countless shards of energy burst forth like shooting stars. The Celestial Star Demon. Subduing with that technique with just one swing of the sword, countless brilliant green flames erupted like frenzied beasts. Gao shouted, charging straight at the deputy principal with devastating force. The pressure was so immense that those outside could only stand in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Not only that, but the sturdy protective cage also began to crack. Each crack spread like a spider's web. The teachers tasked with protection were extremely tense, sweating profusely as they exerted all their strength to maintain the final barrier from shattering. Ms. Du, there's only one layer of the barrier left. Please focus. Yes, Ms. Du is doing her best to withstand Shin Hyuk's terrifying power. She gritted her teeth, thinking, oh my god, 3 layers of barriers were prepared to deal with the proctor, and 2 of them have already shattered. Why isn't Mr. Dung Hyuk weak? Have I really underestimated someone like him all this time? Even the referee who doubted his words must be terrified now. He thought to himself, if I had stayed in the arena at that time, I would have surely died. Now, he, like everyone else, had to look at Shin Hyuk with a different gaze. The referee thought, Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, I don't know how you've done it, but anyone looking at this can see that the strength ranking is completely wrong. Finally, the technique came to a stop. The thick dust gradually began to clear. Shin Hyuk gripped the sword tightly in his hand, completely exhausted. Struggling to take in each breath, panting, he hoped that this technique would bring him victory, as this was Shin Hyuk's only chance. All the energy he could channel into his sword was completely used up. This move can't be used a second time. You stand there waiting for the thick cloud of dust to dissipate. I couldn't help but marvel inside, but just as the master said, the destructive force in that moment is indeed at its peak. With this move, those high-level monsters should all fall down. However, completely contrary to Shin Hyuk's expectations, behind that fog man, Dong still stood firm, not budging even a little. He chuckled with delight and said, so, what do you think, Master Kang? The massive, sturdy figure of Man Dong became increasingly visible. With that destructive force, it's still not enough to defeat a person. That was considered a hit to him, right, Shin Hyuk? Helpless, you thought to yourself, of course, except for that monster. Although unable to take down Man Dong immediately, that fierce attack was enough to leave him battered. Now there was not a single unscathed spot on him, his tattered white shirt blood seeping from the wounds continuously. Currently, Vice Principal Kim Man-dong found himself in a very difficult situation. The agreement between him and Master Kang Shin Hyuk was that a single hit would suffice. Observing the honorable duel with Master Kang Shin Hyuk from afar, I had already realized he was not an ordinary B-level hunter. Though I recognized Shin Hyuk was extraordinary, Man-dong still couldn't believe he could be this strong. He glanced at the blood on his hands, worriedly thinking, but my blood is flowing out. It's been years since this happened. I never expected to take such a strong blow. He suddenly complimented you, Master Kang, far beyond what I thought. I can't imagine there could be such an attacking method with a sword. But hearing these words, Shin Hyuk wasn't very pleased. He merely scoffed. Just as the master predicted, this is a fighting method that shouldn't appear. In a world without martial arts, it's praised like that. But Man Dong still did not acknowledge this as a victory. He then made a suggestion, and as promised, the troublesome debt was resolved. Now let's see if you can fight me. Shin Hyuk, suspicious, immediately spoke up. Vice Principal, are you really going to let it go this easily? You continued to press him to acknowledge your victory. Look at your current state, Master. Are you really going to argue that wasn't an effective attack? Seeing Shin Hyuk call him out, Man Dong struggled to find a reason to refute. Stammering, he said, well, that's not... To give him a chance to continue, you interjected, continuously providing arguments. What about the fact that you yourself agreed to the judgment conditions earlier? Seeing him counter made Shin Hyuk very pleased. You thought to yourself, serves him right. I'm just a gambler who put everything on the right to strike first. I didn't even intend to continue fighting. Yet looking at Man Dong's battered body, I secretly calculated, even if just one blow is thrown. But on the Vice Principal's shirt there were holes up to 5, not 10, which isn't an exaggeration. He said to his master that he hit 10 times. So the target has been met. He still hasn't given up his desire to fight Shin Hyuk. I did say that, but I haven't done anything, and it ends like this. Not letting Mandong continue, he immediately interrupted. Did I beg you to let me take the first hit? It was you who voluntarily conceded first right. Not wanting to prolong this any further, Shin Hyuk decided to end it right there. If there's nothing more to say, then I'll call the referee right away. Seeing no way out, Mandong used the students as a reason to keep him there. Aren't you worried about so many students waiting out there? Don't you feel regret? The entire auditorium was filled with cheers. Shin Hyuk, our teacher, is the best. Swordsmanship is the future, you know. Watching Mandong use the students as an excuse, he silently cursed. Exploiting students' admiration is really shameless. No matter how much they cheer, I remain resolute in not wanting to fight him, but I don't regret it to this extent. Then surely no one will dare to send a challenge letter anymore. The goal has been achieved, so let's just end it. The vice principal's attack has been proven. I won this match before Shin Hyuk declared it. Mandong suddenly understood something. He smiled mysteriously. Finally found a loophole to get you to participate. That's right, the attack has been proven. If there is no proven attack, then the match isn't over, right? Shin Hyuk was confused, not understanding what he meant. What do you mean? Mandong suddenly felt a surge of intense power. He calmly replied, I admit you're strong, but I also have my social status. That surge of power exploded more fiercely than ever. The remaining pieces of clothing from the previous attack were blown away. Seeing that his opponent remained stubborn and unyielding, Mandong decided for himself. The challenge letter issue is resolved. Now let's just enjoy a little. Shin Hyuk still didn't understand how things escalated to this point. Wait, is it stopping? The stands erupted once again as fans witnessed Mandong in action, making them extremely excited. Super Resurrection is Super Resurrection. I didn't expect to see such a cheating skill in a duel, thanks to my resurrection technique. Now his body has no scratches at all. Mandong proudly said, I told you, that's a proven attack. Now look, I'm still standing here without any harm. The audience couldn't stop discussing Mandong's skill. Some curses began to emerge. I am Mandong. Isn't this the audacity of an S-rank? Shin Hyuk doesn't know why he is so determined. He only understands that it seems like the vice principal is more intent on ruining his own image. Before things could get worse, he spoke up to advise, the reactions of everyone are not good either. You really intend to go through with this vice principal? Carrying vegetables regardless of what others say. He is determined to start this battle. Of course, I am starting to become interested in the vice principal's strength too. So let's continue the match. This time, Shin Hyuk has also fallen into a difficult position. He pondered, it's really ridiculous. In this situation, if he continues to refuse, he will be looked down upon by the challengers. However, his current state is not very favorable. His legs are starting to shake. His hands have no strength left. Now that he has opened the Ren and Du meridians and reached the pinnacle, his body is slowly recovering a bit. But the move he just did, don't even think about using it again. Even an aura sword strike can only be used once. However, with no other choice, Shin Hyuk firmly grips the sword's tail, ready to fight to the end for his honor. Even so, this is the right path, isn't it, Master? The student receives 110 points. This can't be overlooked. Seeing that he finally agrees to participate in Mandong, he wastes no time and prepares to attack. Then I will come here. The overwhelming killing intent emanating from him makes Shin Hyuk feel cold down his spine, worried for his fate. Mandong lightly lifts his foot, looking like a normal movement. But as soon as he stomps down hard, the entire arena shakes violently. In the blink of an eye, it shatters into pieces, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Witnessing Mandong's true power, he turns pale. Regretting his decision, what he really collapsed the arena. However, all of this was just a trick to deceive Shin Hyuk. Taking advantage of the thick smoke, Mandong quietly disappears like a ghost. He immediately becomes alert and looks around. Where is the vice principal? But Shin Hyuk is unaware that he is standing right behind him. Shin Hyuk senses the killing intent and turns around in shock. But it is already too late. Mandong does not miss the opportunity and immediately strikes a fatal blow to his head. Shin Hyuk has no time to react, only able to scream. Damn it, Mandong's eyes shine with cold, killing intent. There is no hesitation or mercy. Shin Hyuk is hit hard. His head crashes down onto the steel-hard arena floor. The violent impact shakes his entire body. Blood oozes from his mouth, staining the floor red. At this moment, Shin Hyuk's face turns pale, panic-stricken as he stumbles back a few steps. His throat is tight, unable to make a sound. He thinks to himself he really collapsed the arena. You hold the sword, your eyes scanning around. Behind him, Mandong slumped down, his eyes glowing red. In a panic, he thought, where is the vice principal? Suddenly, a loud noise made him turn around, his eyes filled with alertness. His hair was blowing wildly in the wind. Damn it! A panicked voice rang out. Mandong seemed to go insane, his face full of bulging veins. He clenched his teeth tightly, using all his strength to punch the opponent. He looked up, his red eyes filled with killing intent, as if wanting to devour the people there. Shin Hyuk was knocked back, blood spewing from his mouth, his whole body stiff, unable to resist. His eyes slowly closed. The scene shifted to another place, and that young man slowly opened his eyes. In front of him, a strange scene appeared. Before him was a pink ceiling, the scene full of warmth. The unfamiliar ceiling, dim light filtering through heavy eyelids. A violent dizziness hit him, making his head spin as if he had just gone through a nightmare. His breath was rapid, his chest rising and falling with each beat. Is this the infirmary? He slowly opened his eyes wide, lying on the bed, gradually rubbing his head. His eyes looked far away, thinking he might meet King Yama again. I must have really fainted. He propped his hand on his face, his eyes closed, his face darkening, lying still on the bed. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk opened his eyes wide. In those eyes seemed to contain 1,000 stars, shining brightly, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, truly happy. He recalled the moment when that man rushed over in anger. His face darkened, his eyes filled with killing intent. The opponent's body rushed forward quickly. The moment the principal rushed in from the corner, shattering the entire arena. He was hit hard. His eyes widened, innocence clearly showing, as if he had been electrocuted. His face was punched to the side, gradually becoming distorted. I had thought of the mad dog strategy of my master. To cut flesh for bones, sever the bones. I didn't use the sword to block that old man's terrifying punch, but used my left hand to shield my face filled with panic. Tears streamed from the corners of my eyes. Even though I had channeled internal energy, my bones still shattered along with the intense pain. I tried to endure this pain and swung the sword to slash the vice principal's left arm. It felt like scraping metal instead of flesh. But just before being pushed to the ground by the punch, I clearly saw a small but distinct cut on the vice principal's shoulder, even though it was a very small cut, less than an inch. He lay on the bed, clutching his stomach and laughing a distorted smile, his eyes curving up. Surely he won't stubbornly say that it's a wound that has no effect, right? I will definitely go there to demand a training exemption. From behind the curtain, a woman slowly emerged, catching his attention. Teacher Kang, are you awake now? In front of you is the medical supervisor, Kim Si-an-hwa. She turned her face to look at the person lying there with a bit of joy, her eyes crinkling and her cheeks flushed with delight. The teacher has been unconscious for about 4 hours. Luckily, he has woken up. Hearing that, he thought to himself, so the medical teacher is here, but it seems that this character does not appear in the guidelines. He slowly leaned against the bed and sat up, looking confused and a bit guilty as he thanked her for not being able to go home because of him. He slowly sat up, raised his hand towards the table. His hand couldn't move as he intended, feeling weak with a slightly confused expression looking at his hand. At this moment, Si-an-hwa pushed him back down. I smiled and said with the other hand she waved it away and explained that the bone was completely shattered. Even though it has been treated with magic, it will take about 2 more hours for the feeling to return. So you should just rest a bit longer, teacher. Hearing that, he looked at her in confusion. This is the type of recovery he had read about in books. He thought it was omnipotent, but it turned out to have such inconveniences. She raised a finger cheerfully and said that the vice principal specifically asked me to look after Teacher Kang until he woke up. Anyway, I'm in the dormitory, so don't worry, teacher. He forced a smile, trying to squint his eyes, and said that old man is not the vice principal. I'm fine now, you can go back to the dormitory. She slowly approached the edge of the bed, her voice slightly gloomy as she said she didn't want to hear it. He looked a bit confused, wide-eyed at the person in front of him, involuntarily asking, huh? She leaned against the bed rail, her expression serious. Actually, my dad also told me to go home when it was curfew, but I deliberately waited here. Suddenly she smiled joyfully at him, her eyes sparkling. I have a bit of interest in Teacher Kang. Hearing that, he was dumbfounded, his eyes drifting. His eyes widened with a lot of question marks appearing above his head. At this moment, he gradually calmed down and softly asked me, Teacher, what did you just say? The person looked at him in confusion, slightly tilting her head and asking back, interested. He waved his hand slightly, sweating, no. Earlier you said my dad heard it wrong, right? It was just a slip of the tongue. You should just pretend you didn't hear anything, teacher. No one at school knows about that. Hearing that, his face turned pale, his mouth agape, as if he had no regrets left. His eyes were pale and his face was contorted. I'm sorry for calling you an old man. She leaned down, looking calm, and said, Before today's match, I was a bit interested, but you really are a cool teacher. I never expected Teacher Kang could fight against my dad like that. Hearing that, he closed his eyes and calmly replied, because I was unconscious, the vice principal must have won. She beside him slowly answered, yes, that's the verdict. She looked very pleased, slightly furrowing her brows, her eyes shining brightly at him. Her cheeks flushed, saying so, but I don't think Teacher Kang lost. The attack that the teacher demonstrated at the beginning was truly amazing, and I'm sure many people think the same as I do. Seeing her like that, he helplessly thought she was a simpler person than he imagined, very different from her father. Xiaomihua slowly walked over holding a bag full of letters. And teacher, look, these are the things that the students left while teacher Kang was recovering. He picked up the letter, staring at it with a confused expression. He unconsciously asked again a letter. He slowly read the letters. Teacher, even though we lost you, fought very well. Teacher Kang, when you recover, let's go out for drinks. He was just reading the letter, his face full of happiness, and he couldn't help but smile. This one must be from Elcel. This one is from the doctor, teacher. You're so handsome, teacher Kang Shin-hyuk. I believed in you. The boy looked at the letter with a slightly serious face, saying that Jin-Su's attitude in the second semester would be no grades. Suddenly, a letter caught his attention, and he widened his eyes looking at it. Shinha slowly reached out his hand, taking the letter from a pile of other letters. The letter simply had 4 words, "Thank you, teacher," which was enough to make him smile. This is enough. Hua stood in front, smiling and clapping. How about it? Teacher, you don't feel completely defeated anymore, do you? He lay on the bed, looking proud. That's right, after all, I hope they will exempt me from the training course. She looked at him confused and asked, exempt from training? He lay there slowly answering. Actually, I accepted it because I heard that if you become an outstanding teacher with the rank of colonel, you will be exempted from the new teacher training course. Hearing his answer, she looked pleased and chuckled softly. You have some quirky sides, don't you? Why don't you try it once and see? Although it's called training, it's quite interesting. He stretched out his hand and looked down, his eyes full of thoughts. Because I come from a hunter training school, I think if I go, it won't be anything good. Even my first assignment was for a similar reason, that I had to fight for honor. Hearing this, she patted herself on the chest. Not all the practical teachers in this school hate Teacher Kang. Even though I was just in the infirmary, I was very curious about Teacher Kang. Look forward to the next semester. No fool would turn their back on a talented person like Teacher Kang just because he comes from a hunter training school. Hearing this, he felt a bit shy and scratched his head. She even provides me with psychological treatment. From now on, let's be close. I will give you my phone number. Yes, for the sake of our friendship, I will transfer the fee every month. Although I was a little hesitant because she's the vice principal's daughter, I have a good friend in this vast school. The school is predominantly dark blue. It is shiny and spacious. In front of the school is a large soccer field. Behind is a large mountain with big lush green trees. Thanks to the restorative magic of the fantasy world, I regained my memory after a day and could safely attend the graduation ceremony the next day. Teacher Mandong, with a serious expression, stood in front of the podium. The outstanding teacher of the first semester is Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk from the martial arts class. Fortunately, the old man kept his promise, and I earned the title of outstanding teacher. Some teachers felt it was unfair. One person raised their hand and said, Vice Principal, I don't understand why Teacher Kang didn't even win, but became the outstanding teacher. Of course, a few teachers protested, but upon hearing this, the vice principal calmly replied, Teacher Choi, do you want to compete now? Hearing that question, the teacher had no more objections. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I understand now. He dismissed it by saying that only Teacher Kang had registered to compete, so there was no other way to say it. I suddenly remembered a strange change that happened when Shin was walking through the hallway. A voice caught his attention. Teacher Kang, congratulations! 3 teachers approached to greet him. They smiled, looking at the person over there waving hello. Seeing this, Shin happily looked at them and replied, Thank you. A few practical subject teachers started a conversation with him. Of course, it was just a light morning greeting. He stood in front of them, a bit shy, scratching his head. It's a pity that there was no opportunity to greet the teacher this semester. Next semester, I hope to receive your help. I thought to myself how wonderful it would be. I didn't expect such an immediate change in the classroom. The speaker for the graduation ceremony made the students uncomfortable, scratching their heads and pulling their ears. So students, in the end, I just want to say one more thing during the summer vacation. When I entered the classroom, the principal's speech continued and the graduation ceremony ended like that. The twin siblings, On Seok and El Su, looked up at him asking in unison, Teacher, we will gather friends to go to the beach during the vacation. Will you join us? Min Hee's uncle has a vacation home in G. Come along, teacher. He reached out calmly, refusing, I'm busy. Seok, you all just go have fun, he thought to himself. It's vacation time, and I still have to see your faces. I have my own life, too. Lai Jin-su beside him pouted, his voice soft and whiny, saying, Teacher, please go with us. Seeing this, the boy next to him covered his mouth to stop himself from gagging and said, Lai Jin-su is disgusting, don't do that. Seeing his students like this, he clapped his hands loudly and said, No, the teacher is busy during the vacation. The graduation ceremony is over. Go home. Dismissed. The students below said in unison, Have a great vacation, teacher. The sweet summer vacation after the battle with the vice principal. The phone rang continuously. A message was received. On the phone screen is a message from Ms. Kim Si-an-hwa. Teacher Kang, I have gathered enough members. Tapping to reply, he picked up the phone, smiling to himself, thinking, all right, let's make a big, exciting move together. I've decided to start a side job investing in stocks related to the election, scraping together every last penny. It has been quite successful. However, the reason I'm still considering taking on extra work during this dreadful holiday is that my account situation is like a bottomless pit. At this moment, he felt like a frog thrown into boiling water, panicking. Damn it. The amount of debt repayment for the investment is much larger than I thought. The money for the master reinvestment's interest on loans, taxes, debt, repayments, and other expenses, most of the remaining amount has been reinvested into Lee Ji's company. The taxi service has left me with almost no money. Holding the phone, he felt incredibly tired inside. For long-term investment purposes, it is indeed wise to operate without debt. But right now, I need to work hard to increase capital for the next investment. According to Ms. Kim Si-an-hwa, Teacher Kang, I have gathered enough members. Yes, which day is good for you, but how can we increase the money? Through the teleportation gate. Last night after the match with Kim Man-dong, while I was lying in the medical room, I overheard the summer schedule of the other teachers through Ms. Kim Si-an-hwa. At that time, Si-an-hwa had mentioned that most of the practical teachers would likely take on extra work using that teleportation gate. The salary of practical teachers isn't small, but the income from the teleportation gate is incomparable. Teacher Kang is also a hunter, so I'm sure he knows well. The teenager could only give an awkward smile, replying, actually, I don't know much about that. I come from a non-specialized hunting school, so I am almost just a porter. The girl beside him was genuinely surprised to hear this. Oh my, why treat such a strong person like a porter? If it were our group, we would have been scrambling to invite you over. Sin Hyuk smiled with satisfaction, slowly replying, just that compliment alone is enough for me to be grateful. However, the surrounding space quickly fell into silence. He thought of a scenario that he completely did not want to happen. Teacher. Could it be that the girl on the other end is smiling with great excitement? That's right, both to warm up friendships and to explore the teleportation gate. What do you think, teacher? The teenager could only awkwardly reply, by the way, what kind of income are we talking about? The other party felt extremely happy hearing those words. Teleportation gate, let's go. He looked down from above at the classroom scene below, feeling a bit reluctant inside. The bet with Kim Man-dong can be considered as a win for me. If I can make a big amount from the teleportation gate and stock up on snacks, my master will surely like it. It must be said that experiencing the teleportation gate I once read about in novels is truly thrilling. I wonder what the remaining members of the group will be like. These things are important for the combination, and considering Kim's profession, there should be a reliable front line. Because in the group having a tank, the one who takes the hits to buy time for the mage is essential. By the way, having a bald guy with a free-spirited personality would be great. However, what you least expect is that the person who appears at this moment is actually a beautiful girl. Hello everyone, I am Hong Jisoo. I look forward to your assistance. Shin Hyuk smiled shyly and greeted everyone. Bald guy here, nice to meet you. Si-an-hwa next to him with an excited smile started to introduce. Jisoo is my longtime friend and also my father's #1 disciple. They are a reliable team that has collaborated with me for a long time. Hearing these remarks, Jiko felt a bit awkward and asked back. Si-an-hwa isn't the fact that the vice principal is your father a secret. Just responding to her, it was the excited smile of the other person. It's fine, this is teacher Kang Shin-hyuk. Recently, he has performed excellently in the match against my father. Now, Jisoo, looking suspicious, unable to believe it, asked back. Did he really succeed in attacking the master? Let's walk and talk in more detail. Teacher Kang, where did you put your things? I'll help you load them onto the vehicle. He smiled happily, pointing to the sword in his hand, and replied, I don't have any personal luggage. Just, this is enough. The other person seemed a bit surprised upon hearing this. Then, looking puzzled, he glanced at his close friend beside him. Is he really okay? No armor and just carrying a sword. She just didn't expect that the person beside her kept the excited smile all along. It's okay, it's fine, but isn't that a bit too much anyway? The conversation over there really made the young man feel a bit embarrassed. I heard everything. I really didn't expect it. I thought a muscular and rough man would appear. Instead, a monster much rougher appeared. Currently a hunter, later becoming a wrestling teacher at high school. An A-rank hunter, Jiko, is a disciple of Kim Man-dong. She is a capable person who defeated Lizzie the bug car during the semester. In the last scene, she lost to Lizzie the bug car and fell for him. It really left a deep impression. Their car quickly moved along the long road. Then I will explain today's schedule. Our destination is the teleportation gate for 4 people of Class C and the teleportation gate for 4 people of Class D. That means these 2 places. Jiko spoke gently in front of us. Teacher Kang and Si Anhua are both Class B. I'm Class A, so I can enter the teleportation gate for 4 people of Class B. But to ensure safety during the vacation, we will not use the teleportation gate from Class C and above. You heard those words and carefully thought about them. From the highest Class S to the lowest Class D, the teleportation gates are divided into a total of 5 levels. According to what I've researched, just a 1-class difference can lead to a huge difference in profit. Sitting behind, I couldn't help but speak up. Ms. Jisoo thought we would head straight to the Class B teleportation gate today, right? Absolutely not the 4-person gate. It's not just 4 people for no reason. The girl looked back with a disdainful expression and continued to speak. Moreover, with your equipment, that can't be allowed. We will go through the Class C or Class D gate. The Class B gate can wait until we have a 3-person gate. You had no choice but to sigh. It's probably hard to achieve the expected profit. Si Anhua in front of me also smiled happily. It's a pity. With Teacher Kang's abilities, it should have been fine. It's better to listen to Jisoo here. That girl couldn't believe that her master had accepted someone like that. That Kang Shin-hyuk is really arrogant. The master must have gone easy on him in that fight. Class B without any equipment and still asking for profit. People like this often have accidents at the teleportation gates to learn about safety. So I should teach him a lesson. Therefore, she sitting in front decided to speak up to inquire. Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk seems to think profit is very important to him. So how about this? What she said next was actually a bit hard to hear. Among the teleportation gates we will use, the teacher will personally complete the 4-person Class D teleportation gate. If the teacher completes it alone, he will have exclusive profits. And when his abilities are proven, I will consider going through the Class B teleportation gate. What do you think, teacher? You just completely didn't care about what was said. I smiled broadly and replied, really. If you do that, I would be very grateful. She heard that answer and truly had no words left, not hesitating for a second. Although Class D is 2 levels lower than Class B, it doesn't mean it's just a random 4-person dungeon. Let's see how hard the teacher works and feel the wall. They quickly arrived at the gate and presented all the necessary documents. This is A-rank hunter Hong Jiko. Here is my ID card confirming the identity of the other party. Hearing this, I nodded in response, please come in when you're ready. An accompanying B-rank hunter will go in first and we will follow. Shin-hyuk looked straight ahead, carrying that speculation in his heart. It's the D-rank teleportation gate, but I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I don't know why I feel like there will be a legendary swordsman eating instant noodles when I step in there. The girl beside me carefully reminded the time limit is 1 hour. If we don't complete it within that time, Si Anhua and I will go in. Sin Hyuk happily nodded and replied, yes, I'm very confident, so just leave it to me. He was also carefully calculating each step around. All right, this is a perfect opportunity for someone like me who has no experience fighting monsters. This Hong Jisoo is easier to talk to. I've read a lot in novels and Jisoo there completely can't understand what's happening. What's with that cheerful little smile? Definitely a rookie. Xiaomi. Anhua beside me carrying some worry asked, Teacher Kang, even though it's D rank, the difficulty of a 4-person dungeon is quite high. Are you all right by yourself? But he cheerfully replied, I'm fine. Then see you in an hour. The first teleportation gate that Lizzie the Bee had crossed over from an ordinary student during the internship. Lizzie the Bee also practiced superb swordsmanship like me and easily passed through the D-rank teleportation gate. Even the martial arts that I started training for the honorable duel with Teacher Dong had reached a peak level without me realizing it. I thought I was just training to protect myself, but I don't know why it feels like I'm drifting further away from a peaceful life. But from a certain perspective, as Kang Shin-hyuk, the swordsmanship instructor of the academy, I'm gradually adapting to this world. I quickly stepped into the area inside that gate. I was truly a bit astonished at the sight before me. I heard that inside the teleportation gate there could be boiling lava or places that look like deserts. The scenery is breathtaking. It turns out this is the most common type of mountain. Taking slow steps straight ahead, it seemed I was checking the terrain around. The blue border around the teleportation gate is called the safe area, isn't it? That means from here down, it wouldn't be surprising to be attacked anywhere. After that, I sat down on the ground below, carefully pondering. Since it's mountainous terrain, monsters using complex magic or undead creatures that have died, but continue to exist unnaturally, probably won't appear. In novels, such terrains often feature many animal and mineral-type monsters. My whole body quickly emanated a strong aura. Find the closest creatures first and see what happens. This power is strong enough to spread everywhere around. If it's hard to locate the enemy, feel around in all directions. The eyes slowly close, carrying a sense of contemplation within. Those with five senses can locate you. But if it's not about posting a notice or checking in, there's no better method to find someone. The power from within the body radiates throughout the dungeon under the cliff in the forest. At 11 o'clock, there are signs of about 3 creatures, after clearly identifying the target. You once again grasp the sword in your hand and stand up. When with the master, I was mostly chased away, but today I am the one looking for them, so it feels unusually exciting. A joyful smile blooms on my lips. Let's rush straight down, let's go. The teenager with his own strength easily moves in this mountainous terrain. The teleport gate for 4 D-rank people and the monsters over there seem to have noticed someone approaching. They appear bloodthirsty, growling a few sounds that I experience for the first time upon entering the ruined hunter world, taking steps forward seemingly very strong. Once again looking up at the sky in front, carefully assessing the size of an adult. Moving fast, I am not afraid at all when in the midst of their stronghold. Good at climbing trees and making very unpleasant sounds, it's a giant gorilla, right? The first hunt has begun. On the other side, the giant gorilla roars a few very terrifying sounds. You look up high, unable to suppress a sigh. Compared to monsters at other teleport gates, they are weaker, but the drop rate of mana stones is significantly low compared to the number of individuals, so hunters don't favor them much. In novels, their products sell for quite a high price, but considering the effort to catch those agile creatures, it's not worth much. One from above suddenly rushes down at breakneck speed. You see that scene without any fear, and instead, you are very happy to analyze the situation. Of course, that hard work only applies to regular hunters. You move quickly forward, delivering a powerful slash that completely knocks down the opponent. Red blood spills everywhere. The teenager looks at his sharp sword, a faint smile on his lips, seemingly very satisfied. Each one is worth 300 gun in mana stones. How much is all this worth? The face gradually becomes more frantic than ever. Summer vacation. What a joy. Wonderful. The monsters nearby seem to realize that something is not quite right with the current situation. Even while yelling, I have to pause for a moment. The giant gorilla has quite a high intelligence. If they assess that their opponent cannot win, they will climb a tree and run away immediately. The thick skin could be used as armor material, and combined with their speed, chasing them is not easy at all. Ordinary D-rank hunters would surely face quite a bit of difficulty with this combination. But today, at the teleport gate, it truly is like a hellish scene has opened up with 4 D-rank hunters. You look at them and throw powerful slashes without hesitation. Their skin is expensive, and if you only cut off the meat, it would surely fetch a high price. I don't know the price, but monopolizing a teleport gate like this is quite profitable. Looking straight ahead, I couldn't help but sigh and think that directly slashing a monster feels a bit horrifying. It's much more disgusting than what I read in the novels. Fortunately, I had watched the audiovisual materials beforehand at the academy. Just when their blood suddenly fell into my mouth, it seemed like a strong catalyst had occurred. The young man couldn't help but stand there and vomit. He seemed to feel a deep loathing for the monsters in front of him. Finally, he realized that something was off about the current situation. As they turned their heads back, they saw the figure of a man wielding a sharp sword charging straight towards them. The sounds of screams echoed continuously in his ears. Shin Hyuk ran straight towards them with all his might, unable to suppress the fear he felt more than ever. He quickly turned around looking for a way to escape. While running, he couldn't help but start to vomit everywhere. The smell of blood is indeed really foul. It will probably take some time to get used to it. The smell is worse than expected and the sight is not pretty at all. I need to quickly adapt to be able to go to the next teleport gate. After that, I ended up vomiting numerous times in a rather embarrassing manner. Wait there, Hongjisu, I will be right back. Meanwhile, outside the gate, it seemed they also realized that something was off about the current situation. One of the 2 men turned back with a suspicious look and then reminded the person next to him, "Sergeant Gill, doesn't the teleport gate look a bit strange?" What's strange? Clearly, before we went to lunch, it was blue, but now it looks almost purple, doesn't it? Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? A purple color means it's an A-rank teleport gate. The person on the other side saw that scene and swore a few times in his heart. Damn it! Then, filled with anger, he quickly asked about their conversation. Why are you just now mentioning that it looks like this? Since when? I just saw it too. A hunter just went in. What should we do? Okay, first report to the squad leader. What about the hunters who have already gone inside? Aren't we supposed to check the safe area? The opponent is carefully checking their phone, and upon seeing this scene, can't help but curse a few times inwardly. How did that kid get in there? If the safe area is canceled, it'll be an unjust death. With no other options, I can only open my phone and contact someone with higher authority. We're not hunters either. This is the best option. If this is truly an A-level teleportation gate, then at least 4 hunters of the same level must come. The person next to him was shocked and shouted a few times, "What the hell are you talking about?" This commotion quickly affected the 2 girls outside. Both quickly fell into a state of panic. We have to find Teacher Kang immediately. Calm down, Kim Si-an. First report to the Hunter Management Office. Xiaomi Manhwa, looking very anxious, spoke up. Even though this is a rare case, the teleportation gate suddenly turned into an A-level. Even Teacher Kang can't handle an A-level teleportation gate alone. Jisoo, you know too, how could that happen? However, the girl next to her quickly spoke up to reassure her friend. First, let's calm down. Dad also knows the main reason for the teleportation gate's changes. Sometimes the level of the teleportation gate changes. First, there are cases where monsters in the teleportation gate continuously eat each other and evolve. In this case, except for special circumstances, the difficulty won't increase suddenly. And second, cases of evolution by eating hunters who have entered the teleportation gate. In this case, they are influenced by the characteristics of the eaten hunters, and a unique individual is created that has never occurred before. At this moment, Jisoo was carefully considering all possible scenarios that could happen right now, and mainly in the second case, the difficulty would increase significantly. Although she didn't want to admit it, Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk must have... Hwa stood there tightly gripping her staff seriously, saying, "Don't look at me like that. It must be because the monsters are eating each other and evolving." But the girl in front of her responded impatiently, "Teacher Kang has been gone for over an hour. I'm just thinking realistically." She seemed to fall into her own worries. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let him go in alone. Talking about safety while being so indifferent to this emergency situation herself. Then, seemingly having no other choice, she continued, "If we must go see Hua, you should wait in the superhero's safe area. I'll go find Teacher Kang because I'm faster." Hua really couldn't believe what she heard. Jisoo, the girl in front, could only helplessly sigh. If it were the master, he would probably do this. If he remains stubborn inside, I will make him faint and carry him out. Promise me that if things get too bad, you'll turn back right away. However, the guard behind her, noticing her demeanor, spoke up to remind her, "You hunters have seen the condition of the teleportation gate already." "Are you really going in?" Jisoo calmly said as she put on her protective gear. "We need to confirm at least his survival. Please allow us to enter. They truly have no other options. Anyway, going in now is too dangerous." However, the man with the missing star quickly spoke up to stop them. "Let them go." He looked directly at the proud girl over there and slowly said, "That person is Hong Jiseo, the disciple of Kim Man-dong. She will be able to do something." The worst-case scenario is that Teacher Kang may have encountered a monster. The A-rank teleportation gate's monster requires at least 4 A-rank hunters to take it down. It could be a giant venomous spider, or a giant snake, or an ancient OG. If we're really unfortunate, the AG known as the Nightmare of the Deep Forest might appear. Hwa felt immense unease in her heart, looking straight at the gate over there. "Teacher Kang, please just hunt in the entrance area." However, contrary to everyone's worries inside the gate, he was happily slashing monsters like they were everyday toys. Following the monster's aura, and having gone this deep, he looked up at the sky above, unable to help, but exclaim, "I've taken down about 50, but why is there still no sign of completion? Could it be that this is a teleportation gate with its own monsters? The teleportation gate will disappear after 12 hours when all monsters are dealt with." The sky turned yellow, commonly referred to as the sign of completion. Even though I thought there were specific monsters, I sensed a massive aura, but it still felt strange no matter how I thought about it. This is a D-rank teleportation gate, and it seems even I didn't expect the situation where another giant monster would appear here. Just as I saw the OG in front of me, a sense of doubt rose within me. Why is an individual appearing in an A-rank teleportation gate? So, the system notification quickly rang in my ear. The monster is called the Nightmare of the Deep Forest OG. The aura it emitted truly frightened people. When 3 A-rank hunters fight against OG, 1 is sure to die, and when 4 fight, 1 will be seriously injured. Therefore, this is an individual that requires at least 5 people or more to deal with. I know that too. In the novel, the protagonist also faced difficulties when encountering OG after being assigned to the wrong teleportation gate. Of course, the one in the novel is the 2-headed OG, which only appears in S-rank teleportation gates. If I fight with 5 A-rank hunters, then maybe I could win. But the overwhelming feeling is completely different from fighting against humans. OG is definitely dangerous, and the system in my ear rang out once again. But that monster is now using its fist, preparing to strike straight downwards. The strong bones and highly elastic tendons of OG give it excellent mobility. Its skin is also very tough, leaving only scratches when struck by sword energy. A powerful punch was thrown in the blink of an eye. You seem a bit dazed facing this technique. OG is a monster of a completely different level of stone demon. Therefore, we advise you that when faced with that mighty fist, the only option is to find a way to dodge. So try again after fully mastering aura play, that is sword energy. Sin Hyuk stared straight at the hole just made by that fist, unable to help but curse internally. This is insane. Just one punch and the ground looks like that. How many punches would it take to create a hot spring? But then again, it keeps trying to stop me. What level of stone demon could be like this? According to Kang Shin Hyuk's memory, the value of an OG stone demon is 10,000 gun per piece. This price truly astonished him to the point of disbelief, his voice trembling with indescribable longing. 10! Even his hands holding the sword began to tremble uncontrollably. 10,000 celestial demon. In a flash, he unleashed his most powerful technique aimed straight at the monster over there. The celestial demon sword technique that Jisoo is trying to navigate through the deep forest, calling out loudly, "Get in the car. Please be careful." A frightening smile spread across her lips as she attacked forward. Stirring her joyful bloodline, Jisoo over here is using her fastest speed, rushing straight ahead, not knowing how far she has run away from the safe area. As soon as she entered the forest, Hong Jisoo began to run at full speed. Her face carried seriousness as she carefully assessed her surroundings. Immediately, she discovered giant monkey corpses scattered around. It was clearly visible that numerous blood streaks appeared in the space. The traces were not just in one spot, but formed a path. The girl stood below, looking straight ahead, filled with many calculations. This means there has been a chase between the hunter and the monster. It seemed she had touched something strange on the ground. Unable to help but cry out a few times, "This is vomit." She continued to make her most reasonable guess. Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk is in a tough battle to the point of vomiting. Wow, it really shouldn't be left for him to take risks alone. She should have joined him from the very beginning, but she quickly realized that these things seemed a bit unreasonable. Isn't there too much strange stuff if that's the case? The first corpse I saw was the same, and all the bodies found so far are in exactly the same condition. Most of them had their heads severed, and the cuts were completely clean. The giant monkeys are the fastest at this level. Their flesh and bones are very tough. Furthermore, they are a pack-hunting monster species, so even I wouldn't find it easy to handle each one in a single blow. In her heart, she couldn't help but start thinking more carefully that filthy sword, no matter how famous, couldn't cut like that. Did he use a photon sword? Why is this person at rank B? I started to make my own guesses. Wait, if so, this isn't a tear mark, but a sign of being chased. The more Jisoo thought, the more she felt herself slipping into a state of unprecedented confusion. Why is she vomiting? At that moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from behind. A giant monster with sharp teeth finally revealed itself from behind. She stood there completely stunned, unable to believe it. Seeing the cut of the giant monkey, Hong Jisoo temporarily felt relieved. Hope only lasted for a moment. Hearing the roar from the other side of the forest, Hong Jisoo was certain that Kang Shin Hyuk was dead. The girl couldn't believe what she had just heard. This roar was because she knew exactly what made that sound, an A-rank monster, the worst monster known as the nightmare of the OG forest. Normal hunters would panic just hearing that roar. Even if they regained their composure and ran, the result would be the same. The speed of the OG crushing trees with its giant steps was so fast that it could easily hunt down a giant monkey running at full speed. No need to investigate further. The death of Master Kang has been confirmed. It must have sensed my presence. I must quickly leave this place. The noise from behind once again made the girl unable to believe it. The sound was booming. She gradually became highly alert. OG often growls for no reason even when not fighting. But if that growl was a sign of starting a battle, then I quickly ran to one side in a panic. Master Kang might still be alive. The nightmare of the green forest which 5 A-rank hunters must work together to defeat. If Master Kang Shin Hyuk is still alive, even if I join, the result will not change. While running, she couldn't help but curse a few times. I'm crazy. Why am I running towards that direction? If I run towards the teleport gate now, I could have returned safely. Although there is a small chance that OG can smell and run over. But if Kim Seon-hwa was waiting in the safe area for help, she could have survived, even when something bad happens. Can I go back and look Seon-hwa in the eye after ignoring the chance to save Teacher Kang? But as soon as she saw the bright light appear over there, she knew something was wrong. Oh my, I really talked too much about safety and reason. Finally today, I really have a bunch of contradictions that I quickly shouted several times, searching for the missing person. Teacher Kang, I am Hong Jisoo. If you hear me, please respond. Her face was filled with panic as she quickly ran everywhere in the forest. Teacher. Her eyes wide open, looking straight ahead, completely unable to believe Kang, because at this moment she had seen a brilliant light appear in front of her. Her face was bewildered, unable to believe what she was seeing. It was the aurora. It was like a scene from a dream. Kang Shin Hyuk stood there with a crazy smile on his lips, beginning to swing his sword. A breathtaking sight, a powerful slash aimed forward, attacking the boss visibly over there, quickly brought down by the sound of panicked screams. As she stood before this sight, she was completely bewildered. The outer skin of the OG had given up its powerful regeneration ability to choose extreme defense, now being torn apart like a wet tissue. Even if Manhwa said so, I absolutely wouldn't believe it. But it can't be wrong, it must be Alza play. You just saw someone appear and you curiously asked, "Jisoo, weren't you outside?" That's strange, I didn't think it would take so long. I looked over there, sighed, and waved my hand, greeting. I tried my best to be quick because I was afraid you would have to wait, but there was another leader. What the heck, why is this person so calm? The girl in front of me really couldn't believe what she was seeing. Teacher, how did you do that? The young man with a cheerful smile on his lips replied, How did I do it? Oh, are you talking about that OG? Before she could finish her words, the girl in front quickly interjected, Forget about the OG, that shooting star thing is at Alza play. You heard those words, gently sheathing your sword, and calmly replied, It's similar but not perfect. The OG suddenly appeared, so I had to use it. Now I understand why Jiko wanted to go to the lower area. Jiko, upon hearing those words, was completely incredulous. This person, the teleportation gate here, has turned into an A-level gate. The young man with an excited smile pointed in one direction and said, By the way, if it's an OG apart from mana stones, other byproducts will also fetch a high price. I wonder how much they would be worth if brought back. But for myself, when looking at those monsters, my face quickly changed color. The body quickly bent down, retching, unable to remain calm. Retch, retch, retch. The girl who just saw that scene couldn't help but sigh. It turns out it's a weak stomach. Shin Hyuk over here could no longer stand upright. The scene in front kept spinning, making it impossible for him to stay upright. Throwing up all day long, the world has turned a sickly yellow. Jisoo was really a bit flustered, not knowing how to explain. It is indeed yellow. This is a sign of completion. Let's go outside and call the handling team. And that man over there still hasn't been able to stand firm from the beginning. Jisoo, before going outside, wait for me a moment. After trying to calm himself, he finally gasped a few times. If possible, I wonder if Ms. Jiko can take on this AUG elimination task. The person over there, upon hearing these words, really couldn't understand. What is the teacher saying? Why is he assigning tasks? The teacher had worked hard to set this up for me. But he quickly explained clearly, I don't like to be the center of attention much, even if it's just an individual that has just been born and has no equipment. If a B-class person like me can eliminate an OG, it would definitely cause a commotion. Now Jisoo looked at the person in front of him, completely unable to understand. This person, the teacher, clearly knows what he is dealing with and in what condition. Yet not only did he not run away, but he also faced the OG alone. Unable to hold back, he finally broke a faint smile. Then softly, he slowly spoke. The careless one is not Teacher Kang, but actually me. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you, it's just that my first impression was that you don't like to be noticed. Surely there must be a reason, right? I don't know if this news is outside, but just consider me as the one who took down that OG. Those beautiful hands extended forward, truly expressing a lot of sincerity. I hope to receive your help throughout the rest of this summer vacation. He saw it and seemed a bit dazed. Then he also smiled excitedly in response. It's just that this excitement really has a bit of a stench. The aftertaste from that vomiting made one unable to hold back, wanting to stay far away. I also hope to receive your help. Now Jisoo, of course, was no exception. She immediately showed clear disgust upon seeing that scene. She quickly withdrew her hand with an awkward expression. The atmosphere between them became more awkward. Let's all settle the bill. Yes, the A-level gate completion, the scene quickly shifted back to the teleportation gate. Manhwa had been standing there waiting the whole time. The small girl's face, although showing concern, still had a bit of confidence. At this moment, her eyes opened wide, staring straight ahead, extremely astonished. Because I finally saw the figures I had been waiting for all this time. That beautiful face couldn't help but burst into tears. It's really strange. Kim Manhwa not only hugged me tightly upon seeing me, but Hong Jisoo also kept apologizing, bowing her head. Suddenly, at that moment, she realized something. Because the body of the young man at that time was giving off a terrible smell. After hearing the explanation, I finally understood. It turned out that the gate had changed, so they thought I was dead. After hearing everything, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was a bit of doubt in his heart, but it was also quite surprising. If I were in the position of those two, would I think the same way? Seeing them running towards me, even when hearing the sound of OG, it was really unexpected that they were also very loyal. I couldn't help but slowly speak up. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Thank you all for coming here. Luckily, the teacher is safe. The two girls in front completely ignored those words. Calmly replied, By the way, teacher, do you know any units? How should we handle the corpse? Upon hearing this issue, he became excited again. Jisoo, please help me with your connections, because it has been a long time since I went hunting. I quickly stepped out of that gate. He slowly stepped out of the bloody-smelling place and into the fresh air, feeling truly joyful. The fresh smell of the air was strangely different from the atmosphere inside the teleportation gate. Before I could finish my words, I saw a crowd gathering in front of me. I looked ahead in confusion, a bit incredulous. What's going on? Why is everyone like this? At that moment, a man walked straight towards him, greeting, "Are you the B-rank hunter Kang Shin-hyuk?" "Yes, that's right. What's going on?" Upon hearing that the other party saluted formally, we received a report that the D-rank gate has transformed into an A-rank gate. We received a request for support from the Hunter Management Bureau and came from a nearby unit. I heard that 2 other hunters have entered for assistance. Why are you the only one coming out? Did only you survive? Shin-hyuk heard these words. His face remained expressionless from beginning to end. But in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people have gathered like this. They must think we were all wiped out at the transformed gate. After that, I quickly reported everyone is safe. The teleportation gate has been completed. The man over there was so astonished by these words that he couldn't believe it. The A-rank gate has been completed. You saw the panic on the opponent's face and smiled cheerfully, replying, "That's right, would I lie to you, soldiers?" It's just that right after I finished speaking, the huge face of that monster appeared from behind. The man instinctively shouted a few times, "That's OG. All members prepare to fire." It's just that from behind that monster, suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Everyone calmed down. Those people pointed their weapons straight ahead. However, after hearing those words, their faces were confused and unable to understand. Now, Jisoo appeared there, somewhat struggling to carry the monster out of this place. "It's me, A-rank hunter Hong Jisoo. All 3 members of the team are safe." Their next conversation was indeed a bit strange. "Teacher Kang, this can't be pulled out. We probably have to cut it. Let me put it back in. I will go in to cut it." Those people there really couldn't understand this statement. It really is OG, not 4 but 3 people. How can OG be defeated when the subordinates behind were also confused by that sight? Corporal Kim. What is that monster? It's terrifyingly large. During training, you must have seen it too. That's OG. I never expected to see the corpse of OG in my life. It is really big. So OG is not a monster that 5 A-rank hunters can defeat, right? I have heard that too. Indeed, Kim Mang-dong's student is on another level. The conversation filled with doubt continued to ring in the ears. I saw him go out first, so I thought he had caught it. That scholarly appearance looking at that shameless face. You need to learn how to read people. Even just looking at OG's corpse, one can tell that person is a swordsman. But how could a sword cause such wounds? After all, it's not like it didn't help at all. Shin-hyuk over there couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, looking at the wounds, they believe Hong Jisoo has handled it. After all, I was able to cut it. But if the Heavenly Demon Sword technique doesn't work, it will be quite difficult. He himself looked towards the people carefully trading. The company that called is the one Jiko is familiar with, right? I wonder how much they will pay. The rough man over there was somewhat amazed to see this monster. "Hey, Ms. Jisoo, what exactly did you do?" "This is the first time I've seen a giant monkey in such good condition, and it's definitely a disciple of Mr. Kim Mang-dong. This is also the first time I've seen an OG in such a ragged state." And Jisoo really felt a bit embarrassed, only able to smile and ask, "It just turned out this way. So, sir, how much can you offer?" After that, I quickly came up with a huge price. A giant monkey in good condition and quite a number, so I offer 1,600. This number truly left the teenager behind in a state of shock. 1,600 isn't bad. What about the OG? The OG bones are fine, but the skin is too damaged. This one is hard to use much. So 1,300 doesn't count. What about the ghost stone? The girl awkwardly turned her head to look at the man behind her. The price is a bit steep. What about Teacher Kang? What she never expected was that the man was actually shedding tears. "Teacher Kang, you are completely stunned, unable to believe what you're hearing. 1,300. Not 1,300. I was completely shocked, unable to believe it. Plus the ghost stone, how much is that in total? 4,000. 4,000. Then I quickly jumped up high with overwhelming excitement. 40,000. Gun. The man over there couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at your attitude. What a strange friend. Jiko caught it and is so happy. Jiko didn't even know how he should react at this moment. "I have a little reason, so please transfer the money to that person's account." Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk over there is still in a frenzy after suddenly receiving this windfall. "I used to make hundreds of millions by gathering stocks bit by bit. But this is truly a boom. Just one body and it's already 4,000. If it weren't for Lee Ji-sung, I would have quit to become a hunter." The payment was made in the blink of an eye. Plus the tax exemption benefit for school teachers. The 2 hunters missed their schedule due to the change in the teleport gate. Each person receives 10% of the income. The 2 girls over there immediately responded to this message with a few sentences. "Teacher Kang really didn't need to do this." That's right, I didn't do anything. The teenager smiled happily and seriously replied, "Hearing about the events outside the teleport gate makes me a bit uneasy. We apologize for causing you to worry, and I give this as a thank you for coming all the way to the teleport gate. Please accept it." No matter how they tried to refuse, he still managed to say very pleasant words. "We feel too shy about this. We haven't only met today. Is our group really ending today? No. The summer vacation is still long. We will continue." In the end, he even concluded with a bright smile along with that handsome face, truly making it hard for people to refuse. "That's right, so don't worry too much. I hope to get help from you all in the coming time." That smile caught Jisoo's attention, leaving her completely stunned. Her face flushed as she stared straight ahead, unable to react. At that moment, finally, a voice called out, "Jisoo!" The little girl heard her name and finally jolted in response, "Jisoo Hong." Jisoo. Manhwa, sitting over there, asked with confusion, "Are you okay? Since Teacher Kang left, you've been acting strange. You haven't said anything at home and seem to have lost your appetite." Jiko slowly took a spoonful of rice, sighed, and said, "It's nothing. Today I just transported the bodies and drove. By the way, thanks to Teacher Kang, I earned 400 without doing anything. Honestly, I still feel embarrassed about it, so I'm debating whether to return it." Hearing something suspicious, her close friend quickly realized that something was off. 400 isn't a large amount for an A-rank hunter like you, is it? Is that really why you've been so dazed all day? Now Jiko remained silent, not wanting to respond, recalling the terrifying scene she had witnessed earlier in the Alza Play dungeon capable of crushing OG in one blow. That was a technique no hunter had ever demonstrated. Now Jiko sat there and suddenly asked, "Manhwa, for me, someone whose growth has slowed after leveling up to A, perhaps Teacher Kang could be the key to making me stronger." Nearby Mandong heard this and naturally agreed, "That's a reasonable statement." He was currently wearing a light pink apron, looking somewhat reluctant. "Master," that man continued, "I heard you went hunting with Manhwa today, right? I've heard news about the portal's transformation." Slowly placing the pot down on the table, he softly analyzed, "Even though you're my disciple, you still don't have enough strength to take down OG on your own. If you had that capability, then Teacher Kang would have effectively attacked me. He would be the most capable one." Now Jiko, filled with contemplation, slowly continued, "That's right, he is a B-rank hunter. But unless you see it with your own eyes, no one will believe it." Teacher Kang seemed unwilling to have his strength revealed, recalling something he then asked, "By the way, last time you mentioned there was one spot open at the school, right?" Hearing this, the person next to him smiled and replied, "The open position is for the martial arts class." Now Jisoo, sitting over there, added, "It's just teaching the kids what's the big deal. A little practice is all it takes." However, the old man next to her quickly exposed everything. "When I told you to do that, you had no reaction at all. It's really disheartening." The girl, hearing these words, rebutted, "Master, you're just joking. Why say that? Conveniently, your builder contract is about to expire as well." Then with a cheerful smile, she once again made her decision. "From the next semester, I will be the martial arts instructor. I hope to get your support, Master." At the same time, I went to find my master to report the victory. The teenager, with a cheerful demeanor, looked at the person in front of him and said, "Over there, I chopped off the left arm of that monster. Before I fainted, I clearly saw that I was really injured." However, when he saw that the person over there had no reaction to him at all, he felt annoyed and asked back, "Hey, Master, are you listening to me?" The other party calmly replied with a few words, "I am still listening. I'm eating." Seeing that he felt somewhat embarrassed. It really seemed like that man was smiling, truly an old man who was shy. Dujang over there wore a cheerful smile, using a special skill against an ordinary opponent. Why doesn't that monster want to lose? He heard these words and smiled, asking back, "How so?" "This is why I deserve to be a disciple with 110 points. It's only 9 or 10 points. Why is that? Because you have been too arrogant. Please bow your head quickly once more. After all, thanks to Master's help, I have smoothly passed through danger. I also used it very effectively when defeating the monster earlier." When he got here, the old man over there heard these words and sighed, saying, "Kid, if you're grateful, buy me a plate of braised meat to eat." Hearing that, he happily smiled. "I didn't come empty-handed." The teenager slowly took something out of his backpack. "I intended to give this to you before fighting the monster, but this is a gift I prepared for Master. Please accept it." He quickly handed over a few colorful albums. "What is this book?" "This is a textbook used to learn the language used in the outside world. Master, you once said you wanted to know how the outside world has changed from this snowy area, right?" The old man received this item with a faint smile, seemingly very pleased. How did this kid come up with this? But what is this book? Why does it seem so large and heavy? He held it smiling excitedly and began to guide. This is how you open it. Just open it like this. What on earth is happening here? He then clicked on the selection for a performance in Tokyo by a famous girl group. The other party, with a beautiful appearance and sparkling lights behind her, looked this way and winked a few times, incredibly charming. The old man, seeing that scene, couldn't believe his eyes and yelled a few words, "There's someone like this!" Shaw. At this moment, he could only awkwardly explain, "Please calm down a bit, master. This is how I record images of people." He seemed to want to do something, but he quickly interrupted, "No, whatever you understand, I won't understand." The music in his ears continued to flow, making him feel somewhat strange. The teenager next to him saw his master in a daze and continued, "This is the most famous music group Edo at the moment. You could call them dancers." Seeing the other person's infatuated expression and not receiving a response, Shin Hyuk smiled faintly, seemingly a bit pleased with what he had just done, even though he has spent a long time in solitude. Although he claims to be used to living alone, no one in this world is truly accustomed to it. The pastime has definitely been a fierce battle with loneliness. Outside, it looks like this. The world has changed too much already. Hearing those words, he couldn't help but sigh. That's right, technology and culture are just words. Before he could finish, the old man interjected, "It's truly pathetic. Even famous dancers don't have a decent outfit. How has this world decayed so much?" You really have no words left for this old man's thinking, "No, that's just how it is." Shin Hyuk could only awkwardly explain, "No, master, that's not what it is." However, the other man sighed, smiling happily. "Indeed, I'm old. Just looking at this magical book and the purple perilla noodles, I already understand my disciple. The outside world has really developed splendidly, hasn't it?" He heard that and softly replied, "Except for the chaotic teleportation gates, by the way, I'll be quite busy tomorrow. So today I will teach you how to use a laptop." Upon hearing this, the other party disdainfully asked, "Isn't there a need for rest after training? Just like you." Hearing that, he shrugged calmly and replied, "Master says good training is real combat, and this disciple will go out and thoroughly cleanse the monsters before returning." At this moment, the teaching process had begun. Look at this. This is called the mouse. If you move this, the white thing here. The teenager was still very serious in his guidance. Meanwhile, the old teacher's gaze toward his disciple seemed to carry a bit of deep longing. He couldn't help but sigh. The next day, the two girls quickly appeared waiting there. Seeing that figure here, he ran over with a smile. "Good morning, both beautiful ladies. Have you two had breakfast yet?" "Yes, I had breakfast with Si Anhwa." "And what about you?" Teacher Shin Hyuk gently smiled and replied, "I've eaten too." "You two had breakfast together. You must have met early, right?" Jisoo softly replied, "I slept at her house last night. Today, let's take my car." The luxurious, expensive white car sped down the main road. Shin Hyuk asked from the back once again, "I've never seen that in the back seat." "What is that?" "That's a detachable spear. Today, I plan to try using the spear." Hearing those words, he seemed a bit surprised. A spear? What is this? During the training to become a hunter, it wasn't mentioned that Hong Jisoo can use a spear. Her special skill is unarmed combat techniques. But why is she suddenly using a spear? You look at the person in front of you with suspicion. This prompts the other party to explain this time the position of the spear technique teacher at our school is vacant, and Siu said he would apply for that position. This statement hits you like a powerful bomb. You can't help but start thinking in spear technique. It refers to the position of teacher Dung, who quit after losing to me, right? But isn't it supposed to be the teacher of unarmed combat, not the spear technique teacher? At this moment, you realize something very important. The rules seem to have changed. But you really can't understand. I wonder if I've done something wrong. I didn't even advise her to use a spear. Then, with doubt, you slowly ask, "Hey, Jisoo, why did you suddenly make that decision?" The other party glances back and slowly replies, "I just think life at school isn't too bad. You get to rest during the summer break and also earn a salary." Hearing those words, you wish you could hit her. "What the heck are you talking about, lady? How much do you get for one teleportation? It's really too good to be true, right? Anyway, I have to stop this. It's not some other supporting character but Hong Jisoo. If the settings change, it would really be a big accident." You filled with doubt. Ask again. A spear seems difficult to use. If it's not a specialty, isn't it hard? But the girl simply smiles and replies, "Hunters who use spears usually have a slight advantage in the exams. But the spear technique taught at school isn't too difficult, so it should be fine." Si Anhua, sitting next to you, happily says, "The teacher recruitment exam is not easy at all." "Don't you think it's too simple?" The other party happily replies. There are also advantages of being an A-class hunter. What's wrong with that? Besides, it's only temporary for this semester. You seem to pay attention to those words temporary, huh? A temporary teacher. You once again question, are you saying a temporary teacher? The other party nods and smiles. I only intend to teach for 1 semester. If I find it suitable for teaching, I will retake the exam and switch to unarmed combat. Shin Hyuk feels a bit awkward hearing this. It really startled you. Manhwa smiles and continues. The teleportation gate assigned today is where the monsters are. Let's eat first. The teenager behind smiled cheerfully and asked again if it was okay. So what about the menu? I brought this lunchbox. I have prepared something special as well. Shin Hyuk felt a bit awkward hearing these words. If you're preparing a lunchbox, you should have mentioned that I could bring mine too. There probably aren't any convenience stores around here, right? I haven't prepared anything at all. The girl in front of him smiled happily and replied, I have prepared a portion for the teacher as well. Does the teacher want anything else to eat? Shin Hyuk heard those words. His face turned slightly red with surprise. I have some in my room too. I never expected a lunchbox prepared by someone else. When I was in school, I didn't even have a lunchbox for picnics. Just a few thousand won. I felt very grateful for what my parents left on the table. Shin Hyuk awkwardly replied, I thought you prepared it for just 2 people. Manhwa sitting there smiled cheerfully and said, It's not like we're boycotting you. We just prepared a portion for ourselves, right? Do we look that cold? That's really excessive. Shin Hyuk really couldn't respond. That's not it. Living until today, I finally have this day. It's truly touching. They gradually rushed along the long road. Looking at the map, there's a park over there. There's a plan in the car. Let's eat there, okay? I'm fine with anywhere. A delicious meal was laid out. The teenager took a piece of rice and put it in his mouth, looking extremely joyful. Just as he finished eating, he realized that the girl had accidentally put in a whole jar of salt while making it. That rice ball quickly became hell for them. At this moment, the group appeared in front of a giant gate. The 2 of them fighting like to digest that disastrous meal earlier, just put into their mouths. Manhwa didn't need to be mentioned. She brought her cheerfulness, using her staff to radiate a stream of supportive power. The monsters over there saw them, and were unable to stop them. The 2 rushed straight ahead, using their own strength, breaking everything in the dungeon, destroying everything in the dungeon. Later, I decided to buy food instead of preparing it myself. And after that day, my group, Kim Seon and Hong Jiko, continued to support us for several days to destroy the B-class teleportation gates, quite famous domestically. Just like that, when they had cooperated harmoniously in many aspects, except for food and drink. It was very coincidental that Jiko had received a phone call at that moment. Who could be calling at this hour? The girl picked up the phone and seriously answered, Uncle, is there something going on? It seems to be something quite urgent. A week later, I have time but about the A-class teleportation gate. The emergency situation afterward. If needed, Sai and Hoa can also provide back-end support. Moreover, I need to ask about the schedule of others as well. Just when looking at the person in front, it seems she already knew the answer. It looks like it's fine, because the handsome face of Shin Hyuk over there is posing very excitedly and satisfied for this. I am about to face a second major turning point in my life. Jisoo quickly spoke up, responding to the person on the phone. So, Uncle, when will you be able to arrange a schedule? Then I will contact you again. The teenager behind was already so excited that he couldn't hold it in. Jisoo, what's going on? I heard something vague about the A-class gate. Continuing with a cheerful smile on her lips, if it's something that needs my help, then feel free. The other person heard this and gently replied, If Teacher Kang is here, then it's really reassuring. But this time, the problem is that both distance and time are not easy. Shin Hyuk heard this and was a bit doubtful. Distance and time afterward. Is it that serious? Manhwa quickly explained. Actually, Jiko's uncle is a leader of the Hejiang gang all the way on Jeru Island. Did something happen to his gang? Jiko felt a bit embarrassed hearing this. Quickly replied hesitantly. I heard that quite a few people were injured in an A-class gate. So, the manpower is currently in serious shortage. Can he ask us to come help for a week? Flight costs, accommodation, and transportation will all be fully supported. Shin Hyuk heard this on his lips and smiled brightly in response. Even if I don't receive support, I'm still willing to help. Ms. Kim will come along too, right? The girl next to him happily replied, Of course. Any kind of magic or cooking, just leave it to me. Let's just eat out then. Shin Hyuk smiled happily and continued. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to something delicious as soon as we get there. But the girl in front of him softly replied, Jisoo, just cook for me, that's enough. Xiaomi happily replied, I'll invite everyone to eat. The conversation once again returned to the main topic. So Mr. Kang, we'll set off early the day after tomorrow with 3 people. They happily returned home. It's all ready. Rest for a day to recharge, then we set off the next day. Now that I think back, I remember the students also said they would go to Rezo, and you stood there silently pondering, even though it's not for fun. But surely, it won't be just hunting monsters all day, right? If the schedule overlaps, meeting those swordsmen wouldn't be bad, right? That night, you quickly got everything ready, all the necessary luggage. Got the t-shirt, socks, and underwear done, sitting in front of the VA, carefully checking your own things. All the phone chargers and skin cream were all there. A towel probably isn't necessary to bring right. After that, you glanced straight at the sword ahead, in the distance pondering. Bringing that along surely won't be allowed on the plane, right? In Kang's memory, Shin-hyuk had never brought a weapon on a plane, and at this moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang with a familiar ringtone. Seeing the name displayed, you couldn't help but exclaim a few words. Just in time, I need to ask her a few things. The voice on the other end quickly spoke up. "Oh, look, you rarely answer the phone like this, right?" You heard those words and softly replied, "Are you off work today at the gate? Hey, with this sale, can I bring a sword on the plane?" The person over there quickly reflected. "Are you crazy?" The girl is comfortably lying on the bed. "It's a waste to answer if you leave your hunter's license. Then they will send the checked luggage. I was about to call you about that." "What is it, Sale?" "Over there," she softly replied. "That's your license? Did you forget the exam deadline is coming up? I found out that your license is almost expired, so you should rush to renew it. If it expires, you won't be able to teach. Did you hear that?" Quickly grabbing the small notebook in hand, he asked in confusion. "Really, it's not even a month yet. How did you know that?" Over there, he tiredly sighed. "Actually, a few days ago, I received a regular contact from Antasker. During the conversation, they mentioned you. That's how I found out." The teenager over here heard those words. He seemed a bit surprised. "They mentioned you, huh? Didn't everything between you and Antrax end already?" The other person quickly replied, "Because you have accomplished many great things in the V-Cube case, and also the duel with the vice principal the other day." Shin-hyuk heard that response. He seemed a bit confused. "But the V-Cube case was closed for student protection reasons a long time ago, right? Plus, during the duel, no one could record it." The girl over there tiredly lay on the bed and softly replied, "Are you trying to cover the sky with your palm? Do you think that's why the hunting machine suddenly went silent? Without the V-Cube, it's fine too. Just the posts that students uploaded online already number in the dozens. Although most of them doubt the B-rank hunter using aura play, they also think it's an exaggeration by students. The story of Kim Man-dong giving up his hand ultimately didn't become a hot topic. Shin-hyuk over here truly doesn't understand. Then why is Antasker mentioning you now? At least, they acknowledge your abilities to some extent. What else? Recently, they're short on manpower, so they started to pay attention to you. What else is there? Recently, they have been short-staffed, so they started to pay attention to that guy." The girl over there smiled cheerfully and continued, "They also said you should try to approach him, pretend to chat and pull him back in." Hearing this made you laugh happily. To put it bluntly, isn't it asking me to use my charm? The other person's voice carried a teasing tone as they replied. "Not really. They were just saying it in a probing way. So I found a suitable excuse and cleverly declined. But why? I doubt they would dare to mention him again after that." Sin-hyuk, hearing this response, seemed to make her a little flustered. "What excuse did you use?" Hearing that you were even more worried. "What is it?" The girl over there seemed a bit flustered, thinking. But Shin-hyuk couldn't help but urge her on. "It's okay, just tell me the truth. I'm sure I didn't bring a whip with me. So you wouldn't be making me hit you or anything, and sneaking my stuff at midnight just to sniff it, right? Those kinds of ridiculous reasons? Anyone would find it confusing. But don't worry." After hearing it, he fell silent, and no one asked any further questions. Shin-hyuk heard these words, silently lamenting for the reputation he had built up over the years. "Thank you, that's good enough." Time quickly passed, and the next morning, they moved to the place they needed to go, by domestic flight. The atmosphere here was bustling. People going to and fro seemed very busy. A young man grabbed his suitcase, making a cheerful noise. A sound of joy echoed. The three of them quickly appeared here. "It's packed with people over there. It must be because it's vacation season. It's quite tempting. Just hang in there for a few days. The injured hunter machine is about to return to work. By then, we will also get a break." Sin-hyuk spoke up from one side. "So now we are heading to the Haejang Guild, right?" The girl next to him quickly replied, "I already told my cousin to come pick us up. They said they would wait at gate 4. And right next to it, a voice quickly rang out, attracting their attention. "Hey, over here!" A beautiful girl with tanned skin and short black hair looked this way, waving hello. "Sister Manhwa, are you here to help too?" This person is C-Class Hunter Hong Desel, a member of the Haejang Guild. The two girls over there quickly rushed to greet each other, very close and friendly. "It's been a long time since I last saw you. Have you been well lately?" "Yes, I really miss you." Shin-hyuk couldn't help but exclaim a few words. It seems like that girl is even more attached to Kim Si-an-hwa than to Hong Ji-soo. The next introduction quickly appeared. "Then let me introduce a bit, okay? This is teacher Kang Shin-hyuk, currently a lecturer at the Hunter School." He stood there happily smiling and greeting. "Hello, I am Kang Shin-hyuk." The girl over there looked at him and greeted back. "Hello, teacher, I am Hong Desel." Are you really a teacher? He felt a bit awkward hearing that. What? Oh yes, that's right. The girl in front smiled excitedly, seemingly very pleased with her new friends. Oh my gosh, you are so handsome, I thought you were an idol. He stood there unable to help but feel a bit overwhelmed by the praise. Indeed, it is quite dazzling. Now the group is preparing to leave the bustling airport. Then let's continue talking as we walk. Please follow me. The car sped along the streets, seemingly very familiar. On the way to the headquarters, they also heard more about the current situation. 1 week ago, in a first-class space gate, designated for a team of 10 people, where the main force of the guild was mobilized, suddenly 3 adult monsters appeared. Although they ultimately managed to defeat them, but it came at the cost of 1 life. The deputy gang leader was fully involved. The remaining members were all seriously injured. Some were even shocked enough to declare they would retire. Sin Hyuk nodded a few times from the back. Anyway, this situation is quite understandable. This world has magic that can heal almost any wound if one survives. But healing mentally is a different story. The situation will be more tense. I thought it might get even busier soon, and they quickly arrived at the headquarters. Luxurious and splendid in the middle of the main street. We have arrived. I will take everyone to the resting place. So it's fine to leave the luggage in the car. He looked up at the giant building in front of him. Couldn't help but exclaim a few words. The entire building belongs to the gang, Hee-jang said as Sel smiled beside him. No, we only use from the 7th to the 10th floor. And at this moment in front, very quickly, a figure of a man had appeared. My colorful darling has arrived, hasn't he, Uncle? Are you still well these days, Uncle? In front of him, in the blink of an eye, the figure of a tall man appeared, with tanned skin and blonde hair, truly very striking. The other party smiled cheerfully in response. If you're well, then you surely won't be asking for retirement, right? This person is the head of the Hee-jang gang, Feng Dong-sik. He also looked towards the girl beside him and greeted, "It's been a while since we last met, Si Anhwa. How is in Mandong?" That girl quickly bowed her head to greet. "Yes, my dad asked me to send his apologies for not being able to come here in person." The man over there smiled happily and replied, "Yes, even just a message like that makes me very grateful." Afterward, the other party's smile turned towards him in a charming way. "So the handsome gentleman here must be teacher Kang Shin-hyuk, right? Very happy to see everyone. Let's go inside and chat." Shin-hyuk couldn't help but exclaim a few words in his heart. The youthful personality is indeed a family trait. Then they quickly has been invited into a luxurious meeting room. The coffee cup placed on the table is releasing waves of steam. On your way here, you must have heard the buzz. The sales representative briefly explained it right. To put it simply, the gate, primarily that we will be tackling this time, is the type for 7 people category B. Normally, Hee-jang usually adds more people for each gate, to ensure safety above all. But right now there is a severe shortage of manpower, so the group that I was assigned to only has 5 people. Jisoo, sitting there, took the coffee cup and smiled as she replied, "It's okay, Uncle, that number of people is enough." Then the conversation shifted once again. "So what does Teacher Kang think?" "Actually, I think 5 people is a bit too many." When you said those words, I actually felt a bit hesitant, and the man over there seemed a bit surprised by what he just heard. Sin-hyuk whispered to the person next to him, based on recent collaborations. "I think 3 people would be enough. For Category B gates, having 7 people actually doesn't require any reinforcement. Because if there are too many people, the money will be divided less." These words immediately made the man over there a bit uncomfortable. Then he scratched his head a few times and calmly continued, "It's good that Teacher Kang is so confident. But before teaching, which state were you in?" You heard these words and calmly replied, "I was in the state of playing, sir." The other person coldly continued, "It's also a prestigious state Category B, right?" "Yes, I am a Category B hunter." Then the man's gaze once again directed straight at me with a cold demeanor. "Teacher Kang, a Category B hunter from Hee-jang. We are very well organized. If the gate still has at least 7 people like that, then there must be a reason for it. Moreover, this time my daughter is also here. My niece and her friend are participating as well, yet you don't propose to reinforce, instead want to reduce the number of people like that. I fear that wouldn't be very good." Jisoo saw this action and seemed a bit embarrassed. "We know the strengths of that teacher already, but I forgot that in your eyes, it may not necessarily be like that. It's a dead end. You're counting on this hot-headed guy again. This matter might need to be stopped. That man over there exudes a murderous aura. Slowly speak up and continue. I thought I was happy to greet you because you brought my nephew. Turns out there's a bit of rudeness there, huh? Getting to go on a business trip with a beauty at a vacation spot. Is that a sign of arrogance?" The expression on that man's face changed. Extremely frightening. "Come with me. I will help you fix that head stuck in the clouds." Shin-hyuk faces this situation. Really a bit unresponsive.